Good morning and welcome to the 2024 ICF Canoe Freestyle World Cup number 2 here in Plattling, Germany. First off, we'll have the men's kayak surface heat coming up in just 5 minutes. I'd just like to make a quick announcement to Oliver Hepp from Austria. You have been moved to Heat 2. Just so you know, you've been incorrectly informed. So if you please come a little bit earlier than you were going to, that would be great. That's Oliver Hepp from Austria. Thank you. So starting off in Heat 1, we have Peter from Slovakia, Dan from Ireland, Tatsuna from Japan, Michael from Germany, Matteo from Germany, Gabriel from Peru, and Stefan from Germany. The wave has changed significantly since our last competition, and we are super excited to see what tricks these guys are going to throw down. So here we are, ready to start our first heat in the men's kayak surface in Plattling, Germany. First off, we have Peter from Slovakia. Really early start for these athletes, but we hope that they are rearing to go. Just waiting for the thumbs up from our head judge, Charlie.
All right, and we are live here in Plattling with Peter Zonka of Slovakia on deck right now, getting ready to go. I'm joined here from Becky Green of Great Britain, competing later in the ladies class. We're going to get things going. A beautiful day here in Plattling, a little liquid sunshine to get things started. This is World Cup number 2 here in Plattling. We're going to get all of our prelims out of the way today. We do have a little bit of a threat of possible flooding later in the week, so we're trying to expedite a few things in the event. Hopefully we won't see that flooding, but the river has risen. Looks like we're going to see a lot more wave moves out there today. As Peter making his way out to the feature here in Plattling to be our first competitor here in World Cup number 2. Let's see what he's got for us.
Dropping onto that wave to initiate a really nice air screw both ways.
Yeah, sets up high on the pile. See what else. It looks like he's looking for a blunt.
Looking to clean it up there with those paddles out. Unfortunately catching a flush. He's coming around.
Yeah.
Not many people here to cheer him up the eddy, but we'll keep him going.
Yeah, I don't think freestyle paddlers like to get up this early in the morning, especially when it's cold and raining.
Especially after the opening ceremony last night as well.
Yeah, it was beautiful at the fun fair there. I know I got on the bumper cars, saw the beer garden as Peter gets a beautiful
He's got that blunt.
left blunt into a right backstab.
And looking to plug there.
Yeah, looking for a loop maybe right at the buzzer. Solid start for Peter Zonka's World Cup number 2. We didn't see him in World Cup number 1, but he made it down here for World Cup number 2.
I wonder how many new athletes we will see jumping on for this competition. It's really interesting. They've missed the hole, and here it is on a whole nother level with the wave.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, we've definitely seen a change in feature. We're going to see a lot more wave-style moves, so those blunts, maybe some air screws and some of those back blunts, or as some people call them, back stabs. As Peter's waiting for his score to come up, he's all smiles there in the eddy, paddling that beautiful Vita boat that he designed himself. Pretty cool to see this veteran athlete designing boats and still competing.
And his score comes in at 330 points. Really nice, like solid first ride from Peter. We'll see what the others have to say about it. So next up, we've got Dan Griffin from Ireland.
Dan wearing bib number 69 as he makes his way out in that solid yellow Gigi Prod boat, eyeing up the wave. We've seen these guys flying all week. He's going to take the opportunity to drop into the eddy and start from the eddy. His time will start as soon as he establishes a surf on the wave. There we go. As he sets up, moves around into some spins, doing a clean spin, trying to get some of those bonuses right away. Going for a right roundhouse or blunt. Those blunts need to be up over 45 degrees to count as a blunt, as he tries for a back blunt, retaining the feature, and surfs down into the pocket.
Plugging for the loop and retaining quite a lot of air as well in that trick.
These paddlers are always looking for bonuses on all of their moves. Air bonus for getting their boat up and out of the water as he throws a nice space Godzilla, going for a Felix. Spinning it around, setting it up, using all of his time on the wave. Excellent ride for Dan Griffin of Ireland. So, Becky, what are you competing in here this week?
K1 senior women and C1 as well.
Awesome. So what moves do you think we're going to see today from these athletes on the wave?
Definitely like a lot more of the wavy moves, some roundhouses, some blunts. In training, I saw quite a few people going for the blunt McNasties this time, as to really get that rotation and retain the feature as well, which looks like it's going to be significantly harder than it has been the rest of this competition.
Yeah, in World Cup 1, we saw more of a whole feature, so a lot more retentive, a lot more recirculation from the wave, which would help keep the athletes on the wave. But there was also a rock in the feature that they kept hitting. Well, now they're not hitting the rock. The wave moves actually slightly downstream from the rocks because of the extra flow, and it's not quite as retentive or braking. So we're going to see a lot more athletes doing those wave moves.
It means that it's also going to be a whole lot harder for them to plug and get those loops and Space Godzillas. But as we saw from Dan, he did give those a go. Here we have, next up, Tasuna Yagi from Japan.
That's right, Yagi, one of our judges here. So he knows what he has to do with a nice wing over entry move into some beautiful cartwheels, going old school. Big smile as he looks up towards us and the judges here, going for a split wheel into some more cartwheels. Oh, going for the McNasty. Yagi having a great start to his ride here.
He certainly looks very, very comfortable on this wave.
He is a veteran paddler, had his ACL repaired 4 days before coming here to Germany, wearing a knee brace, walking around on crutches, but still out there throwing down as he throws a loop just before flushing off. He only has a few seconds left, so I think he's just going to save his energy for his second ride here in the preliminary rounds.
just waiting for the judges to finalise his score. So far, we've got Peter in first place with 330, Dan in second place with 225, and there it is, just come in from Tatsuna with 123.33 points.
All right, Yagi's happy with that, having fun out here in Germany. He came over to judge. He's been a judge at many of these events, but he thought he'd throw his hat in the ring here in the men's.
It's always really exciting to see the judges compete, isn't it? And see how they throw it down, how they try and be a lot more precise, because they know what the judges are looking for.
All right, this is Mikkel Hermann of Germany wearing bib 82. Oh, unfortunately, flushing through the feature. He'll make his way up the eddy. Those are in the crowd. Cheer him on. As he's coming up, he's all smiles as he yells up to one of his coaches there in the coaching area.
He still has plenty of time on the clock. And here he is setting up, plugging for a loop, putting that round really nice and straight. Going for the McNasty. Oh, unfortunately catching a flush there on the shoulder.
Yeah, this wave is a little bit flushier. There is a bit of a sweet spot in the middle with two shoulders on the outside. You'll see when the camera's facing down from upstream, you'll see those green shoulders as Mikkel makes his way onto the wave just at the buzzer, hoping for one more move as he drops in, plugs a nice loop.
We'll have to see if the judges give that one to him. It was a little bit after the buzzer.
Yeah, and well, he did flush on it as well. So a lot of these hole moves are going to be a little bit riskier today with the wave, which is okay. I think we'll see lots of athletes still doing them and still scoring them. As next up, we've got Matteo Neubauer of Germany wearing bib 118. This is World Cup number 2. Looks like he's going to be paddling that new Gigi Prod boat with a partnership with Piranha. It's a brand new design. Just showed up as he gets a couple of beautiful spins here on the wave. Sets up, catching a bit of an edge there on the tail as he struggles a bit to roll up. But there he is, rolling up into the eddy.
Catching another edge, unfortunately. I wonder if he'll wave this one off this time.
He's still got 22 seconds. Looks like he's going to try and charge back up to the top of the wave as he makes his way in. That boat actually looks pretty fast on the flat water as it comes up to the top. And he resets as he drops in. 7 seconds left. Enough time to get one or two moves on. Let's see what he's got for us. A spin. Oh, just dropping that edge a little too much. I think he was trying to switch it into a McNasty and caught a little too much bow there, flipping over. And he'll have 28.33 points for that ride. He'll be looking for his second ride. These Assies have 2 rides. The scores are added together to see if they're going to make it on to the next round, which will be the semifinals, which we'll hopefully see tomorrow.
Next up, we have Gabriel from Peru paddling this plastic Jackson 5.
That's right, Gabriel was here. He's our first Peruvian athlete we've ever had in a freestyle event as he's setting up onto the wave. Spinning around. He was in the development camp here put on by the ICF and Plattling Freestyle. As he gets a spin one way, now he's trying to spin in the other direction. Showing some excellent boat control, really trying to get that boat to come around into the spin. There it is. Unfortunately carving off the shoulder of the wave. He still has 15 seconds on the clock. So we'll probably see him try and get back up for one more move. Gabriel spends most of his time running rivers and creeking down in Peru. Says he wants to go back to Peru and spark the flame of freestyle and try and get a few more athletes here to next year's Worlds.
Yeah, I believe he's also a raft guide out there in Peru. He's been talking about that a lot and the big white water that he has to run down. So no stranger to rapids. And by the looks of it, he had fun. He'll be looking to top that score. He came in at 10 points, and he'll be looking to top that score in the next game. Looks pretty pleased with himself, though.
All right, moving on to our next athlete who's getting ready up at the top, Stefan Barwich of Germany, wearing bib 35 here today as he drops in for above, looking for that entry wing over. Unfortunately, not quite getting his body under the boat, catching a bit of a flush. He's one of our older paddlers here or oldest paddlers here in Germany. This is an open event, so we'll see a lot of German competitors here as it's the host nation. So they have a shorter distance to travel to get here to have a little bit of fun on the wave.
He's paddled back up into the feature with 20 seconds left, going for that spin and hanging around.
So spin is a 360-degree rotation, retaining the wave. It is one of the lower scoring moves, but it also gets lots of points on the board. You're going to see lots of athletes doing them today because it's a fairly safe way to get some points on the board. And if you saw any of the results from World Cup #1, that might be all you need to put you one spot further up the podium here in Plattling. As Stefan Barwich's score comes in at 11.67 points. As we move to the top of the order to bib number 28, Peter Zonka.
Just been given the thumbs up from Charlie. As you can see, they've just thrown down their first ride, so they have one more, and that will be combined with their first to place them onto the leaderboard. Here he comes, dropping in, going for a plug.
Oh, it looks like he was trying to plug for that loop.
It does.
There it is. Oh, Space Godzilla to the right. Let's see what he has here next. Looking for the loop, pulling it right up and over. Peter knows he needs to get more than 330 points that he had on his first ride if he wants to potentially make it on to the further rounds here in Plattling. So he's setting up a veteran paddler. I paddled with him on the World Cup in 2006 in the US as he throws a nice back blunt into an air screw. I think we're going to see the other air screw. Nope, looks like he's setting up for a McNasty. Oh, catch a bit of a flush right there at the buzzer. So using his whole time, I see 2:46.67 on the clock. We're hoping that's going to rise.
Yeah, definitely. Looked really comfortable out there. I wonder, because he's not been in the first round of competition, if he's just been watching his the other people in his heat compete and seeing what they throw down and maybe getting some inspiration from that.
Yeah, I think unfortunately he had to work last week and was unable to get here. But he's here with his wife, Nina, and son, Peter. And they're a paddling family, love to get out there and do it. Both Peter and Nina, freestyle athletes. Nina's doing some judging here this week for us for the ICF. So definitely a paddling family. Next up, Dan Griffin, bib number 69 from Ireland.
There he is, just waiting the thumbs up from Charlie. We're still waiting for Peter's score to be finalised to see where that puts him. In the last round, Dan got 225 points. Really, really solid first ride. But again, yeah, he'll be looking to top that. And it's really nerve-wracking for this first heat of competitors because they do not know what they need to score to get them through. There it is. Peter's second score coming in at 318.33 points, giving him a combined total of 648.33.
There you go. As we have Dan Griffin heading out onto the wave, choosing to surf in from the eddy as he goes for maybe a shove it there into some spins. Setting up, going to go for a little bit of a roundhouse to the right as he spins back around, setting up backwards, looking for a back blunt or a back roundhouse. See what the judges has to say. Plugging it for a loop, stabbing it down, retaining the feature, maybe even getting a little bit of air on that. Going for a Space Godzilla, getting his boat right up and out of the water. This is a solid ride here for Dan Griffin of Ireland as he gets a few spins on the shoulder. Looking for that Felix, getting a little bit of pop, maybe even getting his boat slightly out of the water there. Looking for maybe the helix as we see 238.33 and 241.67, so his score is rising.
That's certainly a really, really solid score for him in that second ride. Really looked super confident plugging. You could see that he knew that the river level has risen and there's no longer a rock there as he slammed his feet down for that loop. And that worked out in his favor because he did retain the feature, both the loop and the Space Godzilla. We'll definitely see the athletes put in a little bit more effort because they know that they're not going to retain without paddling back forwards, without snapping things around. And there it is. His second ride came in at 245 points, topped that of his first, and has given him a total of 470. Thumbs up there. He looks pretty pleased with that score.
And that moves him into second place currently here on the wave. As Becky was saying, we do have a bit of a different feature here. The tactics are going to be different. You know, in the hole, you're going to drive. They were driving straight in on this wave here. They're going to have to maybe carve a little bit more into their setup for any of those plug moves like a loop or a Space Godzilla, as we have one of our ITOs or judges here, Yagi from Japan, as he goes for the wing over. It drops in. Is he backing it up? Oh, and unfortunately getting a flush. Yagi is a manager of a ski hill in Japan, very passionate skier and paddler. Loves to get out here. We've seen him judging at lots of events, but here at the World Cup, which is an open event, he's throwing his hat in the ring, and he's out on the waves, showing us what he's got. Setting up, trying to get a little bit of a spin in. There he is, nice split wheel. Yagi had some beautiful cartwheels in his first round. Let's see what he's got for us. Is he throwing a nice loop? Got 5 seconds left. Let's see what he's got. As he drops in again, going for a Space Godzilla. And there he is, all smiles, Yagi of Japan.
He certainly looks like one of those paddlers that does this because he really, really loves it. He's got a big smile on his face, and you can see him just surfing around, cartwheeling, smiling at the judges, and that's really, really good to see.
Yeah, Yagi's been walking around all week on crutches here, having ACL surgery just the week before coming here. As our next athlete, Michael Herman, is on the wave, throwing a nice roundhouse there. Sets up over to the other shoulder. We're going to see him going for the roundhouse into a McNasty, so maybe looking for that blunt McNasty. Catching a bit of a flush at the end. Here is our wave is a very different feature than World Cup #1. It's more wave-like, so you're going to see these athletes attempting the wave-style moves. As Michal has 15 seconds left as he's back on the wave.
Oh, going for that roundhouse McNasty again, unfortunately flushing. It's those risky moves where it could score lots of points or you could flush it. He still looks happy. He blew a kiss at the judges, and that's what we like to see from these competitors. Having a good time on the water and, yeah, facing these difficulties and overcoming it in like different ways.
Absolutely. We had an amazing show of spirits here yesterday in Plattling with our athletes parade through town as Matteo Neubauer of Germany is out on the wave. Getting a nice spin there. Trying to get some points on the board right away. As you can see 10 points on the board for that spin. He's moving a little far out in the feature. Not the entire wave is in as part of our freestyle arena here. Oh, catching a bit of an edge. Rolling up as he's going to make his way back into the eddy. Still has 20 seconds on the clock.
Charging up that eddy. Give him some encouragement. He's still got another 10 seconds on the clock. What will he throw down?
All right, he's on the wave again.
Going for a plug. Unfortunately, the green pushed his nose back up. And he's flushed off. Interesting you say that they can't use the entire wave. They can't, but they did expand the boundaries for the feature today. And I wonder if that's because some people might prefer to go a little bit further out to see if they can throw down some more wave.
Yeah, if you're looking at the wave from above, you're going to see the hole that's closest to the judges of the shoreline. And then there's a little bit of a green tongue, and then another little pocket, and another green tongue. So that second section between the two green tongues was added to our freestyle arena yesterday because head judge Charlie came down here, was watching where the athletes were having the most success and added that to our freestyle arena. As we've got Gabriel from Peru, our first ever Peruvian athlete at a World Cup or World Championships, is out there throwing some beautiful spins. He's going to set it up. He's a raft guide and a creeker trying out freestyle for the first time. Was in the development camp all week. Has definitely seen some progressions.
He also competed in his first ever squirt competition, not knowing that he'd entered it the other day.
Well, I think sometimes you check the boxes, or when your national federation registers you and checks the boxes for you, they sometimes don't really know exactly what's going on. And yeah, they registered for squirt. And you know what? He found a boat, found some gear. He jumped in and had some fun.
Absolutely, and that is the freestyle spirit that we're on about, giving things a go. There he is, after his time, still having fun on the wave, and got a smile on his face.
And that's what it's all about here at the World Cups
100%.
In Plattling.
So his second score came in at 15 points, topping his first, giving him a total of 25 points.
All right, we've got Stefan Barwich of Germany in the eddy. He currently sitting in 7th place. He's going to look to capitalize on that. He's one of the older paddlers that we have here in Germany. Local guy invited a bunch of the Masters paddlers over to his place for a little barbecue the other night. We're hoping to do a Masters event here at the World Championships next summer in Plattling, as Stefan makes his way back up to the wave. And he's on the wave doing a spin, looking to get his nose down for a loop, not quite getting the initiation there.
You can see them spin on the shoulder and really try and set themselves up at the top of the wave to drop down to then do that plug. Unfortunately, if they do that too late, then they plug into the green and then they don't quite get it. But if they do it on time, we've seen some of these athletes really pull it round.
Absolutely. We will see wave moves and hole moves here as Stefan concludes his ride, and that will be our final rider here in Heat 1 of the men's K1 surface boat at World Cup number 2 here in Plattling. We're going to be moving on to Heat number 2, where we have Andreas Lettman, Caleb Jones, Valentin Bergel, Takeru Endo, and Oliver Hepp should all be in their boats getting ready to go as we see our scores up on the scoreboard. Our current leader, Peter Zonka, with 648 points. Dan Griffin of Ireland with 470 points. And we've got Yagi from Japan with 203 points. Germany's Michael Herman, 120 points. Germany's Matteo Neubauer, 50 points. Gabriel from Peru with 25 points. And Stefan with 21.67 points. As we move on to Heat 2 of our men's K1 surface.
Yeah, some really solid rides we saw there in the first heat. We saw plenty of spins and shove-its, the smaller tricks that you'd be surprised really do rack up those points. And we'll definitely see more of those as we go on, especially as many of the athletes will use those smaller tricks, the spins, the shove-its, to position themselves onto the wave ready to throw down, whether it be an air screw, a roundhouse, a blunt, or even, as some of them have done, the whole tricks, such as the loop or the Space Godzilla.
Yeah, I'm not sure we'll be seeing some of the lunar loops and back loop loops or back loop McNasty type tricks that we saw in World Cup 1 with this higher water level. We're going to be seeing some more wave-like tricks, which definitely will lend themselves to those wave boaters. So we might see a few different athletes at the top of the order by the end of the day. But there's still lots to say. We have a total of 9 heats here in our men's this morning as the action is heating up.
Yeah, definitely. We could see that podium, the people taking the podium in World Cup 1 completely changing. And I think that's what makes it so exciting. It's quite unpredictable. And that is, I guess it really distinguishes it from World Cup 1. It's really exciting for the freestyle athletes who train on more wave-like features, especially those who were competing in the World Championships in Columbus last year. They may notice that training really comes in handy throwing down.
All right, as we're getting ready for Heat 2 of our men's, the top of the order, we've got Andreas Lettman wearing bib number 99, representing Germany. We've got Caleb Jones of the USA. From Austria, we've got Valentin Bergel. From Japan, Takeru Endo. And from Austria, we've got Oliver Hepp. in this heat. Definitely a multinational heat getting ready to go here. Our head judge, Charlie, looks like he's getting things ready to go, talking to his judges. And there's the thumbs up as we're ready to go here. You saw that beautiful feature just a second ago in Plattling. We're looking for the athlete to come down. There's Andreas. Love some of the graphics on these boats.
I was just thinking the same thing. Really like the design.
As he sets up into a couple of beautiful spins. Getting set up backwards, spinning it around. They can only score the move once, so doing it, there's a shove it, looking for the shove it in the other direction. Definitely read the score sheet and is trying to get a few moves going here. As we see, he's got 50 points on the board as he makes his way back up. Looks like he's going to try and plug for a loop. Coming in a little hot there in the green water. I think it'll be a little bit better tactic to do a bit of a carve and jump into your loop instead of driving straight down.
And there it is, big loop. They'll probably give him an air bonus on that one too.
Definitely got it there, as I was telling him he may be doing it wrong, and do some beautiful, nice, tall cartwheels. Definitely above that 45 degrees that you're looking for to score those cartwheels. And a great first ride for Andreas, seeing 140 points there on the scoreboard. Looks like that'll be his final score as we move on to Caleb Jones of the USA up next.
He looks very pleased with that score as we can see him in the eddy cheering.
All right, Caleb's on the way as he's into a couple of cartwheels, unfortunately flushing. I believe this guy comes from Columbus, where we had the World Championships next year, which is being built into one of our international freestyle hubs.
Looks like he's trying to set up for a McNasty there.
Definitely getting into that back surf and having that look as he gets a spin to the right, maybe trying to elevate it a little bit into a cartwheel, but needs to be above 45 degrees to score as he goes for a blunt to the left, catching a bit of a bobble off the wave, and he's got 5 seconds left. He's going to save his energy for his second run, which brings us up to bib 42, Valentin Bergel of Austria up next. As we wake up here in Plattling just after 7 o'clock here, 7:30 in the morning. Our men's K1 on the board. Here now, we've got 9 heats of them. We've got the thumbs up for Valentin of Austria. As we're starting to see a crowd come out here, a bit of a rainy morning in Plattling. That seems to be the trend here as we get some rain now and again. We had some big rain the other night that's bringing the river up to a wave. As Valentin drops in, looking for that wing over, catching a bit of a flush, not quite getting that quick rotation on it that you hope to retain the feature.
But that's okay, because he's got plenty of time, and here he is, charging up the eddy. Getting back onto the wave, surfing onto it, and getting ready to set up for his next trick. He's using the shoulder of the wave to set up, and it looks like he's going to plug for a loop. Nice straight route, really pulling that around and retaining the feature. And looking to go for that roundhouse. And looking for that Felix.
Yeah, right at the end, getting that Felix, that kind of 360-degree rotation where you see them pop the boat up, and they're trying to rotate the boat upside down on the wave. It's called a Felix if you don't get air and release from the feature, and if it's a helix if you actually get the boat and the body and some of the body up and out of the water. So a solid finish to Valentin's ride there, getting 90 points. On deck, we've got Takaru from Japan.
A lot of these athletes will be paddling this feature as a wave for the first time today. Some of them didn't go do training yesterday, especially like taking a rest day after a really busy World Cup one. And those who even did paddle yesterday, it's raised even since then. So we'll see some of these guys taking it safe, just trying to figure out the wave before they throw down. Lovely, nice entry wing over from from Takero, sorry.
Yeah, and then right into a nice blunt, getting his boat perfectly vertical there, showing off to the judges a little bit. As he sets up, looks like he's going for a crossbow move there, maybe a phonics or a crossbow.
Wave monkey?
Maybe, yes. You never know. We might see a few of those today. I was talking with Charlie yesterday, and he was not even thinking wave monkey when he came here, but definitely I think we might see one of those there, which is your crossbow blunt into McNasty.
It looked like he was going for that crossbow again, potentially trying to get a pirouette or, go for that wave monkey / phonics type thing again. We saw a lot of the athletes throw down phonics in the first competition. That is a pirouette linked into a loop, and the feature seemed to favor that. So we wonder if a lot of them are trying to see whether it still works on this new wave that we've got, but in the form of a almost roundhouse crossbow motion linked into a loop.
All right, and on to our fifth paddler here in our second heat. We've got Oliver Hepp of Austria on deck, just waiting for our judges here as we're moving forward onto it. Looks like Charlie's giving him the thumbs up. He's starting from the eddy down beside the feature, spins out onto the wave with a nice spin to get things started. Looks like he's going for the spin in the other direction.
Really making sure he gets that 360 rotation, plugging for that loop.
Not quite getting enough pop on it. Coming down a little hard on the tail and flushing through the wave. But he is back and on the feature in no time.
He really wasted no time coming back onto that feature.
And there he is going for a roundhouse. Oh, catching the tail on the roundhouse. Unfortunately, flushing downstream. He's only got 10 seconds left.
That's it, cheering back up the eddy.
He's definitely a strong paddler. Look at how fast he's making his way.
100% the determination on his face too.
Yeah, he sees the clock and knows that he doesn't have enough time to make it there. And that'll be it for our first ride here. As we move back to the top of the order with Andreas Lettmann of Germany.
That's it. So all of this heat have placed in their first rides. Coming in at the top is Andreas with 140 points, and he drops back onto the wave for his second ride. Starting off with a spin, going for the spin in the other direction, certainly looking quite comfortable, trying to figure out the way that the feature works, going for that shove it there, and on the other side, there he is, using the shoulders of the wave, carving up to potentially plug down. Yeah, there he goes, into the loop. Really nice, snapping that around and retaining the feature, which is really, really good to see. He knew that he had to snap that round in order to retain and not flush. Going for a McNasty there, unfortunately coming down too heavy on the tail and flushing off the back, and his time is up.
All right, solid ride for Andreas here from Germany. Paddling that cool looking Gigi Prod boat with the rainbow kind of splashes on it. Definitely like some of the graphics that the athletes come up with on their boats. Looks like we've got Caleb Jones of the USA on the wave. We're in bib 27. We got a small US contingent here in Plattling. Hopefully we'll see a few more of them next year as Caleb gets a spin to the left. Carves up, looks over at the clock to see how much time he has left, going for a cartwheel to the right. Still on the feature. He's dropping down, looking for that loop. Definitely sticking it there. Let's see what the judges say on the angles. As he sets back up, he's got another move, or time for another move as he gets a spin to the right. 10 seconds left on the clock. Time for one more move. Let's see what he's got for us. Going for an air screw right at the buzzer. Caleb Jones of the USA.
The air screw is certainly a really fun one to watch, especially for myself. They have to bounce down the wave and then throw almost like an aerial back deck roll. It's probably the best way to describe it. The more air they get, the easier it is to kind of flip it around and score it with certainty to the judges.
All right, looks like we've got the thumbs up for our next paddler, Valentin from Austria. Let's see what he's got for us as he's making his way in from the eddy. getting on the wave there.
And plugging immediately for a loop. That was a really nice, quite a big loop from Valentin. We saw him do one of those in ride 1 as well. He's very confident in those whole moves. Spinning around. And again, on those shoulders, using them to carve up and go for a roundhouse. Potentially a blunt, depending on how the judges view those angles. Unfortunately, catching a flush, but that's okay. He's still got time on the clock.
15 seconds left as Valentin makes his way back up the eddy.
There he is, charging up there. We'll see these paddlers really use all their energy to come back in, and on the buzzer, looks like he was trying to throw a Felix there to finish.
One of the Felix or Helix moves, getting that boat up and over top of him, doing a bit of a rotation. As we keep it, there's the score for Valentin. 196.67 is his total score there. As we move on to our next paddler, Takeru Endo of Japan. We're in bid 59 here for World Cup number 2 in Plattling. Beautiful venue here. The town, the Bavarian hospitality has been great. As you see Takeru coming in just above the feature, backing it up, trying to slow down so that he can generate that energy, get that wing over, got his body under the boat as he retains the feature, looking right away for a roundhouse or blunt. As he sets back up to the top of the wave, he's going to go for the roundhouse in the other direction. Looks like maybe he was trying for a blunt McNasty there, not quite getting the initiation on the McNasty half. As he makes his way up the eddy, charging along, cheer him on. Lots of energy to get back on. He's still got 10 seconds left on the clock as he drops on to our feature, working out over to the surface right.
Going
into
for
the
that McNasty again.
There it is.
And retaining the feature. We'll see if the judges give him that depending on the angles. But that looked pretty confident. He looks pleased with that too. And there it is. His second ride came in at 35 points. His total with 125.
As he gives a big wave to the crowd, cheering on our next athlete, Oliver Hepp, who's our last athlete here at Heat 2. If you're in Heat 3, you might want to get on the water as Oliver's on the wave. See what he's got for us here. Right into a bit of a blunt or roundhouse. Nice back surf as he spins his way back across the wave to the right. And spins to the left. He's looking back onto the wave. Sets up. Drops right in. Looks like maybe he was going for a Space Godzilla. Oh, almost staying on the feature there. Still has 15 seconds left on the clock.
That's it, Austria. Let's cheer him back up the eddy. As his 10-second buzzer comes off, he's got time to throw down maybe one more trick as he comes on. And it looks like he's going to plug for a loop and pull it around. Is he going to retain it? Almost.
Yeah, that will be it for Oliver Hepp's second ride. Here, we're World Cup number 2. Looks like he's pretty consistent with 20 points on each ride for a total of 40 points here in Plattling. As we move on to Heat 3 here of the men's, we're on Heat 3 of 9. We've got Finn Krossick of Germany, the veteran Luc Martin from Canada, Thomas Demke of Germany, Reinmar Staffenberger of Germany, Christoph Merkel of Germany. As I said earlier, this is an open event, so we've got lots of German paddlers out there coming here because it's not as far to travel to get here, although we do have 18 different nations present and competing here from all over the globe. We've got Peru, Canada, the US coming from afar, as well as lots of European nations, a big UK and Irish contingent here. Amazing to see these multinational events, as looks like Finn Krossick.
He's dropping onto the wave, been given a thumbs up from Charlie, and he's immediately looking for that plug. And he's giving it a go again, plugging for a big loop. Cheering as he does so. Looked like he got a lot of air, potentially cleaning it up, depending on whether he used his paddles or not. Going for that roundhouse and that back blunt.
Yeah, amazing athlete here, having some great success earlier this week in the squirt boat as he sets up into a beautiful, looks like cartwheel, going into a split wheel. Retaining his feature, using most of his time so far here. As he's moving around, he's hoping for some bigger moves right here at the end as he drops in for a loop.
Maybe trying to get a space Godzilla, just not quite getting the rotation there.
Yeah, didn't quite get the finish on that, but Finn should be happy with that. 118.33 points up on the preliminary scoreboard there. It looks like that's going to stick for Finn Krosig's first ride. Is our next athlete, Luc Martin of Canada, is in the eddy and on deck, ready to go. This veteran paddler has built a wave hole right in his own backyard that runs quite often, has friends over for barbecues and paddles as he sets up into a nice shove it, going into a spin to the left as he does the shove it in the other direction. Sets up, he's going to spin back to the right, doing lots of those wave moves, spin to the left.
As you said, no stranger to waves. He knows how to work his way around this feature, setting up for a blunt or roundhouse and pulling it around to the front. Really working his way. As you can see, the athlete's trying to bounce down the wave, trying to get that air. Looking like he plugged for that loop.
Luke having a great ride here. He's going to be pretty happy with this as he's going for that roundhouse in the other direction, seeing 55 points on the scoreboard there. Let's see what else the judges give him there. I was excited to see Luke over here. I've paddled with him for many years. Awesome guy, great paddler, representing Canada. And next up, we've got Thomas Dimke of Germany. And looks like he's going to come in from above as Charlie gives him the thumbs up. Charlie, our head judge from Great Britain, been working tirelessly all week to make sure this event is happening and moving forward and keeping the judges in line.
Dropping him with an entry wing over and retaining the feature. A lot of the athletes have decided not to do that today just in case of a flush, but he was fairly confident he was going to get it. And going around, plugging for a loop, pulling that round, setting up again, using those shoulders, carving around the wave into some cartwheels. Looked like he was trying to get that plug again. Really got to set up on top of the wave before they do so. Looks like a fairly strong and confident paddler. This probably is his home ground. Going for the split wheel there. Pulling those cartwheels round. Very, very high angle on those cartwheels. Really making sure that the judges do score him. Unfortunately, catching a flush with only 5 seconds remaining. And he's decided not to give it a go, paddling up the eddy just to save his energy for his second ride. Thumbs up from Thomas, big cheer for Team Germany. A really, really nice solid ride coming in at 143.33 points for Thomas from Germany.
All right, great ride from Thomas as we're now on to bib 147, Reimar of Germany. Right into a nice spin there as he sets up, spins in the other direction. Spinning around, looking for those shove-its, really selling that 180 degree and then the change of direction at 180 degrees, all on one paddle blade into some nice vertical cartwheels. Still on the feature, working hard off the, unfortunately flushing off the back there as Reimer makes back into, catching a bit of an edge there on the eddy line. It is a very powerful eddy line there. There's a couple of cool whirlpools that we saw the squirt boaters working earlier in the week, and we'll see them later today. As Reimar's back on the wave, hearing the buzzer right at 0 seconds, and that'll be it for his ride. As we move on to Christoph, also of Germany. We've got 4 Germans and 1 Canadian in heat number 3 here, as they're going to be getting their second ride.
Yeah, I think it's really cool to see so many Team Germany competing, as it's probably their home ground and they've got the opportunity, so why not? But then it leads you to wonder, do they know this feature better than everyone else, especially as the levels are changing and are continuing to rise with this rain. And here comes Christoph from Team Germany, dropping onto the wave with an entry wing over. Looks like he unfortunately caught a flush there, but he's still got plenty of time and will choose to paddle back up the eddy, powering through with these wooden paddles. We do not see those very often. Here he comes. Dropping onto the wave again with 26 seconds on the clock. Plenty of time set up. Plug in for that loop, pulling that round. Really nice loop.
Yeah, I love the homemade paddle blades that he's got going on here as he sets up. Got 12 seconds left on the clock, getting some spins to the left.
Some shove-its as well in there.
As he links them into spins. I don't believe there is link bonuses on these lower scoring moves, but definitely cool to see. Nice blunt right at the buzzer. If you are in heat number 4, which is Michael, Mikal, Zachary, Teo, and Robert, heat number 4 of men's, you should be getting on the water as we move back up to the top of the order in heat number 3 with Finn Krossick of Germany next up. As we wait for Christoph's score to come in there, let's get a closer look at that homemade carved paddle. Looks pretty cool to me. A little bit of ingenuity, building your own paddle. Yeah, he's showing it off for us. Thank you.
Really cool to see the different equipment that these guys use, especially something like a wooden paddle. There he is, his score at 148.33 points. Really solid first ride from Christoph, placing him in first in his heat. And they've still got another one in prelims. They have 2 rounds, 2 rides, and both are combined. Here we have Finn dropping onto the wave for his second ride, setting up, carving around.
All right, yeah, as he sets, gets high on the foam pile, looking for that loop, or Space Godzilla. Fortunately, not quite getting the pop he wants. He's going to make his way back here.
He's still got plenty of time. We can hear Team Germany cheering him up the eddy. Up, 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 up. He's still got time on the clock to throw down some more tricks.
Finn making his way to the top of the podium earlier this week in Squirt and World Cup 1 as he drops in, trying to get
that space
Godzilla, but unfortunately not quite getting the initiation. Definitely a lot harder to initiate those poppy moves here in World Cup number 2.
We can see him playing around in the eddy, throwing those cartwheel ends. That's really what helps him in squirt boating too. And his second ride came in at 0 points, but he's still got his first one of 118. Here we have Luke Martin from Canada.
All right, Luke having a great ride here as we are looking for Zach Swanenberg to make his way to boat check. Luke getting a nice blunt to the right as he drops in looking for that loop. Maybe Space Godzilla retaining it on the wave. Luke having a great run out here as he goes for another roundhouse into some cartwheels, sticking on the wave. He's very retentive out here. He using most of his time. Luke having a good time. Oh, maybe catching a little, just as I say that, he catches his tail and flushes off the wave. Luke Martin having a good one out here in Plattling.
He did certainly look like he was enjoying his time out there. As you said, no stranger to waves, no stranger to what it takes to retain the feature. Really nice ride from Luke. Finalized in at 70 points, placing him as a total of 125. Really like the color coordination of his helmet and boat there. We'll see that from some of the paddlers.
Yeah, Luke's a great guy. He's been around for a long time out here. As our next athlete is on the wave, Thomas Dimke of Germany, setting up with that wing over entry, looking to maybe plug in for a loop or Space Godzilla. Oh, just flushing off at the top of the foam pile as he's making his way into the eddy.
That's it, Team Germany. Cheer him on. He's still got plenty of time. Dropping back onto the wave and plugging again for that loop, pulling that round nice and straight there. We'll definitely see the judges be quite particular on angles, especially as people pull around loops. They really have to stay straight at the initiation and the end of the trick.
There he is, spinning around. Oh, He wanted more time. He's like, what? That's the buzzer already?
Had a little hand surf there, one-handed.
Yeah.
Shame you can't get points for a crowd pleaser, isn't it? And there it is, his second ride coming in at 80 points, placing him with a total of 223.33 points.
All right, next on we have Remar on the wave. Sets up, going for a Felix right off the bat. Keeping it on the wave as he spins around to the left and into a shove it. Back into a few more spins, shove it in the other direction. Linking these moves together, trying to get some points on the board. He sets up, we're going to see him drop in, looking for the loop, maybe pulling it around there. We'll see what the judges say. It looks like maybe he's going to try and drop in again. No, go for the Felix in the other direction.
Oh, unfortunately catching a flush there with only 3 seconds left. Not enough time to get back into the feature, but still a pretty good ride from Remar.
All right, next up will be Christoph wearing bib 110. He's our final paddler here in heat number 3 as we're moving on to heat 4. If you're in heat 4, you should be on the water getting ready to go. That's Michael, Zach, Teal, and Robert. Heat 4, you guys should be ready to go as our last competitor here in heat 3. Remar is getting ready to drop onto the wave.
We can see those athletes having a good chat in the eddy. Some friendly smiles. And here Christoph goes, plugging for a loop.
All right, Christoph throwing a beautiful loop there. It's
into
nice.
a blend. Yeah, very nice. Really, really got those angles there.
Definitely a solid start to his ride there with a beautiful loop, then blunt as he sets up with his homemade paddle blades.
Going for that spin.
Going back in the other direction on the spins.
Into some shove-its. I believe we call this the real Gav Barker. Spin, spin, shove-it, shove-it. Really nice combination of tricks. Racking up those lower scoring moves, but that can really make the difference. And looking to get those cartwheels at the end, but unfortunately flushing. And well done, Christoph.
I've never heard it called the real Gav Barker.
Maybe it's just us
But
British.
I'm thinking there's a story there that I need to hear later. Unfortunately, Gav not making it out to these here as Christoph finishes up his ride with 93.33 on the scoreboard. Definitely a great ride, having some fun out there. We'll have to see what the judges say. I think he's pretty happy with that. With a total of run 1 is 148.33. Looking for run number 2, which is 96.67 points there for a qualifying total of 245.00 for Christoph Merkel of Germany.
Oh, it's really nice to see those guys gather together in the eddy after their heat. You can see that even though they're competing against each other, they're still friends and family on the water, and they're still here to have a good time. Looks like they're going to go surf across to the other side of the wave.
Yeah, over here in Plattling, we've got surfers and paddlers over on the other side of this river-wide feature. Really cool spot for freestyle. As we get ready for heat number 4 here, we're definitely cruising right along in our men's heats. We're running about 5 minutes early by the looks of things, but we're going to keep things moving along here as we've got a really big day ahead of us.
Yes, I believe Charlie said it's 13 hours all day with all these competitors going for their prelim rides. Here we have Theo dropping down to get onto the feature from below. Some of these athletes will not do an entry move just in case they do flush, so they'll drop in from the side in order to get those tricks and make the most of their time.
Looks like we've got the technical crew running over here to fix a camera that's facing down onto the wave. The judges are having a little bit of a break, and we're getting ready for heat number 4 of 9 for our men's K1 surface boat, followed by our ladies in the surface boat as well. And then on through the day, we've got every class running in their preliminaries here today. There's a threat of flooding later in the week, so we're trying to get all of our classes through as quickly as we can, just in case we have to evacuate the area here in Germany, as the rain is currently falling and there is more in the forecast. We had some pretty impressive storms here earlier in the week. I heard a few tents got tossed around, but
yes, I was camping and my tent discovered the holes in it. There's a lot of wet gear going around. We did have to evacuate the campsite that we were staying in, and we are now moved to a different field in hopes that we don't get flooded and tents don't go on the loose anymore.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of excitement here in Freestyle, but you know, I haven't been to too many freestyle events where we haven't had a little bit of excitement. But Plattling is a beautiful spot here with the camping, the grandstands. We're just a few minute walk from downtown. They've got the Volksfest Beer Festival going on here in Plattling, which was amazing. We got to see it last night in the beer garden for some dinner and giant steins of beer.
It was, I believe, a liter of beer going around. A lot of the athletes, those volunteering, got them for free as well. So we saw a lot of beer going around, and we wonder how many people are feeling that this morning.
Yeah, we had a little bumper car freestyle last night in the bumper cars, which was quite entertaining. So make sure you check that out if you're here in Plattling. Wander over the Volksfest. It's on all weekends here in Plattling. As we're getting things ready, a little bit of a break. Looks like they're trying to fix one of the cameras for the live stream. So the judges are catching their breath here before we move on to heat number 4, which is Michael Shaw, Michael Frey, Zachary Zwanenberg, Theo Baker, and Robert Greery of Ireland. So we've got a Brit, a German, a Canadian, and 2 Irish in this next men's heat. As I see the coffees making their way over to the judges. I don't know, do you need a coffee?
Maybe.
Oh, we'll see if we can get a coffee for you. There's usually 1 or 2 left over, and they'll maybe send over this direction to the announcing booth. So this is freestyle kayaking, or freestyle canoeing as it's officially called, or canoe freestyle. It's ICF event here. This is World Cup number 2. We're going to be coming back here in 2025 for our ICF Canoe Freestyle World Championships. Plattling is not shy to freestyle, hosting lots of Euro Cups. I believe there was a Euro Championships here in 2016.
Yes, I believe there was. Has there ever been a World Championships here?
2011.
2011.
Yes.
There's certainly a huge community of paddlers out here, whether they be competing or not. We've seen lots and lots of different people get onto the water and have a good time. Germany have certainly been a really good host. As we said, we've got the beer festival, we've got camping. It's honestly an ideal spot for freestyle. A massive, great big wave where we've seen paddlers on the other side throwing down some tricks. Not necessarily where they can score some points here with the judges, but still having a good time because they're out here competing.
Yeah, it's raining here in Plattling. A little liquid sunshine doesn't seem to be dampening the action at all, although it's also not warm. I'm seeing some full down jackets out there. Some of the judges looking pretty cozy in their down jackets. I'm kind of wishing I had dragged mine along, although yesterday we were standing around sweating because it was quite hot, and here we are now, a little cool and rainy. So definitely some changes in weather, although the paddlers are having fun over on the far side. As we get ready for heat number 4 of our men's, we've got 9 heats in total to make our way through in the men's, and then the ladies are going to get a chance to go here in Plattling. Are you competing in ladies? I can't remember, sorry.
Yes, I am. I'm competing in K1 ladies and C1 as well later this afternoon. Got a really, really packed day of events. As we said, the changing river levels mean that we've got to pack things in throughout the day. We've got K1, C1, OC1, juniors, seniors, all sorts. Here comes Mike Shaw from Great Britain, dropping down onto the wave, ready for his first ride, throwing an entry wing over and retaining the feature. Surfing around, really trying to throw down. Oh, loop there, nice and straight, pulling that around and retaining.
Looks like he wants to show off that beautiful graphic on the bottom of his Gigi boat as he throws another loop into a Space Godzilla.
You can certainly see which athletes prefer the wave tricks and the hole. But he's still retaining the feature as he continues to throw these tricks.
Trying for a bit of a cartwheel there to the right as he moves back up to the top of the foam pile. Oh, it looked like he was maybe going to try and plug in for another loop. Oh, going for an air screw, maybe donkey flip there. We'll see what the judges award him for that. Oh, maybe going for a clean spin there, throwing a little style in at the end of his ride.
Absolutely. He certainly looks quite pleased with that. There's a big smile on his face. I know that a lot of us were struggling in training yesterday, especially as the wave has changed significantly from World Cup 1. There we go. Mike's got a big smile on his face. He looks pretty pleased. He threw down some tricks and he retained the feature. And that's really good to see. Well done, Mike. I'm just waiting for Mike's score to come in. We saw him throw a majority of hole tricks into the wave and retaining them, which is significantly harder as it has risen. It has pushed back the foam pile, and plugging is significantly harder.
Definitely one of the first athletes we've seen throw mostly hole tricks on there for us. Next up, we've got bib 61 of Germany, Michael Frey. And see what he's got for us, as he's our second athlete to go.
And Mike's score has just come in at 373.33 points. That is his first ride and already placed him in the top 3. So we can see that those hole tricks have certainly paid off and hopefully will continue to do so. Here we have Michael Frey dropping in. He did an entry wing over and unfortunately has caught a flush, but that's okay. He's got plenty of time on the clock. Let's have Team Germany cheer him up the eddy.
All right, as he makes his way up to the top of the feature. Oh, catching a little bit of seaweed. Somebody said there was a seaweed bonus. Let's see what he's got for us here as he tries to get a loop.
Again, with a really nice graphic on his boat and color coordinated to his kayak as well.
Yeah, showing off those German colors, the country spirit. Unfortunately, catching a bit of a flush, which should bring us to our next athlete. Oh, no, he's got 5, sorry, bad. He's got 3 seconds left on the clock here.
Maybe enough to throw one more trick on the buzzer.
There it is, there's the buzzer, and that'll be it for Michael Frey's first ride here. We're working on our 4th heat of 9 of men's. On deck should be Zachary Zwanenberg of Canada. Running bib 167 today. He's paddling in the OC1 as well. We've also seen him in the C1. He's a medalist in the OC1 and C1. Here in K1, he got himself a brand new Vita Freestyle boat. New design. We'll see what Zachary Zwanenberg of Canada has for us in just a moment.
Yeah, when we say these athletes are catching a flush, it's because in order to score a trick, they need to stay in the feature. And the judges will wait for them to make sure that they have definitely stayed in before they then score that trick. If they do flush, unfortunately, they don't score any points for that move. This is why a lot of the athletes will really, really emphasize and push forwards on their tricks in order to stay in and retain. Here, Charlie is giving Zachary the thumbs up.
It looks like Zachary's no-show this morning. Not sure where he's at, but we've got Theo Baker of Ireland on the feature here in Plattling, Germany. I hear the Irish team cheering him on as he plugs in for a loop, keeping it on the feature.
Really nice snappy loop from Theo.
Theo was joining us in the announcing booth as he goes for a Space Godzilla to the right. And working hard, keep it on the top of the feature. There he is, retaining the feature, 146 points so far for Theo as he
looks like he was going for a Felix or a Luna.
There there's the Luna right there. Yeah, trying to jam that tail under the water and pop it up and in. Unfortunately, catching a flush. 8 seconds left on the clock.
Powering back up the eddy. Is he going to be able to throw one more trick before the buzzer goes off? There's the buzzer. He does one more anyway. I believe it was Theo's birthday yesterday, so we'll see how he's feeling today, especially after the opening ceremony.
All right. Theo out there on the wave having a great time. which brings us up next to Robert Geary of Ireland, the two Irishmen paddling back-to-back here. Definitely some Irish spirit around town last evening and out here all week. I heard the Irish team cheering on Theo there just a minute ago. And now we've got Robert coming up next here in beautiful Plattling, Germany.
Thumbs up for Robert. Looks like he's going to drop in from above.
Yeah, very dynamic paddler. I've seen him have some great rides as he does the entry 3 there, looking for an entry McNasty. Unfortunately, catching a bit of a flush, which means he won't score that move because he unfortunately didn't retain the feature. But here he is back on with 30 seconds left on the clock, right away into a great loop as he's spinning around, looking at the wave behind him, looking to set up maybe a McNasty. Not quite getting it going there. He's going to spin around, catch a bit of an edge.
But still pulled it around and retained the feature. That's what we like to see. The paddlers adapting to their conditions in order to stay on. Looks like he just gave his head a little shake. He's going to pull it back for his second ride. But still, a really nice solid ride, considering he's flushed twice and he's already got 91.67 points waiting to be confirmed.
All right, we're moving back to the top of the order with Michael Shaw of Great Britain. We're in bib 142 as Robert Greary's score comes in, 91.67. And we're making our way here. We can see our current heat list. We've got the 4 paddlers here. Unfortunately, Zachary Zwanenberg not making it to the heat this morning. But
thumbs up for Mike as he'll drop down from above. His first ride was certainly really impressive, throwing down plenty of hole tricks there. We saw some loops and Space Godzillas. And here he goes again, going for the entry wing over and retaining the feature, which means he'll score those points, going for a loop again.
All right, spinning it around, setting up at the top of the foam pile. He had a great first ride, looking to capitalize this on that as the two scores are added together from 2 rides to see.
Oh, nice big loop there. Unfortunately,
he's staying in. I think he's still there.
Very impressive. He got lots of air on that loop too. Going for the air screw and still retaining.
There we go, some solid moves there. I can't believe he made it back up into the feature from so far downstream as he goes for the air screw in the other direction, catching his bow there. Kind of an interesting finish to the air screw. We'll see what the judges say.
It certainly had a different type of rotation on it.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely 213 points I saw so far. Looks like he's going to stay with that for a total of 586.66 points for Michael Shaw of Great Britain.
And that's placed him in the second position so far. So we'll have to see whether that is enough to get him through to the next round of competition. But certainly very, very impressive to see from Mike. And he should be quite pleased with that score too.
All right, Michael Frey of Germany here. Definitely the most color-coordinated athlete I think I've seen so far.
Oh, 100%. His boat is certainly very vibrant. You'll see the paddlers go for some really bright colors because they want to show their boat to the judges. And that will really help the judges see whether they're getting their angles right, whether they're getting clean moves. And he's dropping onto the wave, surfing around, trying to get potentially lined up straight to go for a plug and pull that round into a loop. Really nice straight loop there. Definitely no question as to whether he was off on the angles or not. Looks like he's trying to go for a McNasty and pulling that round. Unfortunately, flushing. Again, one of the hole moves that we'll see less paddlers pull as it does push you further back off the wave and can potentially lead to a flush. But he's still got plenty of time and he's paddling back up the eddy onto the wave, surfing around, going for a McNasty again on the other way, and unfortunately catching a flush, but still definitely looked relatively confident in those hole moves. Cartwheeling in the eddy as he goes down. That's the kind of play that we like to see.
Definitely like the yellow and red combination there of his boats as he makes his way off the eddy. He's got run 2, looks like he got 90 points. So definitely improving from his first ride. Next up should be Zach Zwanenberg, but unfortunately he's a no-show, so we have Teal Baker of Ireland dropping in for a nice loop.
I'm really impressed that he threw that around just then. Looked like he had to really force that plug. There he is, going for the Space Godzilla. Actually quite a lot of air on that rotation.
Yeah, definitely getting some pop. A lot of the other athletes have been struggling getting their noses down for this, but Taylor's not having any issues as he goes for a lunar orbit. Unfortunately, catching a flush. Still has about 15 seconds left on the clock as he makes his way back to the top of the eddy.
We can hear Team Ireland cheering him on, getting him back up the eddy. You can see the determination in his face. He's still got time to go for another move.
All right, he's back on the wave just as the buzzer sounds. So it's after the buzzer. Let's see if he's got anything else for us. Trying for a few cartwheels.
Probably an exit move there as he goes out.
Have you seen the exit loop?
Like
where they I don't know how they started, but they loop out of the hole towards downstream.
I have seen that. It's almost like a macho move, but like as an exit, they like plug down and then use the momentum to loop. That really takes a lot of energy. And here we have our second Irish competitor, Robert Geary from Ireland, dropping in. Looks like he was going for that entry McNasty again. Unfortunately flushing, but we can hear Team Ireland. Get him moving, get him back up this eddy. He's still got plenty of time.
As he charges on to the feature, Robert Geary of Ireland dropping his nose down, throwing a nice snappy loop. I think that's one of the crispest loops I've seen today. He goes for a McNasty. And still just on the back of the feature, 19 seconds left on the clock. Let's see if he's going to continue to charge back up. It looks like he is. Still has 10 seconds left as we hear the 10-second buzzer going. He's on the feature. He's got about 3 seconds left. Time for one more move as he goes for a lunar orbit. Staying on the top of the feature. Definitely a fun ride from Robert Geary of Ireland.
Yeah, absolutely. We definitely saw a whole lot more hole moves in that round.
All right, if you're in heat number 5, you should be on the water, ready to go, because you're up next with Sam Wilson, Melcher Swall, Ollie Wagenbrenner, Tomoyuki Yetwaki, and Thomas Dunphy. You guys should be on the water, ready to go. Sam, Melcher, Ollie, Tomo, and Thomas, you guys should be on the water as we get to heat 5 of 9 here in our men's K1 surface boat. Myself, Matt Hamilton, and Becky Green bringing you the action this morning here from Plattling as we see Sam Wilson making his way down into the lower eddy. Another color-coordinated paddler.
Yeah, he is. He has Kent Canoes all over his boat too, I believe one of his sponsors.
Yeah, Sam Wilson of Great Britain, also paddling in the squirt boat. Great guy. Really incredible paddler. Let's see what he's got for us here in just a moment. As I said, we're at heat 5 of 9. And this is the 2024 ICF Canoe Freestyle World Cup number 2 here from beautiful Plattling, Germany. If you're tuning in from home, it's a little bit of a rainy, cool day here in Plattling. The water level has risen significantly. We have a wave feature here instead of a hole, which we mostly had in World Cup 1. But we are seeing a fair number of hole moves on this breaking wave / hole feature. So
they're certainly a lot more risky to pull across. As we can see, the river level has risen, which means the foam pile is pushed back. So going for a plug is significantly harder. We'll see the athletes carving up the shoulders of the feature to come back down to use a pocket inside of the feature in order to plug for those hole moves. If they decided to go for more wave tricks, they'll kind of go up the feature, getting some bounce and getting some jump there to get those aerial rotations. These athletes are in their prelims, which means top 20 go through to the quarters. And here we have Sam Wilson dropping onto the wave from Great Britain.
All right, let's see what he's got for us as he makes his way over to the far side of the wave, setting up right away with a nice snappy air screw.
Really nice, pulling that round and retaining the feature, carving on the next shoulder. Looks like he's going to try and get a plug there.
Oh, I think he was trying to do the blunt McNasty. He definitely got the blunt around. It looked like he was looking for more as he does a nice snappy loop into another air screw.
He's certainly such a springy paddler. He knows how to work this wave. Coming from the south of England, from the Thames Weirs, he's no stranger to waves. There it is with the Felix and retaining, and the Felix in the other direction. Really nice work from Sam here. And on the buzzer, throwing a Space Godzilla. There's a big smile on his face. Big cheers for Sam Wilson from Great Britain.
Definitely off to a solid start there, Sam Wilson. This is one of the better rides we've seen so far this morning, with some air screws, some blunts, and then a couple of nice loop. I think we saw Felix's in both directions, maybe the air screw in both directions, not 100% sure. That, we'll see what the judges have to say, but he's definitely all smiles. He's happy with it.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
And he's cheering too. He honestly looked like a little powerhouse of energy, just throwing trick after trick after trick, barely even waiting to be set up. You can see how comfortable he was on that wave. I saw him in training yesterday, and he certainly was having a good time. He's one of those paddlers that enjoys the time on the water, big smile on his face.
Yeah, you definitely see a lot of hole specialists around Europe, where there's mostly holes here. There are a few waves. Up in France, you got the big Lyon waves. And I guess this feature here, as it gets higher, turns into quite a good wave as well. But a lot of these paddlers prefer throwing around in the holes. But here we are today. We've got a little bit more of a wave as Melchior Swall is getting ready, representing Germany, getting ready to drop down into this feature, choosing to come from above. As he makes his way down, he's got his eyes on the wave. Let's see what he's got for an entry move for us as he gets started here in Plattling.
Going for that entry wing over and retaining the feature. There was plenty of air on that rotation as well. Plugging for the loop, unfortunately going so big that he's flushed off the back of the wave, but that's okay, he's got plenty of time. Let's hear Team Germany cheer him back up the eddy.
All right, he's making his way back up the eddy to the feature. Here.
Looks like he's setting up to plug for a loop, pulling it round. I'm not sure if that was entirely straight, but we'll see what the judges have to say about that.
All right, as he sets up again, carves over to the shoulder, to the top of the foam pile, drops his nose in, throwing a nice loop.
That was definitely straight that time.
And unfortunately, catching a bit of a flush on it again. He's only got 2 seconds left. He's going to save his energy for his next ride. Next up, we've got Ollie of Germany, wearing bib number 159 here for World Cup number 2. As the water continues to rise.
And here we have Melchior's score coming in at 70 points.
All right. We've got Ollie dropping in backwards. You can see him slowing down so that he can get that momentum from the hole to get that wing over. To get
huge wing over there.
Yeah, they're trying to really snappy throw the boat up and over their body and also retain the feature as he carves over to the shoulder, drops his nose in. Big loop.
Massive.
Yeah, he landed, I think, behind the feature there as he's going to charge back up to the top. These athletes need to retain the feature or stay on the feature after they throw a move for the move to score. So he's going to charge back up.
Plugging for that loop again. This time retaining. Didn't go quite as high, but he knew that tactically.
Yeah, you could tell as soon as he initiated that he was staying on the wave as he throws a roundhouse.
Going for a McNasty there.
Oh, still on the feature, not quite getting the angles on his McNasty. As we hear the buzzer signaling, that'll be it for Ollie's first ride.
Pretty solid score though, some really good moves. We saw a really nice entry, a really big loop.
All right, next up we've got Tomoyuki of Japan, wearing bib number 160 here. Our Japanese paddlers are definitely strong here in Plattling. They've got more of a gymnastic style than some of the other countries, very quick, very fast. And Japan's always been a massive supporter of freestyle, always having a large team at World Cups and World Championships, traveling all over the world to compete in freestyle. And hopefully someday we'll be able to take freestyle to Japan.
I've heard lots of talk about that this year. The Japanese freestyle paddlers are certainly keen enthusiasts for freestyle. There he is, pumping himself up, ready to go, looking stylish with a backwards helmet there.
Yeah, wearing that backwards baseball cap helmet as he makes his way onto the feature, just paddling in from above.
Choosing not to do an entry move, but going straight for that McNasty and retaining. That's one of the few McNasties that we've seen stay into the feature today. That's really, really good work from him. Carving around the shoulder, setting up, going for a plug. Looks like he was going for a space there, but not quite getting the angle that he wanted. That's okay, let's hear Team Japan cheer him back up the eddy. They are certainly some of the most enthusiastic paddlers and cheerers.
So what is a space jam? You said a space jam. What is that move?
A Space Godzilla is a loop with a 45-degree aerial rotation.
All right, and as he drops his nose in again.
Going for that McNasty in the other direction.
There it is. Now, unfortunately catching a bit of a flush right at the end of his time. 160 points on the scoreboard there so far. We'll see if that's going to rise as the judges finish tabulating the score for Tomo. And there it is, 160 points is what's going to stick. As we have Tom Dunphy from Ireland up next, paddling the monkey boat.
Really cool boat.
Oh, he's not in the monkey. Where'd the monkey go? As he drops onto the wave, getting a nice wing over on his entry. Tom, a veteran paddler of the Irish team, as he goes for an air screw, spent some time on the Ottawa River, so he's definitely familiar with waves.
Curving around that shoulder, really trying to set up. Looks like plugging for a loop, pulling that round nice and straight and retaining the feature. You can see the focus on his face. He's really determined to throw this down and give this his best shot.
Oh, he stuck his tongue out there as he was doing some spins, trying to get a few extra points on the board. As I see 3:30 and rising with 6 seconds left. Looks like maybe he was going for a McNasty. He's got 2 seconds left. Let's see, right at the buzzer, he's initiated the move, pulls it around. Solid ride for Tom Dunphy, using his entire score. Looks like that McNasty is going to go up on the scoreboard as we see 491.67 points so far. 495 as the judges put in their scores.
And you can hear Team Ireland cheering from the side. Really, really proud of their paddlers.
All right, Tom, that was a solid ride. Well done. As he hops out of his boat here, as we wait for the final score to come in. Next on deck, we've got Sam Wilson of Great Britain as we move back to the top of the order here in Heat 5 of 9 of our men's K1.
And there, Tom's score comes in at 498.33 points, putting him in second in this heat. Sam Wilson came in at first with 556.67 points. I'm sure he's really excited to throw down and potentially beat that score in this second ride.
All right, so here we go with, I'm not sure what just floated by, but it's catching the interest of the judges. But yeah, something just floated by in the water as we get ready for Sam Wilson to go for his second ride here in the preliminary rounds. These athletes are getting 2 rides. Both will be added together to see what their final score is, to see if they're going to move on to the quarterfinals tomorrow here in Plattling, as Sam Wilson makes his way out onto the wave. Let's see what he's got for us. Right away into a blunt to the left, or sorry, to the right. He's going to set up again and spin as he spins around, trying to get things going. Oh, nice air screw.
And the other direction.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a Pan Am more than an air screw there. We'll see what the judges have to say as he drops in from massive loop, holding his paddle up to show that it was clean. Trying to get something else started there. He's got 10 seconds left on the clock. Oh, going for the helix. Getting his boat out of the water, but unfortunately not getting it around and retaining it on the feature. Another solid ride for Sam Wilson of Great Britain.
Yeah, he gave his head a little shake there as he went for that helix, knowing that he wasn't going to retain it, but still going for it anyway, just for the fun of it. There he is, a big smile on his face, looking relatively pleased. And his second ride comes in at 440 points, giving him a total of 996.67 points. A really, really high combination of scores. There's a smile on his face. We'll see if that is enough to get him through.
Yeah, so these athletes are looking to be in the top 20 to move on to the quarterfinals, as we've got Melcher Swall of Germany up next here in Plattling. He's our second paddler here in the heat, going for his second ride. And he's choosing to drop in from above. Looks like maybe going for an entry wing over as he accelerates towards the hole.
Really nice wing over there from Melcher.
Yeah, beautiful execution as he sets up. Oh, getting a bit of a rejection from the water there as he came down into the green. He's going to go for a back roundhouse. He's going to set up again, drops in. Beautiful Space Godzilla. Getting a little bit of pop. Maybe a little off on his angles there. We'll see as he drops in again. Going for a loop. Yeah, pulling it up, maybe getting a little bit of air on it. These athletes are looking to get the air, maybe even huge bonuses on some of their rides as he goes for a McNasty.
Really nice, retaining the feature, pulling that loop round nice and straight. That was a really solid McNasty from him. And in the other direction.
All right, definitely improving on his first ride score of 70 there. Melcher Swall of Germany.
He came to show us what he has to offer, and he's definitely thrown it down. There he is, just waiting for his score to be finalized. And it comes in at 413.33 points, a massive improvement on his first ride, a combined total of 483.33 points. Really good, really solid. It was cool to see some pretty solid hole tricks from him there.
Awesome. Next up, we've got Tomo of Japan as he's trying to slow down. Ollie of Germany. Oh, unfortunately catching a bit of a flush on his entry move as he charges back into.
He's still got plenty of time. Let's cheer him back up the eddy, back onto the feature. Come on, Team Germany.
All right, the German paddler's back on the wave here as he drops in. Nice loop. Popping his boat right up out of the water there as he sets up. It looks like maybe going for a McNasty. Unfortunately, not getting the pop off the bow that he was looking for. As he flushes downstream, he's got 15 seconds left. Looks like he knows he doesn't have enough time to make it up. He's going to save his energy.
He's just going for a paddle now. Out here to have fun, to have a good time.
And that, I think, is some of the best part of these events, is they're a lot of fun. The athletes are here to both compete and enjoy the area here in Plattling, as we've talked about the beautiful parade that we had here in town. It's one of the best parades. We had horse-drawn carriages and beer kegs being drawn for horses, as we've got Tomo from Japan.
Dropping in for his second ride. A big loop from him there, nice and straight and retaining the feature. Looks like he's setting his stern up, throwing it around for maybe a McNasty. We'll have to see what the judges say about the angles. And carving on the shoulder, ready to plug again for maybe a space, not quite getting the pop that he would have wanted. But he's certainly looking like he's ready to throw it down. And McNasty and retaining, really, really nice from Japan.
All right, yeah, sets up again, drops his bow in. Oh, unfortunately, getting pushed off the wave as he makes his way back into the eddy. He only has 3 seconds left, and that'll be it for the second ride for Tomoyuki of Japan here in Plattling, as we move on to our next paddler, Tom Dunphy. We just had a weird audible tone in our ears there. Not sure what that was. Hopefully everybody can still hear us out there on the PA as we get ready for Tom Dunphy of Ireland. There's Tom getting ready to go there. He definitely knows waves well, spending some time on the Ottawa River in Canada as he shows me this Canada PFD. That's right, Tom Dunphy of Ireland.
Does that say I canoe on it?
No, it says Canada. I think it's a Canada PFD. And Tom is an honorary Canadian, spent some time there. I think he tried to become a citizen.
But Team Ireland are still here cheering for him as he drops down into his second ride.
Gotta love the Irish spirit. As Tom gets a beautiful wing over on the wave, retaining the feature, sets back up to the top of the foam pile. We're going to see him drop in for an air screw.
That is not what I expected him to go
for. The flush, yeah, it looked like he was going to drop in for a loop the way he was lining up, but throws the air screw. Unfortunately, catching the flush, but he was throwing it all on the line, and you know what? Sometimes that's what you got to do in competition is lay it all out there.
Oh, 100%. He's still got time on the clock as he re-enters the feature, plugging for a loop, nice and straight. Big cheers from Team Ireland there, surfing around. And he's got time for one more move, maybe. Massive Space Godzilla there.
I think he's got one more move in him. Let's see what he's got right at the buzzer. Going for that plunge into the McNasty. Almost pulling it around. Not quite getting the angle on the McNasty to get it nice and vertical. But a solid ride from Tom Dunphy. Definitely laying it on the line there. Trying the air screw. Trying the blunt McNasty. It's good to see. I think that might be the precursor to what we see coming up later on this afternoon.
Oh, 100%, especially with that flush there, still managing to come back and throw down, and that's really, really cool to see from our athletes. There it is. His second ride came in at 288.33 points, giving him a total of 786 points. Sam Wilson topping the leaderboard so far with 996.67. Thomas Dunphy coming in at second with 786.66. Peter coming in at third with 648.33. Mike Shaw coming in at 586.66. And going. So these athletes are looking to get into the top 20 to make it through to the next ride.
All right, next up, we've got Fabian Lenz in heat number 6 of 9. We're definitely cruising right along here this morning in Plattling. It's great to see all of these athletes out here having a good time, having fun in the rain here in Plattling. A little liquid sunshine doesn't discourage us. I can hear a crowd actually over there in the grandstands cheering everybody on. So up next, looks like we've got Fabian Lenz making his way down. He's getting riled up.
Getting pumped, getting that energy going.
He definitely likes to go aggro with that paddle twirl there, ready to go.
Oh yeah, cheer him on, Team Germany.
As he drops in, nice, powerful wing over right on the top of the feature. He's a powerful paddler. Let's see if he can retain it. Not quite.
So close. It looked like he really, really tried to pull that back into the eddy. Unfortunately not. But here he comes, back up the eddy, back into the feature. Let's cheer him on. He's still got 30 seconds left.
He was back up there fast as he goes for a little bit of a roundhouse to the left, sets back up to the high on the foam pile. He wants another roundhouse, looking for the roundhouse McNasty. Unfortunately catching another flush. He's got 10 seconds left on the clock as we hear that buzzer.
Looks like he's not going to go back for it.
These athletes get a long single buzz at the 10 seconds left mark, and then at the end of the ride, you get a big double buzzer. As that's it for Fabian Lenz's ride, getting 10 points on the board, which brings us to Roman Glassman of Germany. We're in bib 66 here in Plattling. He is
just been given a thumbs up from Charlie, and he looks like he's dropping in from above, potentially going for an entry move.
All right, we're waiting for the camera to switch. There it is, as we see Roman Glassman. Gotta love the mustache and the long hair as he drops in.
Nasty there.
Definitely laying it out there, looking for that entry 3 score, throwing that entry McNasty. It was beautifully executed. Unfortunately, Wave didn't keep him on there. He's back up, still has 30 seconds left on the clock, as I believe we're going to see lots of moves. So he goes for a little blunt McNasty maybe
That
there.
was a lovely blunt McNasty. Really pulled that round straight at the end. Really convincing the judges. Another McNasty in the other direction.
Definitely some big scoring moves as he throws a beautiful loop, getting some air into a cartwheel. Oh, wow. 410 points just from those 4 big moves, because blunt McNasty would be actually 2 moves, as he looking for that link bonus there as Romans floats down into the eddy. Definitely a solid ride here. The action is definitely heating up as we move into the higher heats of men's. Next up from Japan, wearing bib 121, Nanase
He did really well in the first round of this World Cup, so he'll definitely want to top that. Dropping in with an entry wing over. Lots and lots of air on that trick there. Throwing it around into a McNasty. He certainly came to waste no time with these tricks. Surfing around that wave, ready to set up for his next. Plugging for a big loop there, potentially cleaning up his paddles, really showing them to the judges to get those clean bonuses. And plugging again for the Space Godzilla.
Yeah, this is definitely a solid ride here for Nanase from Japan as he throws a clean blunt to the right. See what he's got for us here as he goes for a lunar orbit.
On the shoulder and unfortunately flushing with 5 seconds left. Really, really solid from those first tricks. He looked like he just wanted to pull one after the other. And you can see some of these athletes taking time to set up, whereas the others who are more confident maybe are more used to waves, might just throw down from wherever they are and pull it around to score. He looks happy, giving Team Japan a little wave there. Smile on his face, waiting for his score to finalize.
Yeah, definitely one of the happier guys, always smiling here, having a good time. We saw him last night in the parade, running around trying to film everybody as the parade went along. Great guy. Nanase coming in 336.67 as we move next up to Philip from Austria.
Big cheers to Philip. He's one of the friendliest paddlers that we've seen around, coaching a few of the other junior athletes and paddling himself. Here he goes, throwing into an entry McNasty and retaining the feature. We've not seen that so much today.
Yeah, he's from Graz, Austria, as he throws a nice roundhouse to the right. You can see the big Graz sticker on his boat. Goes for the roundhouse in the other direction as he drops into a nice big loop, maybe getting some air on that loop. Sets up again. The Euro Championships are at his home spot in Graz later this summer, going for a nice big nasty, unfortunately catching a flush. Have you been to the spot in Graz, Becky?
I have not. I'm super excited for Euros. Here he comes, charging back up the eddy, trying to waste little time as possible and getting ready to plug again, looking for that Space Godzilla, potentially scoring. We'll see what the judges have to say.
All right, great ride from the Austrian Philip.
Really
so I
nice
hear
ride.
at the spot in Graz, it's kind of a weird channel, and they've put a couple of pieces of plywood in there to direct the water to make the feature. It looks like a really cool feature, kind of neat, the ingenuity of the paddlers to build this feature. But
I've heard that it is relatively symmetrical, which actually differs significantly from the feature that we have here today. There, Philip's ride coming in at 160 points. He still has another one, which will be combined with that one to give him a total and potentially make it through to the next round.
All right, next up we got Kazuya of Japan.
Big cheers there from Team Japan, cheering for their teammate. Again with the backwards baseball cap type helmet. He's dropping in backwards, looking to slow himself down, retain the feature.
All right, he's on the wave here now, paddling that beautiful Dreamboats kayak.
Looked like he was going for a blunt McNasty there, getting a massive blunt, but not necessarily pulling the McNasty around. That time, that was a beautiful McNasty, really nice and straight, and in the other direction.
Unfortunately, flushing off the back as he makes his way into the eddy. He's going to charge up. Oh, getting a bit of a bobble there, getting vertical.
A bit of standstill.
Maybe he should take up squirt boating there as he gets into the whirlpools as he makes his way back up.
There he
onto the
is,
feature.
being cheered on. He looks quite tired, and here he is. 10 seconds left. What will he throw down?
An air screw. There it is. Beautiful as he drops in for an awesome loop. He's got time for one more move. Let's see what he's got for us. Big Space Godzilla right at the buzzer. Wow, what a finish to his ride.
That was certainly very impressive, especially as he looked so tired coming back into the feature. We see the athletes working so hard as to waste as little time as possible to get back onto the feature, to throw down some more tricks, and his waiting for his score to be finalized. He should be quite happy with that. That was really impressive to watch as well.
Yeah, I saw 508 points on the board there. This might be one of the bigger rides we've had so far today. Let's see what the judges have to say. Yeah, 508.33 for the first ride for Kazuya of Japan. All right, the commentators getting some accolades here from our ICF chairman, Terry Best, here walking around making sure that the show is happening. As you can see, our leaderboard here for our heat on the screen here, 508 for Kazuya of Japan, 436 for Nanase, Roman from Germany, 410. As we are back to the top of the order with Fabian Lenz on the water.
There he goes, dropping on, ready to throw a roundhouse and pulling it round into a McNasty and retaining the feature. I wonder if that will score a link or whether it was two separate moves. Carving around.
Yeah, these athletes looking for those link and clean bonuses on all of their moves. If they link two tricks together in a fluid motion as he tries for a helix or a felix there, unfortunately flushing off.
That's it, Team Germany cheering back up the eddy. He's still going, he's got time on the clock. Yeah. Keep him going, up, up, up.
Fabian tirelessly volunteering as one of our safety boaters as well here in Plattling. Always have the safety on the water just downstream as the athletes are on the feature. Fabian trying to get set up for something backwards there. Maybe looking for a back blunt or a back stab. After the buzzer, he goes for the...
he throws it around, just to show them that he has got it, even if he's not going to score it during the time.
Yeah, unfortunately, Roman doesn't look like Fabian not quite getting it, the move there that he was looking for. But on deck, we have a Roman Glassman of Germany.
Roman's first score came in at 410 points, and we saw some really, really impressive moves from him. He must be super excited to throw down his second ride.
Definitely, you can see the rain falling there here in Plattling as Roman's now on the wave with a nice entry wing over. Already getting 33.33 points on the board right off the bat as he goes for the blunt McNasty. Really throwing it out on the line, unfortunately.
He's still got 30 seconds, however, and time to come back up this eddy. We can hear Team Germany cheering on, keeping him going.
All right, 22 seconds left on the clock.
And here he comes, dropping onto the wave.
As Roman sets up again, going for a beautiful McNasty. Definitely getting it that time. Maybe getting a little bit of an air bonus on that. As, unfortunately catching another flush, but he's got over 200 points already on the board. He knows he doesn't have enough time to make it back up. As we hear the buzzer sound for Roman Glassman of Germany.
I like how they've all got matching CAG decks too.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have a little talk with my team at home to see if we can get our color coordination up. As Nanase is now on deck from Japan, wearing bib 121. Definitely like this paddler's style. He's got a very crisp, very fast and precise style as he into a beautiful wing over.
I believe he's one of the youngest senior paddlers that we've got here.
Yeah, he was a junior in Nottingham 2 years ago as he sets up for a massive McNasty, holding his paddle up in the air at the end to show that it is clean for a massive loop. I think we might see a huge bonus on that. It might be one of the first ones of the day as he sets up again, going for a Space Godzilla. Nanase absolutely killing it out here so far.
Honestly, just a powerhouse of energy, just continuously throwing down. He knows that he can do it. He's got a smile on his face too, and that's what we really like to see. Really, really enjoying his time competing. Going again for a blunt there. Perhaps trying to put it into a McNasty, but not quite getting the rotation. A Luna and retaining into a back loop.
Wow. Definitely showing us that you can do the whole moves out 100%. Here on this wave in Plattling. That was absolutely amazing ride from Nanase. I really like his style. It's very gymnastics. He's very precise on the wave, and he's got to be happy with that. As I see 646.67 so far on there. That may rise. Look at the smile. I mean, he's happy with that. Definitely having a great time here in Plattling.
There he is, cheering on his teammates in the eddy. Really continuing that spirit of freestyle that we like to see. Even though they're competing against each other, they're still here to have a good time and still here to throw down.
Wow, that was one of the best rides I think we've seen so far today.
And his score was finalized at 686.67 points, giving him a total of 1,123 points to 0.34 points. That is the highest combination that we have seen so far. He is now in first place, and hopefully that'll be enough to get him through.
All right, next up we've got Philip of Austria, 160 points on his first ride. He's looking to capitalize on that and add a big score to that. He can definitely do that. We've seen some great rides from him in World Cup #1 as he drops in with a beautiful entry wing over. Was it McNasty? I think he pulled it over?
Yeah, he did. Entry McNasty and retained it.
Oh, into a nice big loop as he sets up again. Already got more points than his first ride as he drops in looking for that Space Godzilla. He sets up onto the surfer's right shoulder. Let's see what he's got for us next. Oh, I think he was trying to set up for a McNasty. Not quite getting around backwards where he wants to be. Resets over to the shoulder and spins it around into a cartwheel. Oh, and flushing right with 10 seconds left. He won't have enough time to make it back up. Great second ride here from Philip of Austria.
And he's just paddling down the river. That was cool. We saw some cool tricks from him. Retaining that entry McNasty as well. One of the few that we have seen scored so far in this second round of the World Cups. As a wave, it's a lot harder to throw those kind of entry hole tricks, especially as retaining them. And the thumbs up have been given to Kazuna.
All right,
from
we've
Japan.
got Kazuya coming up from Japan, but if you're in Heat 7, you should be on the water because this is our last paddler from Heat 6. So Heat 7 of men's kayak, you guys should be getting in the water now as Kazuya of Japan is making his way downstream.
We saw a really cool, solid first ride from Kazuna.
Yeah, let's see what he's got for us in his second ride. Veteran paddler from Japan making his way onto the feature. Right away into a blunt, looking for that blunt McNasty. Oh, almost retaining it.
You can see him always question, do I throw this loop? As to whether he was going to flush or not, and he chose to do it, unfortunately flushing. But he's still got lots of time, powering back up the eddy, back onto the feature.
Yeah, definitely a solid paddle with a beautiful air screw.
That was so fast and
into
snappy.
A snappy loop. Getting his boat right up out of the water there. He's dropping in again. Going for another loop. I think maybe he was looking for a Space Godzilla, but maybe not quite enough rotation. See what the judges have to say. As he sets up again, going for a clean back blunt.
Or back around.
Looks like he was going around into the McNasty right at the buzzer there. Definitely a solid finish once again to the ride here as we see the score going up on the scoreboard. 413.33 so far. Let's see if that rises from there.
Yeah, so we've seen these athletes throw a mix of like blunts and roundhouses. What really determines the two?
So a blunt and a roundhouse, the difference being that a blunt has to be above 45 degrees. With that roundhouse or blunt, they also have to get out and clear in front of the foam pile and rotate around the bow of the boat and not around the paddler. So if the judges are really paying attention, it is quite a technical move, as we've seen lots of them throwing 436.67 and rising for Kazuzu of Japan as he hops out of his boat there. We'll be moving on to Heat 7 here next in Plattling. And that will be Leon, Valentine, Thomas, Matthew, and Visa. Heat 7 of 9 as the action heats up here from Plattling, Germany.
Yeah, this looks like it's going to be a super strong heat and a real mix of nations as well. We'll see how these guys adapt to our changing feature.
That's right, and so these athletes were seeded from World Cup #1, so the top athlete will actually be going last here. So as we move through the heats, we're definitely seeing the stronger athletes in each of these heats, but pretty much from right on down now, any of these athletes could make it to our finals later in the week.
100%, especially as we see that the feature has changed from being more of a whole and seeing tricks, aerial tricks like loops, Space Godzillas, Lunas, those types of things, to more of a wave where the foam pile has moved back, and we'll see these athletes throwing more air screws, blunts, roundhouses, Panams, those types of tricks. So 100% the leaderboard could change completely.
Which is great to see all of these athletes out here, very dynamic sport of freestyle. And everybody has a little bit different of a style, which is great to see. Different boats, different graphics, and everybody just having a lot of fun here in Plattling. It's an amazing place to be. It is, as I've heard, the home of freestyle. We were here for 2011 for the World Championships, 2016 for the European Championships, and next year we'll be back for the 2025 ICF Canoe Freestyle World Championships, which will absolutely amazing to see. Looks like maybe the judges are taking a few-minute break to, you know, catch their breath, maybe hang out. I've seen some coffee. We've got a great coffee vendor. If you're in the stands and want to warm up here on this rainy day, head over and get yourself a nice coffee.
It is still raining. The river level is still rising.
Yeah, we definitely have a risk of flooding later on the week, so we changed our schedule to make sure that all of the athletes get a chance to get through preliminaries today. Looks like tomorrow we will potentially be continuing with the event, but with the threat of flooding moving in on Friday night into Saturday, we may have to cancel the last parts of the event, or the last stages of the event, the semifinals into the finals.
So these athletes will be trying these two rides that they've got. They will be trying to really top that leaderboard, because this could potentially be the last round of competition. Hopefully not, but we will again have to see.
I just had one of the volunteers from the host organizing committee come up and say to me, if you'd like some healthy food, there's lots of apples and bananas left over. You can make your way over to the wooden trailer. If anybody wants an apple or a banana this morning for a little bit of energy, head on over there and get yourself some energy and some good fuel there here in Plattling. So great offer. They said they got lots extra left, so make sure that they get eaten here in Plattling. As I see a few people over in the crowd, but I think the rain is keeping a few away, as our first paddler, Leon, is ready to go here. We've got a public holiday in Germany today, so we may see a few people wandering down to check things out. The surfers are definitely out there as Leon makes his way into the wave for his first ride with a beautiful wing over.
Lots of air on that wing over there as he curves around the shoulder, looking to set up for his next trick, plugging for a big loop there and cleaning it up with his paddles, presenting those to the judges to show that he's not used them. Round into a McNasty and also retaining the feature. He's still going.
Yeah, it gets sets up back over to the edge of the foam pile. You can see the tongue there that he works his way up onto. Looks like he's going to go for a roundhouse. Oh, I think he was looking to pull that into a McNasty, wasn't he? Yes, he was. Not quite getting the edging he wanted, but there's a McNasty for you as he sets back up to the top of the foam pile. Let's see who he drops in, going for a big Space Godzilla. Oh, just retaining it. And retaining, yes. That's very impressive. Looked like he'll throw it on the shoulder, but retaining. And that's super, super important to do so. Even as the buzzer ends, he really needs to paddle back into the feature so he can get those points on the board. If the judges see that he flushes, he will not score. Really nice, solid first ride, coming in at 406.67 points from Leon from Germany. All right, as Leon's hopping out of his boat, we should have next on deck Valentin from France, as he's making his way out onto the feature there now. We're in bib 1, 2, 3.
Again, some really cool colors on that boat. Into a wing over, lots of air on that, retaining the feature, plugging for a big loop. Again, presenting those paddles to the judges, showing that it's clean and he's not used it. Into a Space Godzilla, linking it into some cartwheels.
Yeah, keeping those cartwheels going. The flying Frenchman there definitely getting air on a few of his moves. He sets up again. There's some more air for a Space Godzilla.
The other way.
Yeah, cartwheeling.
Split wheel there.
Nice. Definitely getting some hole moves and some wave moves as he goes for a huge back Pan Am. He's got 10 seconds left on the clock. Let's see what else he's got for us. As he goes for that blunt.
You can just see how versatile these paddlers are, throwing those hole tricks and those wave tricks, throwing that Pan Am there.
Definitely a solid ride from Valentin of France, getting some air on lots of his tricks.
Working his way throughout the entirety of the 45 seconds.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of flushes, unfortunately, today. So these athletes using their entire 45 seconds, we're going to see some huge ride scores as we see 4:38.33 on the board. As Valentin gets out of his boat on deck, we should have Thomas Richard of France.
There it is. His score coming in at 505 points for Valentin from France. Really nice, a really solid first ride. And the thumbs up have been given to Thomas Richard from France.
All right, there we are, as Thomas is setting up here in Plattling as he drops into the feature on the Azar River here at the Azar Wave. A nice big loop. Getting a little bit of air under his boat as he goes for a nice blunt to the right. Sets up again, high on the foam pile, drops his nose in. Nice Space Godzilla.
He's still going, still retaining. Plugging again, unfortunately getting pushed up by the green, but going straight into a McNasty and retaining. Really nice energy seeing from this.
Right.
And a McNasty in the other direction and getting a potentially air on that loop there. Into a Felix. He's still going with 10 seconds left. Felix in the other direction.
Looking awesome out there. Having a great ride. Yeah, I think this is one of the best rides we've seen so far today. 675 on the board.
100%. He stayed on their way for the entirety of his ride, retaining each of his tricks. Really, really cool to see. And a mixture, again, of hole and wave moves.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be those athletes that are versatile, who can paddle both, that do really well. As we have Matthew Stevenson coming up next.
Britain.
Matt's been helping us out a bit in the announcing booth throughout the week. One of your fellow teammates here from Great Britain. Matthew Stevenson on the wave with an entry wing over. Sets up again. He looks like he wants
to plug for that loop. Nice solid air on that loop, pulling it around really nice and straight. Matt is competing in both K1 and C1, and he, I believe he won first man on the wave at the King of the Wave the other day. Into a McNasty, really nice, retaining the feature, plugging for that space. Lots of air on that space. It's one of the biggest ones that we've definitely seen so far this part of the competition.
Maybe seeing a huge bonus there as he wings it around, trying to get the McNasty in the other direction. 486, 496, 540 points as he throws that McNasty.
Space in the other direction.
Yeah, and he sets up.
For an air screw, unfortunately not quite getting the full rotation, but still a really nice solid first ride from Matt Stevenson. He should be really pleased with that. There's a smile on his face. He is one of our happiest, joyous paddlers from Great Britain.
Yeah, I saw 616 points on the score there before it disappeared off our screen. As he's making his way back in, 2 thumbs up. He's happy. I love the sun hat under the helmet. It's good look.
He's a rough guide at the Terrain. And no stranger to the weather of rain and sun and lots of different features too.
All right. Matt Stevenson having a great ride out there. 616.67 is his score, which brings us to Visa from Finland.
Visa is a definite pro in the wave kind of freestyle category. There he is with a massive wing over. Oh, unfortunately catching a flush there. But he's got plenty of time. Let's hear Team Finland cheer him up the eddy, back onto the feature.
He was definitely fast getting back up there. You can see his stroke rate really high as he's made his way up the eddy. He's back on the feature here. Lots of time on the clock, throwing a nice little air screw. He's definitely a wave specialist up in Finland with a nice big blunt to the left. Maybe even getting his boat off the water there. Maybe we'll see if they give him a little air bonus on that blunt, going for a donkey flip in the other direction. He still has 10 seconds left. Oh, unfortunately catching a little bit of an edge, rolling over into a nice loop, nice and snappy. Looks like Blunt McNasty, Roundhouse McNasty right at the end there.
And retaining. That was a really nice McNasty to finish.
Yeah, he had an unfortunate flush off the start, but still getting lots of points on the board. We can see 460 points and rising, 476.67, as the score keeps going up on the scoreboard there. Visa's got to be happy with the way that ride finished, with unfortunate flush at the beginning, but I don't think anybody's made it up the Eddie as fast as he just did there.
No, he did not let any time go to waste and was right back in there throwing down. And I'm sure he'll want to top that in his second ride.
Yeah, I love the Finnish colors on the boat.
I just noticed the beach ball that he's got. Some athletes use space hoppers, which they put in front of their boat, and that just gives them pop for some tricks. Others, as we can see, use beach balls or thrusters, whatever gets them that big air.
Adding a little bit of volume there to give them the pop is definitely, as we move back to the top of the order with Leon of Germany. He's got 406.67 points on the board. This is his second ride, which whatever he does here will be added to that 406.67 to see where he ends up on the leaderboard as he drops in with a great wing over. Sets up again on the top of the foam pile. He's going to drop into the feature here with a nice big loop. Maybe getting a little bit of an air bonus there as he popped it up out of the water. Looking for that McNasty. Throwing it around.
We'll see what the judges have to say about the angles there, but that looked really nice and snappy.
He had a nice little twist to it. You're right. Well, judges are the ones who make the final call on any of these moves. We're just trying to call what we see here in the action as we get a Blunt. Looking for McNasty.
The other way.
Not quite linking it together, but definitely getting some points on the board. 441 so far as he gets a Space Godzilla to the right. And sets up, looking for that lunar.
And retaining it. That's really, really cool to see from Leon of Germany.
We definitely haven't seen many lunars sticking today on the wave, but some of these athletes are definitely figured out. 671.67 points on the board. That is a big ride.
That is a big ride. And he looks chuffed with it too. He just like cheered to all his fans on the side. And that brings him to a total of 1,078 points. Again, over that 1,000 mark, which we'll probably see a lot more of throughout the rest of these prelims. And here we have Valentin from France, dropping in from his second ride with his first ride score of 505 points. Here he comes with an entry wing over, really nicely retaining the feature, going for a plug. Unfortunately, not quite getting the plug that he wanted. And he's unfortunately flushed, but he's got loads and loads of time. So let's hear Team France cheer him back up the eddy.
All right, as he's making his way back to the feature here in Plattling, as he drops in.
Plugging for a Space Godzilla there.
Maybe not quite getting the angle, but we'll have to see what the judges say. But that's a massive loop. Definitely maybe a huge bonus on that as he goes for a Space Godzilla in the other direction, into some cartwheels, into a split wheel. Going for the split wheel the other day. Oh, I think he might have been trying to tricky there.
Yeah.
I'm not sure this feature's quite retentive enough for that, but you know what? Somebody will probably prove me wrong here in the next couple of heats.
You can really see him coaxing that boat down to try and get the plug, as it's not as obvious a pocket as it was the other day as a whole. They've really got to force the boat down, the nose of the boat down, to get that plug, and we could see that, and he pulled those loops around really nice. Here we have Thomas Richard from France dropping in for his second ride.
All right, Thomas on the wave with a nice entry wing over, looking for that entry 2 score into a snappy loop.
He really made that entry look really easy.
Oh, going for a roundhouse, maybe getting it high enough for a Blunt. We'll see what the judges say on those angles as he drops in for a big Space Godzilla to the right.
Using the shoulder of the eddy to carve round into a Space Godzilla in the other direction.
As he sets back up to the top of the foam pile, looking for that McNasty, pulls it around. Oh, high on the foam pile.
And he's powered that back into the feature to go for a McNasty in the other direction.
Oh, unfortunately not on that one. As he flushes downstream, he knows he's not going to get back up in 4 seconds as he floats down. Another solid ride from Thomas Richard of France. We'll see where that puts him on the leaderboard. 386.67 points so far. As the rain continues here in Plattling.
And there
everybody
is
here.
his final score of 1,061.67 points. Really nice combined score from Valentin.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing some higher scores as we move through the order. Matt Stevenson, 616.67 on his first ride. This is his second ride of 2. Both will add together to see where Matt ends up on the leaderboard, looking to get into the top 20 to make it to quarterfinals, which are on the schedule for tomorrow, as he gets a great wing over, drops in, throws a big loop. Off to a great start here for the Brit, Matt Stevenson, as he goes for the McNasty. Oh, he knew it wasn't going to come around. He stopped that momentum and sets up, does it again. There it is. Beautiful McNasty. Oh, he looked like he was going to try and drop his nose right
You
in.
can see him like noticing that he's not going to do it and pulling back on those tricks so he doesn't flush. Unfortunately, as I said that, he's done so, but it's okay because he's still got plenty of time. Paddling back up the eddy. Come on, Matt Stevenson.
All right, just saw some.
Dropping back onto the feature, and he lines up to plug again for a big Space Godzilla, maybe linking it into cartwheels there, and then into another McNasty in the other direction, and still retaining right on the buzzer. Really nice end to his ride, especially after the flush, and you could see that he probably got quite tired. It is at 689 and rising.
Wow, even with that flush, that's one of the bigger rides we've seen so far today. It, I think, might put him into the lead when we add those two together. We'll have to see what the judges have to say. He gives the double bullhorns to the crowd with a big smile on his face. He's happy with that. 1,300 points total. His second run is 683.
What a strong couple of rides from Matt Stevenson. That is really cool to see. And now we've got Visa up for his second ride. His first one came in at 490, so he'll be looking to top that.
Yeah, he's representing Finland. We saw a really strong Finnish team over in the US of A in Columbus, Georgia last year, as Visa makes it to the wave, going for an air screw right off the bat.
Really nice, snapping that air screw over.
Yeah, I see he chose not to do the entry move, which he flushed on his last ride. He just gets the air screw in the other direction. So he's taking it safe here. He wants to be in the next round. He gets a beautiful blunt, nice and vertical. Maybe almost getting Pan Am there, getting a little bit of rotation on the bow.
A back Pan Am for sure there, and retaining the feature.
Yeah, so you can see that he's definitely a wave specialist as he goes for the back blunt in the other direction. I think he might have been trying to get the back Pan Am, not quite getting over. Huge loop for Visa.
Really
Definitely
nice.
a big ride happening here. He still has 4 seconds left as he goes for the blunt McNasty. Oh, and he retains it.
Really nice there.
Beautiful ride for Visa of Finland.
That was very, very, very impressive. We saw lots and lots of wave tricks there, and his score is at 800. It is rising.
838.33 and rising. I think that is the biggest single ride we've had so far today.
Oh, 100%.
Great ride from Visa. He's got to be happy with that. Yeah, there's the smile as he pops the beach ball out of his boat. Well done, Visa of Finland here. You know, I might say that probably will get him to move on into quarterfinals, but there's still a lot of people to come that might have something to say about that.
We'll have to wait and see, but that was certainly really impressive. Just the precision of each of those tricks, one after the other. He knew where to sit up, he knew where to throw it, and that was really cool. You can just see the tactics of such an experienced paddler.
Yeah, great to see. He is a wave specialist, and it definitely was showing there. But he's also got some great hole moves, as we saw that blunt McNasty right at the end there. We saw a massive loop. So great ride there from Visa of Finland. As next up, we have... Oh, sorry.
We have our next heat.
Our next heat. There we are. We've got Johannes of Germany, Lucian of France, Fabian of Germany, Leon of Germany, and Dave McClure of Ireland, who will round out our 8th of 9 heats. So we're down to our top 10 paddlers from our World Cup #1 here. So the action is heating up as we move on through our men's heats here. So we've got heat 8 of 9 on the water. Here we're running a few minutes early today. So if you're an athlete, make sure you're checking the times and checking where we are in the progression through the day, because we are going to power through as fast as we can throughout the day. All right, next up, we're going to be moving to the top of heat number 8 of 9 with Johannes Baben of Germany. Looks like Visa's score is finally up, 1,366.67. Very solid ride. Looks like he may be at the top of our leaderboard there. Matthew Stevenson with 1,300 in second from that heat. Leon third with 1,078. Thomas Richard 1,061. And Valentin with 768 points from heat 7 as we move on to heat 8 of our men's with Johannes, Lucien, Fabian, Leon, and David. Definitely a stacked heat here as we are seeing our top 10 finalists from from our World Cup number 1, which just completed there on Tuesday. We're now on World Cup number 2 here from Plattling, Germany. And our first competitor, Johannes, or Johnny as some people like to call him, getting set up here.
There he is. He is from Germany, but he lives in Nottingham. Regular paddle at home pond. Here he is, dropping in for his first ride, entry wing over and retaining the feature. Really nice to see. Going into a blunt.
Yeah, definitely getting off to a good start here as he goes for a back blunt.
Back blunt.
You think he got the rotation for the Pan Am?
I'm not sure. I'm not a judge.
I used to judge, but today I'm just calling it as I see it. And I said a back blunt, and Becky's saying that it's a back Pan Am, but the judges will have to see as he sets up. Oh, looking for the McNasty, not quite getting it and getting rid of a flush.
He's still got time on the board. 10 seconds buzzer's about to go off. There it is. And he's still paddling. Come on, Team Germany. Cheer Johnny on.
Yeah, there's big German contingents waking up from the beer festival last night as he goes right into a lunar orbit just before the buzz.
So close to retaining that.
Yeah.
We'll see if the judges score it.
Yeah, he did complete it before he exited the feature, but unfortunately, you are supposed to stay on the feature after. Johnny giving a fist bump, he's happy with it. There's that beautiful smile, representing his home country of Germany on home soil.
And thumbs up have been given to our next paddler, Lucien from France. Really nice, bright colored boat there, bringing some sunshine to a rainy day.
It is a rainy day here in Plattling as he makes his way onto the wave with a beautiful wing over to get things started, retaining the feature. Oh, catching a weird edge there. I think he was trying to drive out for a blunt on the shoulder into the whirlpool there.
Come on, Team France, let's cheer him back up the eddy. He's still got plenty of time, dropping back onto the feature. And looks like he's plugging for a loop, pulling that round really nice and straight. No question of angles there. Coming back over onto the shoulder. Getting ready to plug again for another loop. Maybe going for a space, not quite getting the rotation. And into a roundhouse.
Sets up, going for the roundhouse in the other direction. He'd like to get those more vertical and score some blunts for higher points as he drops in, looking for that Space Godzilla to the right. Oh, just on the top of the foam pile, right at the end, flushing off the back there. That'll be it for Lucien's first ride here in heat number 8. Next up, we've got Fabian Tosh of Germany. We're in bib 153 here. There he is, getting ready there in our athlete start area on our beautiful sponsor board. This is ICF Canoe Freestyle World Cup number 2 here. And looks like Fabian's gonna go way over to the other side. He's got a plan. And he's going to try and execute that plan here as he gets things started. Love the bullhorns on the front of the boat there.
Really stylish.
As he sets up into a great wing over to get things started. Into a nice blunt. Throwing it into a McNasty. Looking for that link bonuses on those tricks.
That's it. Up, 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 we hear from the crowd as he flushed on that move. Back into the feature. Keep going, keep going. He's still got 25 seconds left to throw down. And he's going to plug for a loop. Nice, snappy loop there, no question of angles. Really nice and straight. Into maybe a McNasty. And retaining the feature. That's really cool to see. Still got 10 seconds left. What's he going to throw?
Yeah, a few seconds left right into a nice McNasty at the end, pulling around. Unfortunately, getting a bit of a flush there. Solid ride from Fabian. He'll have one more ride to add to that here in Heat 8 of the men's K1 surface boat.
It is certainly really, really exciting as we wait to see who's going to make it into the next round of competition and see what tricks these guys are going to pull off, especially with the rising water levels and the change in the feature. Next off, we have thumbs up given to Leon from Germany.
Yeah, Leon Bast here. I love the citron yellow boat from Hobson Kayaks as he does a beautiful wing over to get started. Nice and snappy. Let's see what he's got for us now as he's trying to get set up high on the foam pile, looking for a blunt into a McNasty.
Oh, really nice and snappy there.
I think
Definitely
that's the first one we've seen in that direction as he goes for a air screw. See what else he's got. Is setting up here, going for another blunt.
Maybe looked like he was going to get it in the other direction.
Yeah,
Massive
huge loop.
loop.
Definitely getting big pop on that one.
Into a wave monkey there.
Oh, and he pulls it off.
He does. Retaining the feature. That was so cool. That's the first one we've seen this competition. Really, really nice. Into a back pan on there. And into Felix on the buzzer. We'll see if they'll give that one to him.
He did it right at the buzzer or slightly after and then flushed afterwards. But solid ride either way. First wave monkey of the competition. Great to see. Looks like his score is going up now. 633.33 and rising.
Yeah, wave monkeys are certainly really cool. I really love phonics. That is my favorite trick. So to see them do it on a wave, which is actually significantly harder because you have to generate that rotation yourself. Really cool to see, and him stick it as well. There was no question. He did not look like he was going to flush at all, and that was really exciting. It's at 660. Just waiting for that to be finalized. Leon should be pretty proud of that. There's a smile from him.
Yeah, and you can see his teammate there giving him the fist bump in the shoulder to show a good ride. 713.33 and still rising for Leon Bast of Germany. A great first ride from him. We'll see him again for one more. We are Heat 8 of 9. These are our top 10 paddlers from this week's World Cup #1. So they've been seated in reverse order from that World Cup.
And there it is, with Leon's score finalized at 713.33 points. Really nice high ride. The thumbs have been given up to Dave McClure from Ireland.
We definitely know that David is one of the crowd favorites. The Irish team, loud and proud, cheering all the time for their athletes. Dave is a strong paddler here. He's one of the favorites to be on the top step of the podium. Let's see what we have from David McClure as he drops in with a beautiful wing over. I really like David's style. He's very quick and snappy paddler. He gets
Massive
nice big
loop
air.
there.
Huge loop there.
And plug in again for a Space Godzilla, retaining the feature, using that shoulder to set up for a Space Godzilla in the other direction. Loads of air on those spaces. Up, up, up. Oh, he's still in, managed to retain. That's really impressive. And into a Blung Nasty, huge Nasty there. He's just pulling these tricks off one by one. And the other direction, you can see him come straight up, not wanting to flush, into a Luna and retaining. And he's got 5 seconds, 3 seconds left, into another Luna, into a loop, and retaining. That's the first Luna loop we've seen in this competition so far.
All right, I think we might have our first ride that's going to break 1,000 points here in World Cup #2. The Irish are cheering loud and proud. David has to be pretty happy with that ride.
I also believe that it's his birthday today.
Oh, well, happy birthday, David. Well done. As he's making his way down to the end there, moving his shoulder around. Hopefully didn't get an injury on that last ride as he's floating around. Got to be happy with that performance out there. He had a few struggles in World Cup #1, and there he is looking back up at the board, a bit of a smile as we're waiting for his score to come in. It looked like it was getting awfully close to breaking that 1,000-point mark.
Yeah, we'll see what the judges have to offer. Some really, really technical tricks. We hear some cheers from Team Ireland as the score's potentially gone up on the board. Really technical tricks, retaining it each time. And there it is, over 1,000, 1,005 points from Dave McClure of Ireland. The highest ride we've seen so far. Really, really, really impressive.
Yeah, great ride from Dave McClure of Ireland. Great to see him out there on his birthday, throwing down, getting to celebrate here in German style. Maybe we'll head back to the beer fest, so I'll get him one of those liters of beer later.
Absolutely.
Right.
And here is Johannes Johnny from Germany, ready for his second ride.
Yeah, Johnny looking to throw down here and add to that 145 that he had on his first ride here in Plattling. Great day to be on the side of the river, hiding under a tent.
Yes,
we have a little bit of liquid sunshine, but that's not putting a damper on any of the action here in Plattling as Johnny makes his way out in front of the bridges and gets set up for his first ride.
And dropping down into an entry wing over. Oh, unfortunately catching a flush, but that's okay. He's still got plenty of time. Let's hear Team Germany cheer Johnny back up the eddy, back into the feature. He's a really strong paddler and he has wasted very, very little time there. Really nice to see him back onto the wave. And he's throwing a roundhouse into a back blunt there. Pulling it around, carving over the wave, ready to throw.
Yeah, as he sets back up onto the top of the foam pile. There we go. Let's see what he's got for us. Getting it going for a lunar. Unfortunately catching a flush. He's got 7 seconds left on the clock and looks like he's going to call it there with a little bit of fist bump to claim it. Big smile.
Still a smile there. That's really nice to see.
That'll be it for Johnny there. As next up is Lucien from France. Hearing a big French cheer in the background behind us here in the announcing booth, as the French team have been very strong here in Plattling. Lots of fun, lots of cheers. Definitely a strong team here representing France.
And here he comes, dropping down, slowing himself down as he approaches the feature and throwing an entry wing over and retaining it. Really nice to see. Carving over that shoulder and plugging for a loop. Really nice, snappy loop there. We saw that from him in his first ride as well. Plugging again for a Space Godzilla. Still carving around. Looks like he was trying to, some cartwheels. Not sure whether he planned it, but he pulled that off really nicely.
Going old school with the cartwheels. It looked like he was about to flush, but he's still there. He paddled back up.
Space Godzilla in the other direction.
Yeah, throwing that beautiful space. Unfortunately gets to the flush. He's still got 9 seconds left. He looks like he's gonna try and get there.
He can do it. Up.
1, and that'll be it for Lucien. Second ride here in Heat 8 of 9 of our men's K1 surface boats.
But he's still surfing around, still finding the enjoyable aspect of freestyle, which is why we're all here, to have a good time, to throw down some tricks, to enjoy each other's company, and that is really, really exciting to see. You could see his determination to throw some of those whole moves. He did not get the space the first time, but he got it the second time, and that is exactly what the determination that we want to see. So his second ride came in at 280 points, giving him a total of 445. We'll have to see if that is enough to get him through to the next round.
That's right. And that brings us to Fabian of Germany. Awesome. Just getting an announcement here. If you are in the women's K1 surface boat, we are going to be starting your heats 20 minutes early. We're running a little bit ahead of schedule as Fabian makes his way into the hole with a beautiful wing over. And then spinning around, trying to get set back up as he goes for a big McNasty, really pulling it around.
You could see the power initiated into that loop at the end of the McNasty, and that is what's allowed him to retain the feature. He's going from McNasty in the other direction, continuing to retain. Really, really nice snappy tricks from Fabian here. Into a loop. Unfortunately, just falling off the back of the feature, but that's okay because he's still got another 15 seconds to power up the eddy. Let's hear Team Germany cheering on their teammate.
As he still has 8 seconds on the clock, 380 points on the scoreboard. Fabian drops in, looking for that loop. There it is.
That was the loop.
Right before the buzzer. Oh, good, and an air screw just after the buzzer. And that's a solid finish to Fabian's ride here. 440 points I see, and rising on the board. Looking for that wave monkey, showing off to the crowd a little bit after his second and final ride here in our heats of men's preliminaries. Next up should be Leon Bass of Germany, wearing bib number 38 here. And if you didn't hear, ladies, we're starting about 20 minutes early. So women's K1, you guys should be thinking about starting to make your way towards the water. That announcement also just going out on the WhatsApp. If you know any ladies who are supposed to be on the water in first heat, let them know, as we have Leon dropping onto the wave with a beautiful wing over to get things started into a nice blunt.
Looks like to link it to a McNasty and retaining. Continuing to surf around, set up for his next tricks. Into an air screw, maybe a donkey flip, depending on how the judges score the air. Plugging for that loop. Nice straight loop there. Also retaining.
Yeah, this is definitely off to a really good start here. It's about just over halfway through his ride with a nice blunt. Let's see what else he sets up for. Looking for a wave monkey. Oh, there it is.
There it is.
Pulls it off. Yeah, looking for that crossbow rotation into a
Space Godzilla there.
Yeah, and then getting a Space Godzilla. Oh, just at the buzzer, getting a flush. Really good ride there from Leon Bass.
You can see the smile on his face too. It really, the yellow boat really accentuates his personality. You can see that he just loves a good time on the water, a good smile, a good laugh, and that wave monkey was certainly impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. I think yellow is a great color. All my boats are yellow.
Oh yeah, mine's pink and yellow, but you know,
yeah, all right.
Standing out.
Solid ride from Leon. He looks pretty happy with that as he floats down to the bottom of the eddy, which brings us to our last paddler here in Heat 8. If you're in Heat 9, you should be on the water. That's Bartosz, Ben, Thomas, Tom Dole, and of course Harry Price are in Heat 9, but our last paddler, Dave McClure of Ireland.
He's already broken 1,000 points with his first ride. Will he be looking to top that or do the same? We'll have to wait and see.
All right, that would be Dave McClure of Ireland, the birthday boy. Hopefully somebody got him some cake.
And a beer.
His sister's good at organizing things, and she is here competing as well. So hopefully she got some cake. Current leader at this point in time in the heat is David McClure. He's got 1,000, or sorry. Let's see, it looks like Dave McClure's on deck. Leon Bass coming in with a 561.67 on his second ride, giving him a total of 1275. We'll see if that will qualify him for our quarterfinals here tomorrow in Plattling, as Dave McClure of Ireland making his way out from our sponsor board just upstream. These athletes
slowing himself down as he approaches the wave, ready to throw down a massive wing over there, potentially looking to link it to McNasty, but there's the McNasty afterwards. Massive loop, and another loop there, just to show it twice.
A bonus loop.
Yeah. And into a Space Godzilla. It looks like he's trying to get the link there, but not quite.
Yeah.
And flushed, but he's still got time. Come on, Team Ireland, cheer him up the eddy.
20 seconds left for David McClure on the clock. Huge Irish cheering squad back there, all in green, cheering him on as Dave McClure drops back in, looking for that blunt McNasty.
Just as the 10-second buzzer's gone off, he's got time.
And let's see what he's got for us right at the finish as he goes for a Space Godzilla at the buzzer.
Direction.
Definitely another solid ride from Dave McClure. He smiles up at us as he surfs off the wave and floats on downstream, getting a little bobble in the whirlpools that are just downstream, where we'll see those squirt boaters playing in the whirlpools here in a few hours. Dave McClure's score for that ride is 395 points so far. Let's see what the judges have to say, if that's going to go up.
Definitely not as strong as his first, but still managing to pull up some tricks after flushing the feature. That's what we like to see. They paddle up, and that uses so much energy to try and get back onto the wave and then to throw down even more. It's super impressive. There it is. His combined total came in at 1,400 points, taking him to the top of the leaderboard. Really impressive. Really cool to see. And I believe that will definitely get him through to the next round.
Absolutely, but there's 5 more men to come who might have something to say about being on the top of the leaderboard, and that's Bartosz, Ben, Thomas, Tom, and Harry. You guys should be on the water. Bartosz, you're up next. We are running a few minutes early, so if you are in the ladies class, it's looking like we're starting you guys about 20 minutes early. All right, so it's supposed to start at 10:20. We're hoping to get you guys started right at 10 o'clock, as our last heat of men's is on the water right now with Bartosz up next. We're in bib 49 representing Poland. There he is, big smiles from Bartosz. He's
one of the jolliest, happiest paddlers out there, with that really cool hat as well.
I like the Orca boat from Murky Waters Kayaks.
Oh, 100%. Really, really cool. Quite a unique design too.
Absolutely. That's Josh Mendez's design, one of the junior Canadians. Bartosz borrowing that boat here to get a little bit extra pop out of the carbon boat as he drops in, looking for that entry wing over. As he gets it up into a nice back blunt, into an air screw. And let's see what, oh, I thought he was going for another air screw in the other direction is what he was looking for, and there it is. As he's getting his boat set up into a nice blunt. I thought maybe he was going to link it into the McNasty there as he gets things going, looking for that back blunt in the other direction. Definitely doing the wave moves. Ooh, looking for a loop, but not quite getting the nose to initiate the way he wanted to. Let's see what he's got for us now.
There we go.
Doing that carving, jumping style loop, which I think will work really well on this wave, and there it did, as he goes for a Space Godzilla. Definitely solid ride here for Bartosz right at the end, going for a big Space Godzilla in the other direction, into a lunar
on
loop.
The buzzer.
Yeah, Bartosz, real happy with that. He's been having a great competition. Beautiful boat that he borrowed from Josh Mendez there. 966.67 points and potentially rising. Oh, no, it's dropping there. As you can see, the scores go up and down as the judges put their scores in.
Really, really cool. Lots of technical tricks from Bartosz there. You could see a mixture of the wave moves. You can see he probably decided to use the carbon because it's better on a wave.
Absolutely. Bartosz is definitely a man of all tricks. Make sure you check out his freestyle book. He's also an announcer, a coach, and as you can see, an incredible athlete, as I see his score on the board there.
And look, he's got another beach ball.
Yeah, lots of athletes using the beach balls there today.
Give it a peace sign up there to the camera.
Looks like 896.67 on the score.
Just waiting for that to finalize.
We're just waiting for it to finalize to see if that's his final score. He's got to be pretty happy with that. That was a very solid technical ride from Bartosz. He's hoping for a little bit more. He's hoping the score is going to go up a little bit as we're waiting for it to come in with the judges there.
Come on, Team Poland. Let's hear you guys cheering for Bartosz.
Yeah, big smiles. We'll be seeing Bartosz. Yeah, he wants that score. 9-10, it is going up. Keep doing it, Bartosz. It's working for you. As he's calling the score up there. 930 points and rising, and that goes in there. Bartosz has 930 for his first ride. Definitely a solid ride from the Polishman there. As we move on to Ben Higson of Great Britain. This guy, he's a young paddler. We're going to see a lot more from this guy over the years.
He has only just moved up into the senior category, and is certainly competing with the senior scores. You can see him already. He was in the final yesterday, which means he is in the last heat today. Here he is, slowing himself down as he approaches the wave, getting himself pumped, ready for an entry wing over and retaining. Looked like he wanted to link the McNasty there, but not quite getting it. But he's using the shoulder to set up and throw into a roundhouse or blunt. Back down, going for that blunt McNasty. There we go, pulling it in and retaining. And the other direction, very, very impressive to see from such a young paddler. And here he goes, plugging for a Space Godzilla. I've been told that Ben is, he is representing the Welsh community here, coming from training at Cardiff. And a massive Space Godzilla there.
Definitely going to see some huge bonuses on some of these moves as he goes for a lunar orbit there, showing us some linked moves there, maybe getting some huge bonuses and air bonuses on some of his tricks there. I think these are the kind of moves and rides that we need to see as he does the little paddle twirl around the head there. I think this is the kind of paddling we're going to see to get you to the top of the podium here this week.
100%.
And I think Ben has the possibility of doing it if we keep seeing rides like that.
He looks pretty tough with himself as well. And you can hear the cheers from Great Britain, from the world, and from the Irish.
Yeah, let's see what this score does as we see it moving up and down as the judges are tapping on the screens. Well, I guess it's the scribes that actually press the buttons.
That's
And
true.
the judges make the calls. The scribes press the buttons on the tablets over there to give the scores. Looks like 976.67 currently, but it is still moving. It hasn't been finalized. So we'll see what the final score is for Ben Higson of Great Britain. With next on deck, we have Thomas Kasplitsky from Poland. He was the bronze medalist in World Cup #1 here this week in Plattling. He definitely likes the feature here. He calls it Plattling his home feature.
And there we go. Ben's score coming in at 986.67 points. A really, really strong first ride from Ben. That's super impressive, and he'll want to do the same to top that leaderboard in the next round. So here's Tomasz from Poland. He managed to podium yesterday in 3rd position. Here he comes, pumping himself up. Let's hear big cheers from Team Poland for Tomasz.
Thomas Kasplitsky, silver medalist in Plattling in 2022 at the World Championships there. Let's see what he's got for us.
Big entry wing over into a back blunt there.
As he sets up again, drops his nose. Oh, looking for a loop. Catching a bit of a roll,
There we go.
rolls up in the hole. He is definitely a fast paddler. Had a little mistake there, but he's back on the game with a loop as he sets back up, looking for maybe a McNasty. There it is. Let's see what he's got for us next. Resets up to the top of the foam pile, looking for a blunt into the McNasty, looking for some of those link bonuses. Needs to get that blunt a little bit higher maybe. It was a roundhouse as he goes for a nice Space Godzilla to the left. See what he's got for us now. Space Godzilla to the right. And into maybe a backstab into a lunar orbit right at the buzzer, backing it up.
Not quite getting the retention that he wanted there, but still some really awesome tricks from Tomasz. Lots of air. It is at 8.95 and rising, not yet finalized. That was super impressive. We really like to see that mixture of hole and wave moves. As you can see, he threw those blunt McNasties and McNasties as well, depending on how he got their rotation.
Yeah, great ride from Thomas. He's got to be pretty happy with that as he's looking at the score, watching if it's going up or down.
I think he looks pleased. I'm not sure if there's a smile, but there should be a smile.
I think there's a smile. Yeah, there's a smile from him. Yeah, that's what we like to see from Thomas in the morning here in Plattling.
9.18 and rising.
Definitely
really
a powerhouse
cool
couple there with his partner, Zasha, up on the top of the podium from World Cup #1, and Thomas on the bronze step of the podium with 9.25 on the board and rising here in World Cup #2.
And there it is, finalized in at 9.25. Super strong, super strong. First ride from Tomasz. They've got one more, and that score will be combined to put them on the leaderboard. Next up, we have Tom Dole from France.
Oh yeah, the flying Frenchman. Tom's a very light, powerful paddler, which definitely is a bit advantage here in freestyle, especially on a bit of a flushy feature. Being light, fast, and strong is an advantage, and Tom is definitely all of those as he drops in with a beautiful wing over that sets up. Let's see what he's got for us next. Going for an air screw. He definitely likes the wave paddling as he goes for the air screw in the other direction. As Tom's going to set up nice and high here, going for a blunt into a huge McNasty. Oh, is he going to keep on the wave? Unfortunately, getting a bit of a flush.
But that's okay. Team France, let's cheer him back up the eddy. That's it. He's still got 17 seconds left. Back onto the wave. That was really cool. It's such a big McNasty that he flushed on it.
Yeah, there it is as he goes for a back Pan Am. Really getting good rotation there. Sets up again, going for the back Pan Am in the other direction. Really throwing his body. Big loop right at the buzzer. Oh, great finish to Tom Dole's first ride here in the men's preliminary heats. We're on our 9th heat of 9, which means these are our top 5 paddlers from World Cup #1, because it's reverse seeded from that first World Cup here at World Cup #2.
And it looks like the rain is easing up a little bit as well. Maybe we're going to see some sun further.
That'd be lovely. Warm it up a little bit. I could tell you, I'm getting a little chilly hanging out here in the announcers booth. But our #1 paddler, the gold medalist from World Cup #1, is up next. That is Harry Price, bib 126, as Tom Dole is in the eddy waiting for a score to come in, catching his breath after an amazing ride there.
791.67 and rising. We'll see what the judges say.
Yeah, Tom having some great amplitude on a few of his moves there.
Definitely. So we saw his flush because his McNasty was so big, and it's whether they want to risk getting the bonuses. And here it is, finalized. 791.67 for Tom Dole from France. And there's Harry waiting in the eddy for his ride. Harry Price from Great Britain, the winner of World Cup 1 here in Plattling, Germany. Been given the thumbs up from Charlie. He's dropping down, slowing himself down, ready for his entry.
All right, Harry Price on the water with a beautiful wing over to get things started. Drops into a nice big loop, holding it up, his paddle up, hopefully claiming a clean loop there as he sets up again, going for a Space Godzilla to the right. Let's see, he drops, getting spun around there. Sets up again, going for a blunt into the McNasty. Pulling it around top of the foam pile. Let's see if he pulls it back in.
And retaining it, that was super impressive and must have took a lot of skill to get back into the feature. Unfortunately, trying to go for a space there, but not quite getting it. And here he goes into a blunt. Looked like he was trying to pull the McNasty in the other direction.
Yeah, looking for those blunt McNasties.
And on the buzzer, getting that other McNasty, we'll have to see whether the judges determine it was before the buzzer or after to see if he will score it.
That's right. Solid ride from our gold medalist from World Cup #1, Harry Price, representing Great Britain here in Plattling. We're going to move back to the top of the order in just a minute. Bartosz from Poland on deck. Let's see what Harry Price's score is going to do there as it comes up on the board.
It was really impressive that he managed to retain some of those tricks. As you can see, he came up kind of on his stern, but pushed forwards and got back into the feature. And that is super important for these athletes to do so that they can score those moves. Otherwise, they are going to get 0 for each trick if they flush it. So that's super impressive from Harry. He should be pleased with that one. He's still got another ride, and these rides will be combined to give them a total score, which can potentially get them through to the next round.
All right, Bartosz on deck. Harry just hopping out of his boat there as things are moving right along, a little bit ahead of schedule. If you're in the ladies, you should be making your way up to the top. We're going to be getting started about 20 minutes early for our ladies as we wait for Bartosz to make his way down from up above. Having a great first ride. He'd like to capitalize on that.
Some really, really high scores from this last heat in the men's freestyle kayak.
Yeah, Bartosz, a very solid paddler, coach, great announcer. We'll see him in the booth. 783.33 points from Harry Price's first ride. So we'll see him back up at the top here in a few minutes to get things going. The top ride so far in this heat is Ben Higson of Great Britain with 986.67. Bartosz currently 930. Thomas Kasplicki 925. Tom Dole 791. And Harry Price 738.33 as we get ready for Bartosz's second ride. There he is, ready to go.
Thumbs up from Charlie.
Yeah, there it is. Thumbs up from our head judge. Also from Great Britain. Lots of Brits here at this event. But right now, it's all about Team Poland's Bartosz.
Back in with that orca boat, slowing himself down, dropping down into an entry wing over. Really nice, retaining the feature into a back blunt there. Into an air screw. And the other direction, still retaining the feature. He's got so much energy, and he is continuing to go. Back blunts and blunts there. Plugging for that loop, pulling that round, hoping that it's straight enough for the judge. Not quite got an air bonus, so he's going into his Space Godzilla. using that shoulder to set up, to plug again.
Oh, catching a bit of a bobble there and tumbling over, leading to a flush, but he's got an absolute ton of points on the board so far with 5 seconds left.
That's
maybe
it,
enough
Poland.
time.
Cheer him up the eddy, keep him going. And on the buzzer, he got back in.
Great ride from Bartosz. All smiles there. 6:45 on the scoreboard. That may rise. Let's see what it does here as Bartosz moves into the eddy. He's all smiles there. So he knows his second run is in the books. And he looks pretty happy with it. He keeps looking over his shoulder to see what it's doing on the scoreboard. He wants it to move up, as do we all.
And there it is, finalized in at 645 points, giving him a combined score of 1,575 points, putting him in that top position. Really, really nice to see from Bartosz. And here is Ben Higson from Great Britain, ready to drop down for his second ride, getting himself pumped in the eddy, ready to show everyone how it's done.
Yeah, this young paddler is just become a senior paddler, and he has something to say to the
Huge
boys.
wing over, Frenchy entry there from Ben into a loop. A Frenchy entry is when they do a wing over into a McNasty, and it's a super technical but really impressive move. Looks like he just caught an edge there, back deck rolling out of the feature, but that's okay, he's still got time. Let's hear Great Britain, let's hear them cheering him back up the eddy. Come on, Ben.
All right, Ben makes his way up the eddy. You can hear the British crowd cheering him on. They've got a big contingent here as he drops in, looking for a loop or Space Godzilla to the right there. As he sets up again high in the foam pile, going to drop in again, going for the Space Godzilla to the left, and sets up again, going for a McNasty, catches a bit of a flush right at the buzzer. Not as good as his first ride, but definitely a solid ride for Ben Higson, as I see 5:33.33 on the board, and probably rising. Great ride from the Brit, Ben Higson. As a young paddler, I think he's got quite a future in freestyle.
Oh, 100%. He's improved massively. He's a local at Cardiff, part of the Welsh community, and they said that they really wanted themselves to be represented. So cheers for Ben. Big cheers. As his score comes in at 546.67 points, giving him a combined score of 1,533.34 points, putting him in second position so far on our leaderboard. That's super impressive to see. Next up, we have Tomasz from Poland. His first score gave him 925 points. He'll be looking to get a similar score, get himself on top of that leaderboard, ready for round two. Big cheers for Tomasz from Poland.
That's right, Tomasz Kacplitsky of Poland dropping in. Nice wing over right into a stern end there. I thought maybe he was going to do a cartwheel or two as he drops in for a loop style move, catching a bit of an edge, flipping over, but that's okay. He's still on the feature. We'll see lots more from him as he gets a nice snappy loop. Really using the far side of that feature to get set up into a Space Godzilla to the left. And he works his way up to the top of the foam pile. There's the Space Godzilla to the right. And he's going to set up. What do we got next? I think we're going for a blunt into a McNasty. Really pulling that McNasty around quickly. Nice spray of water off the boat. Sets up. Going for the blunt McNasty in the other direction.
Huge McNasty there. Really pulled that round and retained. And then into an air screw. And the buzz has gone off. That was super solid. Really, really cool and technical from Tomasz.
Yeah, the last couple of moves are worth a ton of points, and he threw those in such quick succession, back to back to back. Really impressive ride here from Tomasz, getting things started here in his second run.
We're at 9:30 and rising. That beats his first score.
Yeah.
Up above, he says, up above.
I think if we cheer louder, it'll go up. And Tomasz, I think he was pretty happy with that ride. He did have one little bobble there in the middle of the ride, but it didn't faze him at all because he got a ton of points after that. Moving in, great performance from our bronze medalist from World Cup #1. Yeah, he's pointing at the sky. 9:23, I think he wants it to go up more than that. At 0.33, he's looking at the judges to press the up button. Uh-oh, it went down, Tomasz. You're not...
I'm sorry.
906, yeah. Yeah, you got to keep doing the up. There we go. Yeah, he's happy with that as he gives it a fist pump to claim his ride there. As we move on to the flying Frenchman, Tom Dole of France is next on deck.
with Tamash's second ride coming in at 906.67, giving him a combined score of 1,831.67 points. That's a massive score from Tamash, putting him in top position. That's super exciting.
Yeah, there we go. We can see Tom Dole in front of our sponsor board, getting ready to go here in Plattling for World Cup number 2. And as you said, I think we might see some sun coming out there. A little bit of blue sky off there in the background. So let's see if the Flying Frenchman likes the sun.
He looks like he's smiling. He's here to have a good time.
Yeah, and we've been having a great time here in Plattling. Amazing hosts as they drop in, as Tom drops in with a huge wing over right into a back blunt. That was cool. Into an air screw. Sets up, go air screw in the other direction, wasting no time, getting a ton of points on the board. Sets up again, looking for that blunt McNasty, pulls it around with a really tall loop end into a back Pan Am. He spins around the back Pan Am in the other direction. Some huge moves here from Tom Dole. I think he was looking for that blunt McNasty. He did the blunt, then the McNasty, but I don't think he linked them together there as he goes for a big loop.
Just pulling off one trick after another. This must be so tiring. Massive Space Godzilla there. And another one. He is on a roll. Looks like his points are already over 1,000.
Wow, I think that is definitely the biggest ride we've seen so far in this comp. Tom Dole, 1,470 points on the board. Wow, clapping on the side of his boat, claiming that ride. Absolutely amazing performance from the Flying Frenchman there. I think he got some of the most air and air and huge bonuses I've seen so far there.
100%, and linking things and just continuous one after the other trick. And that is how you really distinguish these technical paddlers.
1540, he's looking at the camera there, pointing at his eyes. He's happy about that. Tom Dole with the biggest ride we've seen so far in this World Cup 2 competition. That is the ride to beat at this point in time. Yeah, he's happy about that.
These paddlers are not fazed by the changing water conditions. You can see that while some are really struggling with the more wave type technique, Tom is just like thriving off it. Yeah. And that is super cool and super exciting. And we're just waiting for his score to be finalized.
That was definitely a sick ride there.
Oh, yeah.
And one of the best we've seen, maybe one of the best we will see, but you never know. There's lots of athletes that may have something to say about that as Tom's score comes in at 1,570 points, giving him a 2361.67. He is our current leader.
But what will Harry say about that? Here he comes. He was our champion in the first World Cup a couple of days ago. And here he is, ready to do his last ride. His first one came in at 738.33 points. So he'll be looking to top that. Thumbs up from Charlie. Here he comes. Harry Price from Great Britain. Let's give him a big cheer. Our last competitor in the men's surface kayak prelims.
That's right, Harry Price, gold medalist, World Cup number 1. This is World Cup number 2. So it's a clean slate as Harry does a nice wing over to start off his ride. Drops into a nice big loop. Looking maybe to clean it up, but not quite as he sets back up to the top of the foam pile. Looking for that Space Godzilla to the right. I think he's going to try and set up and do it in the other direction. Yep, there it is. Space Godzilla to the left as he works his way back up to the top of the foam pile again, going for a blunt into the McNasty.
Putting that around nice and smooth and retaining the feature. Really cool to see. Using the eddy, coming around and getting that blunt McNasty in the other direction, but unfortunately catching a flush. He's still got 7 seconds. Come on, Great Britain, let's cheer him back up the eddy. Come on, Harry.
All right, he's the last competitor here on our men's preliminary heats as he gets the 2-second buzzer. 683 points now on the board for Harry Price's second run. Definitely a solid run. Definitely not as big as Tom Dole's ride just before him, but Harry's got to be happy with that. Should be enough to maybe move him on to quarterfinals, which is our top 20, where we'll see tomorrow on the water.
Yeah, it definitely should be enough to get him through. We have our top 20 coming in now. There we go. Harry's score just came in at a 683.33 points, placing him with a combined score of 1,421.66 points, putting him in that 5th position. Super cool, super exciting. So we now have our top 20 athletes making it through to our quarterfinals. Big cheers for the party wave we've got going here with Alex McClure, Lowry, and Lucy.
All right, our first heat of ladies is definitely on the water, making an entrance out there. Well done, guys. We're going to get things started for our ladies in about 5 minutes. All right, we're doing 5 minutes so ladies are on the water. We're going to be switching up announcers for the ladies. I'll sign off now. We'll probably be back on for Squirt Boat in just a little while.
Starting in just 3 minutes, we have the women's kayak heat number 1 from World Cup 2. That's the second World Cup. We will be kicking off with a stacked first heat, some big names in this heat. It's seeded in reverse order from the first World Cup results, but we have some new competitors who will be kicking off first with Great Britain's Lowry Davies from Wales, followed by Ireland's Alex McClure, Germany's Andrea Hacker, Great Britain's Lucy Sutton, and Canada's Julie Dion.
Yeah. So in total, we're gonna have 7 heats of ladies today.
5 paddlers per heat. Each paddler gets 2 45-second rides to show us what they've got, show us why they're here at the World Cups, score as many points as possible in 45 seconds. And the score from both rides will be added together to determine who goes ahead to the quarterfinals.
We've got a few more minutes till first heat commences. Already heat number 2 can get into their gear and warm up. We will run straight through all of the 7 heats of the K1 ladies now. And now the sun's coming out. Looks like the weather's changing for the better now. The water level still is quite high, providing a little bit more of a wave feature than the last few days. But we have seen quite high rides from the men just a little earlier. So it's still possible to do some really good rides here and get a lot of points.
Yeah, it's been amazing to see some of the men choosing to swap out their competition rides from World Cup 1. World Cup 1, we saw some huge hole moves. World Cup 2 with the feature rising. Now we're starting to see a few more of those wave moves. A couple of people tried them in World Cup 1. They were sort of working, but so difficult to score. And now wave moves may even be the way to go. We saw some epic wave rides earlier. Tom Dolle, especially in the last heats of the men's. Some beautiful air screws to both sides. Let's see what the women have for us as well. I know some of these people are more at home on a wave than they are in a hole. So we may be seeing some bigger scores in this World Cup too from a few of our athletes.
Yeah, that definitely might be the situation here. Some of the ladies will score quite high rides. We have got a few world champions coming up. Hitomi is in there. Sasha, who won the first World Cup. Few World Championship competitors. Emma Witherford, Denise Rebnecker, Valerie Bertrand from Norway is here as well. Most of these ladies have been on waves and whole features the same over the last years during World Cups and World Championships.
We can see our first competitors just kind of warming themselves up in the eddy below the feature. They are choosing not to go for entry moves, maybe playing it a bit safe because this level is so flushy, so much less retentive than we've had earlier in the week. It can be so difficult to stick entry moves when you're coming down from above the feature with momentum, trying to throw a big trick as you enter the feature.
Yeah, if you catch the bubble there, the wave just pushes you out.
We can see the girls hyping each other up in the eddy.
I really like this kind of camaraderie in the eddy. Everybody's cheering the other competitors on. This most of the times doesn't feel like a competition if you're sitting in the eddy. Everybody is cheering you on and helping you back up the eddy if you've managed to flush. And it's a long way here in Plattling. Once you're in the eddy and you have to make your way up, you're knackered when you get to the top again.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Have to throw a few more moves.
That eddy line itself is powerful as well. You have to charge across it to get back into the eddy, into that still water where you can paddle upstream. We're now waiting for our judges to be in position. Once they are ready to go, we will be starting the first heat for the women's qualifiers.
Looks like the thumb is up from our head judge, Charlie Brackpool. And there goes our first competitor, Laurie Davies.
Huge cheers for Laurie as she drops in, setting up high on the feature and now plugging to look for maybe a loop or a Space Godzilla. Not quite getting the rotation she used, but Laurie is such an experienced competitor. She knows she can just repeat it, go for the loop. There it is. That's what she was looking for. Now spinning around, just putting more points up there, and she's setting up for another big trick, plugging for the Space Godzilla to the left. Again, maybe not the rotation, maybe not actually looking for. Look at that. She was going for the back blunt, maybe even trying to initiate it clean. We'll see what the judges.
Seconds left for Laurie there. Looking for a spin to the right, maybe looking for the setup, or maybe for the shove it. No, she's looking for the setup for the McNasty. And that's it for Laurie's first ride. Thank you very much.
Incredible first ride from Laurie. I'm so excited to see what she can put down here. She was not competing in World Cup 1. She's new for World Cup 2. And we know that she has gone big in previous competitions. She could be one to watch in these heats, in the quarterfinals, and later on in the competition.
Yeah, she's definitely one to watch.
But we do have 4 more challenges in this heat. 200 points there coming in as the finalised score for Laurie Davies of Great Britain.
So next one up is Alex McClure from Ireland. And the judges are ready, and there she is in the feature, surfing over to find the right setup point, doing a little spin to one side and another one to really make it score. Then spinning in the other direction. You have to, oh, and then she catches an edge and has to roll up downstream.
But yeah, those spins are so important. All time on the feature counts. You can hear Ireland cheering her on, trying to get her back up the eddy into the feature, but she already has points on the board with those spins. Maybe gonna go for some spins, maybe spin shove it. That could be a high scoring move. These are simple moves, but when they're executed, technically they score big.
Oh, unfortunately not being able to get back on the feature and just on the buzzer flashing. Thank you very much, Alex. Nice first ride, trying to tick off those moves, the spins in both directions. And next one up, from Germany, Andrea Hacker. She is on the feature already.
Surfing around in that side surf, going for that shoulder to try and set up. She's spinning around there, but just dropping an edge and flushing off. Let's cheer her up the eddy. Up, up, up. Andrea, you have this. Get back in the feature. Show us a big trick. You have 20 seconds left to show us your biggest tricks, your highest scoring moves.
And there he is back on the feature, looking again for that spin to the left. And there it is, this time not dropping too much of an edge.
Maybe looking to link that spin into a shove it. Now surfing off the feature, finishing her ride, 10 points. So solid to get points on the board and so difficult to do on this level, on a feature that most of these athletes have probably never paddled at this level until this morning.
And our next competitor, Lucy Sutton, already on the feature.
Going for some spins, catching the bow and flushing off, but it looks like the judges may be giving to her the spins. She probably completed it before she caught the bow, before she caught that flush. She has 25 seconds to get back up the eddy, and that is all the time in the world for Lucy Sutton of Great Britain, who has more tricks in the bag to show us.
And she's back on the Plattling wave. Again, looking for that spin. This time finishing it, all the 360 degrees of rotation and flushing once again. And that's the buzzer.
We can see the judges are much happier with that second spin. I think all of them may have given it to her, but we will see as the final scores come in. There we go, the judges finalizing the score, 13.33 points. I think that puts her in the second place ranking for this heat. We're just trying to get the live scores for you now, so we can update you on the rankings. But we have another competitor to go. Waiting for the thumbs up from Charlie Brackwell. And there it is. Thumbs up to our next contestant. That is Julie Dion of Canada. Listen to the cheers. Everyone loves Julie. We've seen her. She's a bit of a waveboarding specialist, so she might feel a bit more at home on this feature. Already racking up that flat spin to the left. Now going for the flat spin to the right. Just getting points on the board for her first ride. Playing it safe to get some tricks, but we could see some bigger moves from her. Maybe some blunts. You can see her trying to line up a back roundhouse. We'll see what the judges say about that. Surfing over to the right shoulder. That's right shoulder is so good for setups, and Julie knows it because she's right on the top of the feature, plugging for something big. The Felix, unfortunately not bringing it around in time to retain the feature, but she has another ride to go. She can put more points up there still. 16.67 points currently from our judges. Will they keep that? Will it go up? 16.67 points, putting her in our new second place. At the end of the first runs of the first heats, we have Laurie Davies in first with 200 points, but she is challenged by Julie Dion, Lucy Sutton, Alex McClure, and Andrea Hacker, all sitting at like around the 10 to 20 point mark. They could bring it up. I've seen them go for bigger tricks in the past, and they know that they have to pull it out if they want to make it into quarterfinals. Laurie Davies now on the wave. Laurie Davies of Great Britain going for the loop immediately, retaining it on that shoulder. Little bit of a dangerous place because it's so easy to flush there. Surfing around, maybe going into back surf. If she's going into back surf, she will be looking for the McNasty. Let's see what she shows us. Going for a spin, plugging again, trying to just get a bigger loop, scoring more bonuses, maybe looking for an air bonus on that, and there we go. That's the McNasty that we knew she had in her. Crowd loved that move. Again, trying to initiate the McNasty to the other side. She has 3 seconds left, which is more than enough time for one more trick, but she's just gonna run out of time there. 103 points. What a solid score to add to her first run. And the Harry Potter, she's going for the Harry Potter. Will she pull it off? Disappearing. The Harry Potter, such a crowd pleaser move. I threw one of those in my last World Championships ride to finish, and I'm so glad to see Laurie Davies of Great Britain breaking out in competition today. We have our next competitor, Alex McClure of Ireland. Will she equal Laurie's Harry Potter? Will she throw something bigger? She's surfing around.
Looking for the spins once again. Trying to put some more points on the scoreboard to top her first ride.
I do think she is looking to do spin, shove it, spin, shove it. If you've been around in freestyle, you know that combo. You know that is the combo we are all here to see. It's the biggest trick of the day. Spin, shove it, spin, shove it.
And it's actually getting quite a lot of points if you get those linked points, linked bonuses. And she's going for a huge loop.
And retaining it.
It was a little bit to the side. Oh, and she's going for another one, but unfortunately jumping a little bit too far back and getting flushed off the feature.
But you can see that the judges approved of that ride. They are giving her all the points. Look at that face. She is stoked, pointing maybe at the scoreboard to show how much she scored. That's such an impressive ride from Alex of Ireland.
And she did score 66.67 points.
Our next paddler already on the wave. Andrea Hacker auf Deutschland. Ein schöner Spin zu links. A nice spin to the left. I'm trying to break out the high school German in the commentary, but I don't know how well it comes across. Germans, I need you to teach me some more words later on.
Oh, we can definitely do that.
Just taking some rolls on the eddy line, Andrea Hacker. It's such a powerful eddy line, especially at these levels. I've seen it swallowing entire boats in training. She's going to cool it there, conserve her energy for later on in the competition because there is still everything to play for. 10 points for Andrea Hacker. Fantastic performance.
Dankeschön, Andrea. She is probably one of the oldest competitors in the field.
I've definitely seen her around at a lot of freestyle competitions in the past. Always there, always supporting others from the German team. We have our next competitor, another one of the Brits, Lucy Sutton, on the wave.
Oh, Lucy Sutton unfortunately getting flushed when initiating her first move. Has to fight the eddy line a little bit. There are actually a few small whirlpools around there that you can fool around if you want to, but she just wants to get back up onto the feature. 20 seconds left on the clock for her. Second ride.
Immediately go for the spin, getting that dangerous spot on the shoulder, and unfortunately just catching a flush. That may be it for Lucy Sutton. She's deciding not to paddle back up. Now, if I remember correctly from one of the other nights after a few beers, I was asked to shout out the River Dee during Lucy Sutton's ride. The River Dee in Llangollen, Wales. That is her home spot where she's been training, apparently. And she'll have been learning those skills like those flat spins that she's brought out in every ride on that river. with her friend Lowry. We can see her there in the eddy.
Our next competitor, all the way from
Canada. Julie Dion, one of our French Canadians, surfing about. She's been so positive all competition, and she threw some big loops in her first competition, and now she's going to back it up with the flat spins. Now surfing around and looking for another initiation off of the right shoulder. Getting the back caught a little bit as she spins around, possibly looking for a McNasty. It's so difficult to line up that setup. What's she going to give us?
She's looking for the back blunt or back roundhouse maybe. She's still got a few seconds left. There's a 10-second buzzer and looking for a cartwheel to the left and getting flushed off the feature.
You know when you see the Canadians lining up that you can expect to see them go for wave moves. Julie trying to break out that back roundhouse. I know she did it in her first ride or went for it. I'm not sure if the judges gave it to her, but now this second ride, just getting those spins, that is points on the board. 36.67 points at the end of her second ride. That's the end of the first heat. Current ranking, we have Lucy Sutton in 5th, Andrea Hacker in 4th,
Julie Dion in 3rd, Alex McClure in 2nd, and Larry Davis sitting in 1st position with 303 points. So that means our second heat of the ladies. Ekaterina Bacharina from Germany, Susan Robb from New Zealand, Miyu Kawabata from Japan, Kirsten Hand-Howard from Ireland, and Sonja Regina Hacker from Germany are up next and make their way down into the eddy.
Crowd cheering on all of our competitors. I think once again, all of them are entering the feature from below. Again, not going for those entry moves. It's just too risky today.
Yeah, you can flush very easily. It does get you points right away, but if you flush, you lose quite a lot of time and have to paddle back up. And there is our first competitor, Ekaterina from Germany, on the feature, surfing up this shoulder on the paddler's right side.
Just trying to get points on the board early with a beautiful flat spin. Now setting up on the shoulder, getting cheers from the crowd, getting the flat spin the other way and retaining the feature. Her friends on the stands cheering her on. There we go, there's the shove it.
Nicely executed shove it. And the other direction always keeps the paddle in the water. She sell it to the judges.
She's just going through the scorebook. She knows the moves, she knows how to get them. Just trying to get points on the board with a solid first ride. Flushing on a loop at that attempt at the end there. But an impressive performance from Ekaterina of Germany.
So the next one up is Susan Robb from all the way from New Zealand. And the thumb is up from Charlie. And there she goes.
Susan Robb dropping onto the feature now in that carbon boat. She's calm and collected as she goes for a casual flat spin.
And the other direction as well. Not really finishing the rotation, I think. We'll see if the judges have to say about that. Still looking for the setup there and using the shoulder and going for a little roundhouse attempt.
Yeah, I almost couldn't tell whether she was going to plug for a big loop or go for the roundhouse. She chose to go for the roundhouse in the end.
And she's got a few seconds left and tries to get back on top of that feature.
She's just deciding to save her energy for the next ride. She knows she has another chance to put big points up there and displace some of our first round's competitors.
And Charlie and the judges are ready for Miyu Kawabata, all the way from Japan. Quite a lot of Japanese paddlers here. They got a really strong team.
Definitely.
Of competitors this year, or every year, I should say.
She's just surfing around, looking to rack up a few points with some flat spins. Maybe trying to get a shove it there. We saw the spin to back surf and back in, just flushing off the feature as she's trying to set up. But yes, we saw on the right shoulder, she spun 180 degrees and 180 degrees back. But because those weren't fluidly linked back to each other, because she needed a few paddle strokes to retain the feature, it's not getting scored as a shove it. Shove it, although it's one of the lowest scoring moves, it's also one of the most technical in the rulebook. Look at that loop. The air on that was great. The judges are going to love that. And that's a big score for Miyu Kawabata of Japan's first ride.
This will probably put her into the top spot, or second place probably at the moment, and at least in her heat she's leading for now. That was really nice and solid ride for Miyu with 100 points. So our next competitor from Ireland already on the feature, looking for the shove it, nicely executed, but unfortunately catching an edge and has to paddle back up the feature.
We were saying earlier that spin shove it is a combo you can get, but it's so difficult to combo those moves together actually. Even though they're some of the lowest moves in the rulebook, when you do them fluidly, when you combo them together, you can score more points in bonuses than the value of the move itself. It's a high scoring combo, and Kirsten was trying to pull it off. Now she's back on the feature, surfing around, looking for the flat spin to the other way, just catching her upstream edge and taking a quick flip here in the Izar.
Thank you very much, Kirsten, for your first ride. We'll wait for the judges' score coming in. Looks like she only scored the first spin. And our next competitor is Sonja Hacker from Germany. And there she is in the feature. Also going for that spin to the left side.
Flat spin for sure is one of the main tricks we'll see our athletes going for. Just because this feature is at such a dangerous level, it's so risky to go for the big points, and a flat spin gets you 10 points already without carrying some of those same risks that the bigger moves might have. Sonia is now just surfing around, looking to get a setup maybe for a bigger move, but keeping the boat controlled, plugging
for the loop, probably.
Yeah, it looks like she's looking for a plug. It's so hard to get the bow to engage on these levels. There's an art to plugging in this feature when it's this high, and it's a difficult art to learn.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to plug your bow here. When the level's rising, it's kind of a different technique to what the paddlers are used to from the last few days. But ladies need to get some time to get used to the feature, and they all have a second ride ahead of them, so they have another chance. At the moment, we've got Miyu Kawabata in the lead with 100 points, followed by Ekaterina Basharina with 26 points, and Susan Robb in the third position in this heat.
We know every paddler in this heat has thrown a few bigger tricks than we've seen so far, so it will be interesting to see if they can pull them off in competition. We have Ekaterina from Germany setting up on the shoulder, into back surf, possibly looking for a McNasty. Going back up onto the shoulder, setting up nice and high, flat spin to the right. Unfortunately, getting too much onto the green. Is she flush? Can the crowd cheer her back up into the eddy, back up onto the wave with 15 seconds to go? Amazing turnout here from the crowd, actually. It's raining so hard. There we go. Cheers for that move from Ekaterina. And she's now plugging for the loop. And just the loop on the buzzer, not quite sticking it. But that loop was so good. Plugging is so hard at this level, and she kept the rotation perfectly straight. I know she is going to be pleased with that last move, no matter whether or not it scores.
Yeah, that was a really nice loop attempt. Unfortunately, just a little bit too late and flushing, or just on the buzzer.
The Kiwi paddler, Susan Robb, 40 seconds left. She's already ticked off a spin. What else is she going to pull out to show us?
Oh, unfortunately flashing once again. This time she will have to make her way back into the feature.
Unfortunately, a surge on those boils also catching her. That boil line is vicious. There are some whirlpools that will swallow paddlers whole. She has
a few more seconds left.
5 seconds. Will she make it? Her fans in the crowd cheering her on. She has just missed the feature. But
thank you very much, Susan, for the attempt, for your dedication to get back on the feature and try for another big move. That will leave her with 20 points in total for her 2 rides. And we have got Miyu Kawabata once again. The Japanese crowd's going crazy.
She's setting up nice and high, surfing down the wave, maybe not getting the plug she was looking for. We saw a huge ride from her to start with a beautiful front loop. She was setting up for it again, but catching that flush, just going a bit too far behind the borderline.
Just playing it around a little bit too much with the bubbles to get a higher point for her setup. And getting
Listen to everyone in the crowd cheering her on. They are hoping for another big trick in the second part of her ride, and she's looking for it, trying to get maybe some spins now to make sure she gets some points, but she has 7 seconds left to pull off something big, and I can hear the Japanese crowd cheering for her. They know she's got it.
Thank you very much, Miyu, for your second ride. Unfortunately not managing to repeat the nice loop from the first ride, but still in the first position in this heat for now.
103.33 points is the final score for Miyu Kawabata. Omedetou gozaimasu.
You've got quite a few languages up your sleeve too.
You have enough beers with enough freestylers from different countries. You pick some things up. Kirsten Hanhoward of Ireland going for a spin, going for a shove it. Beautiful flat spin technique. Getting those points.
And rolling up in the feature, still retaining, unfortunately not.
Just a bit too flushy, a bit too surgy.
But she's still got time to throw a few more big moves. He definitely wants to up her score a little bit, looking for a little cheeky roundhouse to the left. And maybe looking for the shove it once again. There is the shove it the other direction. Very nice ride. We'll see what the judges have to say about that. The wave moves are sometimes quite hard to actually score because you have to go clear of the foam pile. So the judges have to...
100%. Germany's Sonja Hacker lining up in the eddy. What will she show us for this ride? Setting up nice and high on that feature. Unfortunately, a bit too high. And those boils are going to push her back. But she is got 30 seconds left. And she might make it back onto the feature to put down some big points in her last 20 seconds of her ride.
And there she is again. Little spin. But not really finishing the rotation 100%, I think. The judges do give it to her. And a spin to the other direction. Looking for the setup for maybe one more big point, or looking for the shove it there. I'm not sure if she's going to get the points for that, as she has paused a little bit in the back surf position.
Looks like 30 points, so maybe... Oh wait, 20 points for that last ride. 30 points in total for Sonja Hacker of Germany.
So this means our third heat of ladies is to commence soon. we have got Tamsin McConkey from Great Britain, Lucy Hacker from Germany, Maya Ray Cross from Great Britain, Naya Darubala also from Germany, and Nele Barbich from Germany as well. So a German-British heat. And we have got Laurie Davis in the lead for now, followed by Miyu Kawabata, Alex McClure, Kirsten Hand-Howard, and Ekaterina Basharina in the top 5 spots.
They're all in dangerous positions now. I know all of these paddlers in this heat have the potential to unseat Laurie from that top spot. Shout out to Tamsin, actually. She's recently been posting on Instagram a series where she takes requests from the crowd. She will throw the trick that you ask for, and so far my favorite one has been the Macarena to front loop.
Okay, I'm excited to see that one. Well, she is starting with an entry move, so we are waiting for the Macarena to front loop. I'm really excited for that one.
100%. I really hope she breaks that out in competition. But if not, we have some big moves to expect from her as she goes for an entry one. Unfortunately, catching a bit too much of the green water underneath the wave and flushing. But her supporters, her fans are going to cheer her up into the eddy, up to the top, where she has 30 seconds on the clock to go big.
And she goes straight for a clean spin, sticking out the paddle for the judges to see, to score the bonus points. And there is the front loop.
Retaining it in the feature, keeping it controlled, looking for a Space Godzilla to the right.
Oh, and unfortunately flashing once again. So that you can see why paddlers opting for the entry from the eddy. And the whirlpool's pushing her further down, and she decides to save her strength for the next.
But Tamsin already scoring 110 points. That ride is propelling her into the number 2 spot already. Lucy Hacker coming up next. She's a German paddler. She has so much experience on this feature. I have seen her throw some huge McNasties. Will we see one in this ride?
We hope so. And she goes for a little spin and another one. She just keeps on spinning. Oh, nice shove it.
There we go. That's a spin, shove it, spin, shove it.
And the other direction as well.
Spin, shove it, spin, shove it. That is what we were talking about. That is the move, the sequence that scores more in bonuses than it does for each individual trick. Unfortunately, trying to plug for a big trick, but catching the bow at the wrong angle. However, that was a big first ride from Lucy, and she has 10 seconds left to make it back up into the wave and throw one more trick. I'm hoping for a McNasty. I've seen some beautiful, stylish, snappy McNasties from the German girl. What does she have for us?
She definitely knows how to McNasty. And there she goes for the McNasty attempt, but not really getting enough air out of the feature. So she stays with the 40 points from her spin, shove it combo. That's actually 40 points for just those moves is actually insane. It's so many points for...
Yeah, you can tell Lucy's an expert paddler. So many skills, and spin shove it is kind of like a crowd favorite among the freestylers. If you know freestyle, you appreciate that move for what it does. Following her in order is Maya Raycross of Great Britain.
She will start from the top with an entry move.
Looks like we might be skipping Maya, going straight to Naya Darawala of Germany. She is setting up, you can see the concentration on her face as she looks for the sweet spot in the feature that is going to give her the biggest entry move and the best chance of retaining it. Entry one there. I think she may have been trying to go for a bigger entry, but at least she is getting those points nice and early. Spins.
Yeah, it looked like she was setting up for entry 3, actually.
That is exactly what I thought, but she has some spins and a shove it.
And the cartwheel, but unfortunately flashing on the cartwheel. Up, 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 come on, Naya. Back up in the eddy towards the feature. Looking for a few more points. She already has 78 points on the scoreboard. Looking for a big loop. Oh, and unfortunately flashing once again. Not retaining in the feature. Thank you very much, Naya, for your first ride.
It's still big points. She is smiling. She is happy. She knows she's scored. She knows she has a chance of going through.
And yeah, she's got a second chance a little later to get some more points on the scoreboard. So next paddler should be Nele Barwig from Germany. And we can see our safety kayaker Fabian fool around with his half slice boat in the eddy line. Trying to stay warm probably. Outside in the rain.
Yep, it is raining hard here in Plattling. We are going to see the water level rise. How is it going to work out for Nele Barwig of Germany? Paddling probably this new water level for the first time this morning. Well, the first time, I'm sure she's paddled high water Plattling before, because it shows with those spins and those shove-its, just getting points on the board nice and early to kick off her ride, and then going into the loop, trying to score some bigger points.
Not getting the air bonus probably on this one, but looking for the setup for another attempt and getting pushed out of the feature.
She knows that to go big, she has to start her tricks from high up on the feature, and that means surfing out on that shoulder, surfing back in, and to get the biggest tricks, you have to judge that so carefully to set up and not flush. Unfortunately, not quite the right side of that for Nele Barwig, but she has 103.33 points. That is a big score and maybe enough to put her in our top 5 already after just one ride.
Yes, she's sitting in third position after her first ride together with Miyu from Japan. But we still got a lot of ladies to come. The top scoring ladies from the first World Cup are still to come. But for now, we will start at the top of the order of heat number 3 once again. With Tamsin from Great Britain. And there she goes.
Setting up on the shoulder, we saw some epic moves from Tamsin in her first ride. Is she going to repeat it? Trying to get the clean spin. Just a bit of a edge catch there, arresting her momentum, but she follows it up with a big loop, a Space Godzilla to the right. This is the high-scoring ride that Tamsin was looking for.
A cartwheel to the right, looking for the split wheel, cartwheel links. Another Space Godzilla attempt. She is lining up those moves one after the other and looking for the McNasty, but not really getting the bow under.
But she's trying to set up for it again, and oh, maybe in for a back blunt just there, and retaining it.
That back blunt was really nice. She really did get her boat out of the water. And this looks to be a better score than her first ride. The judges are still counting. And this will put her firmly in second place, I guess.
Second place, just behind her teammate Laurie Davies of Great Britain. Some impressive skills from all of the girls here. Tamsin not quite giving us the Macarena front loop we were hoping for, though. Maybe we'll see it later.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see her in the semis. And Lucy Hacker back on the feature. Looking for the McNasty, but not getting the rotation perfectly executed.
Immediately going for the McNasty because she knows she needs those big points to take the top spots away from the British paddlers. Bring it home for Team Germany, the home team out here. Lucy's favorite trick has got to be the McNasty because she is so good at them. I know she has one in this ride. Let's Let's hope for it. Let's cheer for it. Come on, Lucy. Let's show us what you've got. There we go. There's the McNasty. Oh, unfortunately, just a bit of a flush there at the end. But so good to see her turning up early morning in the rain, competing on the water.
Trying to go for those McNasties. So next competitor from Germany as well, Naya. So Lucy's second ride coming in with 46.67 points. We can see Merle Hauser having a quick snack before her ride to fuel up. And Naya making her way back onto the feature, probably looking for that entry move once again, but this time unfortunately flushing. I'm not sure if she was really going for the entry 3, but that actually looked like it again.
Clearly a talented paddler, just struggling a little bit with the water levels today, but she has 30 seconds to show us what she's got. Bit of a capsize there. Maybe looking for a plug, but getting some spins to make sure she gets some points on the board from our judges. There we go. There's the plug, looking maybe for a Space Godzilla to the right, but she needs air to score that move. That is going to be it for Naya Garawala of Germany.
And one competitor left in heat number 3, Nele Barbich, with her second ride. And there is the thumbs up from Charlie.
And here she comes, Nele Barbich of Germany, plugging immediately for the loop.
Nicely executed loop. Looking for the setup once again. Nice little spin, not really finishing the rotation. Probably looking for a McNasty there, or the shove it. Oh, there's the shove it the other direction. And racking up those points. What's she going to do next? Cartwheel to the right. Still retaining in the feature and a few seconds left. He is going for the loop once again, or probably a Space Godzilla.
And there we go. What a ride from Nele Barbich. Depending on how much she scores, that could be enough to take the spot, number 2 spot. She might need just a few more points to take that number 2 spot. Let's cheer her on. Let's get that score up.
And she's coming in with 101.67 points, putting her in 3rd position overall so far. And this was heat number 3. We are coming to heat number 4 now with Christina Hochstrasser from Austria, Valerie Bertrand from Norway, Lia Vuorenpa from Finland, Marine Isaac from France, and Sandra Lana from Italy. The ladies are paddling down into the feature. 1, 2, 3, 4. Down in the eddy already.
They are all there, ready to go, raring to go. And here we have Christina Hochstrasser from Austria.
Christina has been training a lot recently in Graz. He's also in the organizer team for the Europeans there later this year. And she's been practicing a lot and quite...
We've seen some big moves from her already with the loop and the Space Godzilla back to back. She's now going for some cartwheels. I think those would have scored. Let's see what the judges say. Spinning around, trying to get those spin points. Setting up once again high on the feature. surfing to the far side.
Come on, Christina. There she's looking for the McNasty.
And staying in the feature. The judges want to see that McNasty land straight, so we'll see if they give it to her. But that was amazing technique, such a smooth initiation on the McNasty. So difficult to do at this water level.
Really nice first ride from Christina. He's more used to the grass feature, which is quite steady in the water level and not changing much. This is something totally different for most of the paddlers. A little bit of input from her coach.
Yeah, the Austrians have such a strong team out here, like some big rides. You can tell their home spots must be great. Everyone I've talked to says grass is a great feature. I have not paddled it yet.
It is amazing. It is really amazing. It runs almost every day of the year. It's always the same water level, just changing really slightly. So, and it's quite good. It's not too retentive, it's not too flashy, it's just a perfect feature.
That sounds ideal. A lot of the paddlers today are struggling with this feature, but Valerie Bertrand is no stranger to waves. She spent a lot of time in Canada, I believe, going for the roundhouse to the left. Now for the spins. We have seen some... Oh, and there she goes, looking for a helix or maybe a flip turn. Going for wave moves. Helix the other way, or Felix rather.
Such a strong paddler, Valerie. Also paddling slalom and all kinds of boats. Oh, looking for the air screw.
Maybe not quite getting it aerial enough to score the full air screw points, but the judges are going to like this ride.
Oh,
there we
another
go.
one.
To get the full air screw points, the boat has to be aerial for 180 degrees of the rotation. That is difficult to do on this feature, but Valerie Bertrand may have managed it. Let's see what the judges have to say about that ride. Valerie there, recovering from that ride in the eddy.
She just kept moving around on the wave without stopping. It just kept going and trying to do as many moves as possible. We'll see what the judges, which moves the judges give her.
It is going to be tough to decide on those air screws, but I am so pleased to see an air screw this early in the competition.
Yeah, definitely.
Air screw is like the wave boating kind of holy grail trick. Every kid, the first time they get on a wave, what they want to do is learn to air screw.
Yeah, it's so crazy if you manage to stick an air screw on a big wave. It's just, yeah.
It's the best feeling ever. Maybe even better than sticking a huge loop.
So the judges are still discussing Valerie's run.
Air screw is a deceptively difficult trick. You have to get the rotation straight and aerial. It has to land pointing upstream. You have to take off pointing upstream. That is a lot harder to do than most people think. Ia Vuorenpää of Finland dropping into the feature now. Let's see what she's got. The Finns are also incredibly strong wave boaters, and we see it with a left roundhouse into some spins, maybe go for the spin shove it. Spins the other way.
That's definitely looking like a spin shove it combo.
And she knows how to get those big points.
Now looking for the setup for another move, but getting flushed off the top of the wave. Has to paddle back up.
Charging back up the eddy. She is used to contending with powerful rivers like they have in Finland. And she is charging into the feature once again. 3 seconds left on the clock. We're enough time for one more trick, but just missing out on it. The buzzer sounding, that signifying the end of her first ride.
Unfortunately, it's a little bit too far to make your way over to the sweet spot to initiate the loop. If you just make it all back on the wave with a few seconds to spare, it's quite hard to stick one more move.
Marine Isaac of France is up next, but now we have the final score for Ia of Finland. That is 51.67 points.
And there is Marine starting with an entry move. Nice entry.
Big
Roll.
air on that entry. The rotation might not have been the rotation she was looking for, but the judges are going to score it nonetheless. Now she's surfing up high on that pile, plugging, looking for a plug. So hard to get the plug in the right spot and not get rejected.
Yeah, you have to change your technique. Just moving down the foam pile like you're used to is not going to work here. You kind of have to go sideways and plug your bow in. There she goes. This time she manages to plug it in perfectly. Quite a big loop.
I think she was even looking for a clean loop there. That's not using the paddles, trying to keep those paddles clear of the water. Plugging again, she'll be looking maybe for a Space Godzilla to finish off her ride.
Thank you very much, Maureen, for your first ride. That was really amazing. She has scored 173 points, the highest scoring ride in this heat so far.
Sandra Lana from Italy on the feature now. Setting up in a back surf. Now a spin. She's trying to get high. She's trying to plug for a big loop. Just not getting the plug she was looking for. She's going to need all the support she can get to make it up the eddy. Let's give it up for Sandra Lana of Italy. Get her up that eddy. Cheer her on.
Up, 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 up. Come on, Sandra.
18 seconds left. That is enough time for some big point moves. She could take one of these top spots from the other athletes, and she might with a loop like that one she just executed perfectly. Now in back surf.
Nice,
go for the McNasty. And staying in the feature. Space Godzilla to the right on the buzzer. If she initiated that before the buzzer sounds, the judges may give that to her if they like the rest of the trick as well.
That was a really nice ride. She just pulled out the tricks a little bit too late into her ride.
96.67 points, so it looks like she initiated that Space Godzilla just a fraction of a second too late, just after the buzzer, but she may have it in the next ride, bringing up her scores.
Our next competitor will be once again Christina Hochstrasser, sitting in the eddy, smiling and getting the thumbs up from Charlie. And there she goes, sitting at 130 points, looking for the perfect spot to initiate her loop. There she goes. Nice big loop and retaining the feature and surfing it up once again over the right surfer's right shoulder. Don't go too far back on the feature, and unfortunately she flushes off. Up, 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 come on Christina. Help her back up into the feature to use the last few seconds of her ride.
You can see her putting power into those strokes, charging up. She's now just taking a breather. She has 10 seconds left to go big. 103 points from our judges already, trying to get that cartwheel to the right. Let's see what the judges have for us.
Thank you very much, Christina. I think this is not going to up the score from her first ride. She's coming in with 103.33 points, putting her in third position overall so far.
But she is happy with that. She is pleased with that score. It was a good ride. Valerie Bertrand on the water now, looking immediately for the left roundhouse and those spins.
Nice rounders, and looking for the helix again, and unfortunately flashing a little bit too much edge. Tries to paddle it like she would on a wave to maybe get a bit of an air bonus, making it a helix. And there she is, back up.
Valerie's first ride was massive. Can she beat it with her second ride? Looking for a big Space Godzilla to the left. Now trying to set up maybe for a McNasty. Nope, there we go, the Felix again. I think she's not quite as pleased with that as her first ride, but it was a spectacular performance nonetheless from Valerie Bertrand of Norway.
We'll see what the judges have to say about that last Felix or helix. He comes in with 95 points, 203 in total, which puts her in 5th position for now.
That is a good place to be. She is going to be pleased with her performance in this round of the World Cups.
Next paddler, Leah from Finland. And
we have Marine
sorry.
Isaac of France dropping in, actually. There she goes, going for that beautiful entry, charging up the water. Maybe a bit of a mix-up in the start order here, but it's all right because Marine has it in her to go big and show us some amazing tricks. Just catching a little bit of a wobble there, struggling to get the setup she wants to go huge. Plugging for another beautiful loop, repeating it from her first ride.
Oh, how about that? What a huge Space Godzilla.
That Space Godzilla was awesome. 240 points for Marine Isaac's second ride currently. Are the judges going to up that? Are they going to stick with it? Or are we going to decide actually some of those moves weren't quite meeting the full rulebook definitions?
Yeah, she really made her carbon Gigi kayak fly in this ride. Huge loop, huge Space Godzilla. Maybe even getting huge bonuses. I'm not sure about the mix-up we had here with the competitors. The judges are discussing.
Here, Vuorenpää of Finland sitting in the eddy. She's ready for her ride as well. Can she beat her first score, which was 50-something points? I know she has what it takes. There we go, Marine's final score coming in, 130 points on that second ride, 303.33 points at the end. That is going to put her high up the leaderboard in the number 2 spot, just behind the British paddler, Laurie Davies. Finnish paddler Io Vuorenpää on the wave now.
There she goes, nice little roundhouse.
Getting those spins, trying to plug for a loop, but the water is just not letting her go for it, but she will continue with some more spins and a shove it. Surfing about, let's see what she can bring us in the rest of her ride.
Probably looking for the plug for the loop once again. But has to get a little bit higher up on the feature without getting flushed. And there she goes. Nice plug, nice loop.
What a beautiful ride from Io of Finland. She's going to be so pleased with that. It looks like she was trying to ramp up that back blunt there at the end, but unfortunately buzzer sounding and signifying the end of her ride. But we still have points coming in for the Finnish paddler.
Yeah, she looks like she tripled the points from her first ride.
She is going to be so happy with that. 206 points for Io Vuorenpää of Finland.
So we've got one paddler left in this heat, Sandra Lana from Italy.
And here she goes. Setting up nice and high, she is going to plug for a loop, getting that loop, staying in the feature.
Looking for another plug there. Has to move around on the feature a little bit to find her perfect setup point. And there is a spin to the left. And Not a huge loop, probably going for the Space Godzilla, but not really getting the rotation of the kayak.
But maybe improving on some bonuses for her first loop. Going for the Space Godzilla again. See if she is happy with that. She's going to finish right with a McNasty, it looks like.
Oh, nicely executed McNasty, but I fear it's gonna be just a little bit after the buzzer. It was really well executed.
Honestly, that was some of the best McNasty technique I've seen so far today.
Definitely.
You could see her build the pressure against that top edge of her boat, and that brought her around beautifully into a snappy aerial McNasty.
Oh, it looks like the judges are still counting, and some of them actually counted the McNasty. If you see these points
with a fractional value,
yeah,
like
exactly, that's what I was looking for.
3.33 or 6.67.
That means 1 or 2 of our 3 judges awarded the move. The judges are still... Yeah, now here comes the final score for Sandra's second ride, 143.33. So one of the judges at least awarded her the McNasty. It was really nicely executed, but unfortunately just a little bit out of time for her second ride. So our next heat is going to be Becca Green from Great Britain, Ida Wellensig from Germany, Jasmin Stangl-Brachnik from Austria, Emma Widderford from Great Britain, and Denise Rebnecker from Austria as well. The top 2 Austrian paddlers here, and Emma Widderford, who's been on the scene for quite some time, also a very accomplished paddler.
Exactly. All of these paddlers have put down big scores in the first World Cup. That is why they are starting in this heat number 5. It's seeded in reverse order, so the highest scoring paddlers go last. That means that it is by no means decided. Anyone could still take the top spots from our current leaders.
4 minutes until we start the next heat. Judges stretching their legs, having a drink, and getting ready for heat number 5 out of 7 in the ladies class.
Our top 20 competitors from these heats will be going on into the quarterfinals for the women's K1 category. You can see our judges getting back in position, ready to count up some moves, do some counting, do some judging. That's what they're here for. And they are turning up this morning, even despite the Volksfest last night. I saw almost all of our judges and officials there, and they are still here at 7 a.m. this morning to welcome our competitors, to judge their rides, and to make sure this event runs smoothly.
Yeah, they're doing a great job here in Plattling. All the organizers, the ICF Freestyle Committee, big shout out and thank you for making this happen. Even with these weather circumstances, to keep the competition running.
It's so exciting to be here in Plattling. We have this weather, these dramatic storms, this rainfall bring us up. We can see Becky Green dropping down. She's probably dropping down to start from the eddy. She's just conferring with the judges a little bit, just so they know that's what she's doing. She's not starting her ride just yet. Here she comes. Becky Green of Great Britain. You will have heard her voice on commentary earlier, I think.
Yep.
Absolutely killing it on the commentary, in fact. Sounding substantially more alive than I feel right now.
Also, Jasmin made her way down into the feature, and Emma Widderford as well.
We actually see most of our heat choosing to enter the eddy. Again, not risking those entry moves, not trusting the feature to give it to them on levels like this. And here comes Becky Green of the UK. She's going to plug for a nice Space Godzilla to the left, setting up her next trick, which is going to be, she's looking for that McNasty. It's so hard to line up. Bit of a back loop there.
Yeah, and almost retaining in the feature. Hop, 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 come on, Becca.
25 seconds left. There's a huge British contingent here, but I can't hear any of them.
They're probably still asleep, not used to German beer. And there he goes, nice Space Godzilla. And retaining. Few more seconds left. Big loop attempt, a little bit sideways. And probably looking for the McNasty to finish off her ride. And there's the buzzer. Thank you very much, Becca.
That was a high-scoring ride for Becky. She is going to be pleased with that score. With 2 rides like that, she would be a contender for the top spots of these qualifiers.
The judges are still counting points and discussing if the moves were correctly executed. We are waiting for Rebecca's final score to come in, and she scores 200 points in her first ride.
That is
and she's stoked with the points.
Was one of the biggest rides we have seen so far in this round of qualifiers. Ida Wellensiek of Germany, just not quite getting the start she wanted on the feature.
Oh, that's really bitter if you paddle on and get pushed out right after.
I've done this so many times in training. You just kind of misjudge that shoulder, line up just behind it, but it's not phasing her at all because she throws a beautiful loop, cool as a cucumber. Now going for McNasty, plugging once again for a Space Godzilla, racking up points nice and early, surfing around to get another McNasty potentially, and there it is. Just not quite in the sweet spot of the feature, and she is going to have to improve on that in her next ride, but the score is already looking good for her. 190 points is the preliminary score from our judges. That could go up or down as they deliberate. Ida Wellensiek's first ride, what a performance.
Really nicely executed. And there goes Jasmin from Austria. She's just paddling in the women's class for the first year. And she is a really strong paddler. She's really...
I saw some fantastic tricks from her in the first World Cup. I think she is looking to repeat a few of them for this World Cup.
Nice loop.
Such an aggressive way of plugging into the feature, but it pays off because that loop was fantastic. Maybe getting that air bonus on it as well. Spins, again, every spin counts for points. There we go, there's a McNasty in the feature.
I'm not sure if the judges are going to count the McNasty because she landed a little bit sideways, but
looking for the McNasty the other way as well at the end of her ride. 110 points for Jasmin Stangelbachnik of Austria, but strong competitor. We are going to see big things from her in the future, at this competition, at the next competition, and for many, many years to come.
her first ride comes in with 110 points. And we have got our next competitor on the water, Emma Willaford from Great Britain. Nice spin to the right to start off her ride, and a shove it, probably looking for the spin shove it combo moves like many of those ladies do, and surfing it up for her next move, looking for the perfect spot, for the sweet spot to initiate. Probably a nice aerial loop, really well executed.
She is getting those setups nailed reliably, and it's paying off for her because that was a fantastic Space Godzilla to the right, getting Nice air, 218 points. One of our highest scoring rides already, and it's not finished because there is at least one more big trick in it, but she catches an edge. She's going to call it there for this ride and improve on it in the next round.
This looks to be our highest scoring ride so far in the ladies competition. 240 points, but not finalized yet. The judges still ticking off some more moves there. Yeah, Emma Willeford comes in with 243 points for her first ride, which puts her in first position in this heat and probably in fourth already in the standing of all the women.
Lining up now, we have Denise Revneger from Austria. She is paddling my favorite boat of this competition, and you're about to see why. Look at the bottom of that boat. That is Rio, her dog, just catching a flush on the entry move. She did stay in the feature for a second, so there's a chance she might get some points for that. But let's see as she charges up. You can see here her fans in the crowd cheering for her, They want to see more of that beautiful picture of Rio on the bottom of her boat.
Actually done by a Brit. The design of the feature is of Rio is done from Rob Crow.
Rob Crow, also a fantastic paddler, sadly not with us. But Denise is showing some of that signature style with a beautiful, huge front loops, plugging again to look for the Space Godzillas. Nice Space Godzilla to the left.
That was probably huge even. And another one. And there is the buzzer. Thank you very much, Denise. What a nice first ride at the moment. 193 points. Probably getting a little bit more even. The judges have not finalized it yet. We are starting to see some really, really big rides from the girls here. And as the competition keeps moving on, they will probably get bigger even. Our top contenders from first World Cup are still to come. And we are waiting for the judges to give us the final score, and 233.33 for Denise's first ride, which puts her in second position in the heat.
Emma Witherford currently with our highest scoring ride of the day, I believe. And all of these competitors have put down huge rides for their first ride, and they have one more to add to that to bring their score up and to claim the #1 spot going into quarterfinals.
The judges are still discussing a little bit, and we have got our next competitor ready, waiting upstream. And there is Charlie's thumb in the air.
This looks like it's Marine Isaac of France, probably due to the mix-up earlier. She is getting a second run, or second run, or third as we call it. That's how counting works. Beautiful entry move.
And retains in the feature. Oh, unfortunately flashes when looking for the setup on the shoulder. Up, 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 up. Come on, Marine.
It is so hard to pull out these moves under pressure, especially if you have a little bit of an upset early in the day. It can be hard to come back from that mentally, but no stranger to the pressure is Marine Isaac. That loop was beautiful. She is not fazed by any of these things, and she has nailed the feature. Just catching a flush. Frenchie is cheering her on in the crowd. Great to hear. The sun is coming out for the French paddler Marine Isaac.
And she just makes it back on the feature when the buzzer sounds. Unfortunately not getting the same beautiful ride as she did earlier.
But a nice Space Godzilla from her there at the end to celebrate.
A nice crowd pleaser to show the watchers what she's capable of.
333 points in total. That is a a big score, a tough score for our other competitors to beat. Where does that put her in the rankings?
This puts her in first place in the rankings overall so far.
We have a new leader, Marine Isaac of France.
So now back to heat number 5. Rebecca Green from the UK.
So many strong freestylers from the UK, and Becky is no different. We've seen a huge first ride from her. Another ride like that would be enough to take the #1 spot. She's smiling there as she is on the feature. Always so happy, always so positive. There we go. Nice loop. Keeping it controlled there. Looking for a spin, getting so close to that dangerous spot on the shoulder, but she retains the feature, keeping it controlled.
What a beautiful, huge loop there.
Clean as
Sticking the
well.
pedal out, yeah, cleaning it out to sell it to the judges, sticking the pedal out and going for another plug, probably to look for a Space Godzilla, but getting rejected this time. Few more seconds left. Oh, and there is the Space Godzilla attempt, but unfortunately getting flushed. Still sitting at 153 points so far.
But she is smiling in the edit. She knows that may be the ride she needs to take the top spot. I mean, that said, she is always smiling. I have never seen Becky without a smile on her face. Who knows what dark thoughts she's secretly hiding. 363.33 points for Becky Green of Great Britain.
Which puts her in the lead overall. Just a few points, 30 points ahead of Marine Isaac.
Germany's Ida Wellensieg on the wave, plugging immediately for a loop, maybe not getting as much air as she'd like, but she has a whole ride left to add more points to that score. Spinning around, now plugging again, possibly looking for Space Godzilla, unfortunately not getting the roll in time to retain the feature, so she will need to paddle up this eddy. Come on, Ida, you've got this. And here she goes, 15 seconds left to go. She could go big, and she does with a beautiful loop, improving on that first one, so the judges may choose to keep it on. Nice McNasty, still in the feature. Trying to finish with the phonics.
Oh, unfortunately flashing, but a really nice phonics attempt. But this will be another high-scoring ride for Ida.
Phonics is probably one of the hardest moves to stick in Plattling. It's so hard to initiate, and once you initiate with that crossbow stroke, you have to keep the boat continuously ramping up on a 360-degree pirouette before throwing a front flip. And it's so hard not to flush because you need so much time on that bow end to complete the pirouette. Here is Jasmin Stengel-Bachnick aus Österreich, surfing around on the feature. Just getting those spins, those shove-its, to make sure she gets some points before she goes for the big, high-scoring moves to cap her ride off. Nice Space Godzilla attempt, maybe to the right. Maybe looking for Space Godzilla, maybe looking for a loop. Hard to tell sometimes.
Nice McNasty there. Up, 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 up. Come on, Jasmin. And retaining in the feature. Not sure if the judges are going to score the McNasty though. Another attempt on that McNasty there. And there it is, just after the buzzer. Looks like Jasmin's not going to up her score from the first ride. And she comes in with 100 points for her second ride, which puts her
nice and high in the rankings.
Yeah, definitely.
In 10th spot.
10th spot at the moment.
Our next paddler now dropping onto wave, it is Emma Witherford of Great Britain. We have seen Emma around at so many competitions. She has always put down big scores. Unfortunately, just catching her upstream edge there and doing a quick roll So much experience, so much power. She's such a talented paddler, and she has 20 seconds to show how much talent she has. Nice loop.
So snappy, those loops, if they come around looking for a...
She might have been going for a split wheel there, or even a tricky whoop, but now she goes for the McNasty, just heading it a little bit, maybe too far left.
Yeah,
and
exactly. That's what I thought. There's just a small current going through the feature here, and if you manage to land too far on the left, it just pushes you off, no matter how clean you land your move.
Exactly.
100 points for Emma's second ride.
That is still going to be a big total score, since her first ride was so high scoring.
Last competitor in this heat, all the way from Austria, Denise Rebnecker with the beautiful Gigi carbon boat and a picture of Rio on the bottom, which we actually want to see. And she's looking for the spot for the plug for her loops or Space Godzillas.
She's now...
And there she goes.
That was beautiful. Just keeping that paddle in the water to stabilize herself, but I've seen her go for the clean in the past. Now surfing around looking for a next trick. She would look like she was going for a Space Godzilla, but not getting the rotation she wanted, so she is going to try and plug again to make sure she scores that trick.
And few more seconds left. And going for that Space Godzilla once again. Come on, Denise. On the bus, initiating a McNasty. And just getting pushed off. I'm not sure if the judges are going to count the McNasty, as you have to start with a back surf to initiate the move. The first half of the spin does actually not count to the move. And
123 points for her second ride. Where is she in the rankings now?
She is in third position for now, behind Becca Green and Ida Wellensiek.
Two Austrians now in the top 5. Strong showing from the Austrian team. Ida Wellensiek still on the top spot. Number 2 spot, Becky Green. Denise is in 3rd. Emma Witherford in 4th, and Yasmin in 5th from this heat.
We've got heat number 6 out of 7 coming up.
Another Irish paddler kicking us off. The Irish team are always such a strong showing at every single freestyle event. It is so good to see them out here in Plattling.
Yeah, we've got 2 Irish competitors in this heat. 2 German competitors, and...
Let's not forget about the Polish competitor.
Yeah, exactly.
Agata Jakubiec going 2nd. Aoife Hanrahan from Ireland after her. Annika Schaka and Anna Zomoa finishing it off.
Well, we've got the sun coming out once again for our next competitors.
So good to see some sunshine. It is very welcome after the morning we have had. I've got a lot of things hanging off the back of my van I want to dry out.
Yeah, today you gotta be quick to hang them out and put them back in when the rain comes back. Not very stable weather today. And our competitors are making their way down into the eddy.
They're getting set up. Our first competitor, Bevan of Ireland, will be waiting for the thumbs up from the head judge, and there it is. Let's see what she is going to put down in this ride.
Nice pink Gigi Prod kayak. Nice spin to the right. Probably looking for that setup point and going straight for the loop, getting a little bit sideways. And once again, there is the loop. Nicely executed. Probably no air bonus. Oh, well, the judges do think so. And she's still sitting in the feature. A few more seconds left, looking for the McNasty, going for the switch McNasty. Nice first ride for Bevan here.
So when we see these moves on these rides, we call them as we see them, but it is not our commentary that determines the scores. It is up to the judges. So if you see me call out a Space Godzilla when actually I saw a loop, or, I don't know, confuse a shove-it and a lunar orbit, ignore what I say. It's all up to the judges, and if they disagree, then head judge Charlie needs to decide what to do.
Yeah, exactly. We are just calling the moves as we see them. The judges have their rule book and have to decide if it was executed correctly or not. So, next paddler.
Poland's Agata Jakubiec. Here she goes. Setting up with such precision and control. She knows exactly what she's looking for. It is a front loop.
Nice front loop. Such a strong paddler.
I believe that may be the extra small size of the Gigi that she's in.
It looks like, yeah.
Possibly the only one of those in the senior competition. Very small boat, but she is making a very small boat go very big with a lovely phonics attempt. Just a bit too close to that dangerous spot on the left shoulder.
A little bit too far back on the foam pile. Hop, hop, hop. Come on, Agata. That is just enough time maybe for one last big... looking straight for the phonics monkey on the shoulder. Thank you very much, Agata. Rolling up after her first ride. We're waiting for the judges to finalize the score, and she's coming in with 90 points.
A solid first ride for Agata, but she knows she may be able to land a phonics in her next ride, and that one trick will put her right up the rankings if she lands it. So let's see what she can pull off.
Our next competitor from Ireland, Evie Hanrahan, gets the thumb up from Charlie. She is probably starting from the top with an entry move.
We've seen some beautiful entry moves from her in the previous World Cup. Let's see her pull it off again. Paddling out a long way into the float. She is going to set up to the river right of the feature and then charge in, generating power to go big on the entry move. There we go, looking for maybe that entry one. Struggling to bring it round in time not to flush, but all of her fans in the crowd cheering her on. That will be the Irish team, but also every other freestyle paddler. We all know Aoife as the organizer of the Galway Fest event, possibly the community's favorite event, aside from this one.
One of the biggest events in paddling in Europe, I guess.
Tickets for it sell out fast. I believe it was something like 30 seconds before all the tickets sold out this year.
But Evie having a little bit of an unlucky streak here, flashing once again. But she is back in the feature and has time for one more move and plugs straight for the loop. Unfortunately, turning it a little bit to the side. She is not going to be happy with this run.
Still getting a few points there, it looks like. Maybe from that entry, the judges could decide that she hit the entry and then flushed afterwards.
Yeah, it probably looks like that. 20 points for Evie's first ride. Thank you very much.
She is going to be able to improve on that later. She has a second ride to make it up.
Next one up is Annika Schacher from Germany.
Doing a beautiful loop, but unfortunately just not bringing the stern round in time and flushing off the back. But she is going to charge up the eddy. Go, Annika, go. Here we go. Here she is on the top of the wave, nice and high. Unfortunately, just
too high up on the wave. Then flashing once again. Up, 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 Annika. You can hear the crowd pushing her up.
The 10-second buzzer sounding. She has enough time for a few more big tricks. Let's see what she has. Looking for the McNasty and bringing it around. Lovely technique, lovely rotation. Just once again in that flushy spot on the left.
Yeah, it's really tricky today to stick those moves, especially if you're used to the lower water levels of the last few days. You have to change your technique up a little bit to stick those moves and make them count.
Exactly. When I was paddling this during the training, when it was quite low, I was setting up on that right shoulder and plugging immediately off the right shoulder. Now you're having to come out on the right shoulder and go further into the feature, still not too far to avoid that flushy spot.
Yeah,
Here comes Anna Sommerauer of Germany. She is a veteran paddler, but has so much style, so much finesse, as she shows us a McNasty attempt, just catching a bit of a flush at the end, but she will make it up in the next 30 seconds of her ride as she charges in.
And there she is back in the feature. Nice loop, probably with air bonus. Looking for the McNasty, and this time sticking it. That's a nice ride for Anne so far. Still a few more seconds left. Looking for another loop probably, or Space Godzilla maybe. Thank you very much, Anne, for this awesome first ride. Probably sitting at 233 points, but still climbing up gradually.
Again, one of the biggest scores we have seen in the competition so far. You can see her grinning. She is so pleased with that.
233 points for Anne's first ride.
Amazing to get a score like that with a flush, showing that she just has the competition experience to bring back. We have our next paddler. We're back up to the top of the start list with Ireland's Bevan Butler going for the spins. Setting up in the back surf. Is she looking for a McNasty? She could be. Now going high and plugging for a loop.
Nice and snappy loop.
Really finding the sweet spot of the feature there, keeping it retained.
Probably looking for a McNasty there, but not really getting the bow under. There it is. And unfortunately not retaining. Just a few more seconds left. And that's it for Bevan's second ride. Has 100 points from the first ride. Let's see what the judges make of her second one. We can also see quite a lot of surfers on the other side of the river. This is also a well-known river surfing spot in Europe. Loads of people coming here.
And it's great to have a feature like this where it's so wide, there's so many good spots on it, that multiple people can enjoy the feature at once. We are holding competition here on the surfers' right side of the feature, while there's still surfers enjoying the surfers' left. Here comes Agata plugging for a beautiful loop, just flushing a little bit, but charging nice and high into the eddy. She's barely losing any time on this flush. 30 seconds left to get on the wave and show us some more incredible moves.
Oh, looks for the plug once again. She definitely wants to score that loop, but has to retain in the feature to get the points. And once again, few more seconds left for Agata. She keeps trying. Looking for that Phonics monkey, and
Up,
this
up.
time sticking it. Nice attempt, Agata. Thank you very much.
That is huge. If the judges give her that Phonics monkey, that single move will put this as a big scoring ride, and she is going to be very happy with sticking that Phonics monkey, one of the hardest tricks to do here at Plattling. Just smiling and laughing there in the eddy. She has crushed it today here in Plattling.
140 points for her second ride. And our next competitor,
Aoife Hanrahan of Ireland, plugging immediately for a snappy loop with big amplitude. Now trying to set up another plug for the Space Godzilla potentially. Maybe just getting a loop, but it went bigger than her first one. Nope, looks like it's been scored as a Space Godzilla.
yeah, definitely looks like that. And spinning it up. Really snappy spins. Get some more points on the board. And maybe setting up for one more big scoring move. And there she goes for the Space Godzilla to the other direction. Not really getting aerial. And a nice big McNasty to finish off her ride.
The crowd is going absolutely wild for that last McNasty. That was incredible technique. And the score so far is looking big. 391 points from the judges. Let's get that score up. Let's bring it as the... If this score goes up, it could be the highest scoring ride of the day so far. It could even propel her right the way into the number one spot.
With only one ride.
Proving that she doesn't even need 2 rides to take the win. Sharing a hug with, I think that is Bartosz there.
Everybody stoked. Evie coming in with 406 points with her second ride, putting her in top position overall.
She won't have been pleased with her first ride, only scoring 20 points, but after that, she has no issues. Beautiful McNasty from our next competitor, Annika Schacke of Germany. Going for the McNasty again, building that pressure on the top edge. Unfortunately, just not quite retaining the feature. She has 25 seconds. Go, Annika. Get up that eddy. Up, up, up.
And she is back on the feature. Nice loop.
That was one of the most textbook loops we have seen so far. Going for the McNasty once again, bringing it around this time and staying in the feature. Space Godzilla to the right to finish the ride.
She is smiling. She is stoked with the last few moves of her ride. She really put quite a lot of points on the board. See what the judges have to say about that. Looks like another high scoring ride. 316 points for Annika Schacke.
Once again, a single ride, putting her right near the top of the leaderboard. In our number 7 spot already. Annika Schacke of Germany. Now we have Anna Sommerauer, also of Germany. One of the most important people here in Plattling. She has been up. Just unfortunately catching a flush on her entry. Let's see if she can make it back up. Everyone here will be cheering her on. We have seen her at all of these events, making sure that this event runs smoothly, but she goes huge on the water with a fantastic front loop.
And looking for the McNasty to follow it up and retaining in the feature. Once again, a Space Godzilla. Nice points there for Anne, and a spin shove it combo in between. And another spin shove it probably. Already 276 points on the scoreboard and still going up.
What an amazing ride. I think between that and her previous ride, she may have what it takes to take the top spot from our current leader, Aoife Hanrahan.
Oh, and she does. Her second ride, 295 points, putting her in lead overall with 528 points.
Our new leader, Anna Sommerauer from Germany. She has so much experience in this feature, knows exactly how to make it work, how to get the biggest air and the snappiest rotations. Just so much textbook style from Anna Sommerauer. Also a veteran competitor. She has so many medals already under her belt. We have our next heat getting ready. That is America's Abby Holcomb, Japan's Hitomi Takaku, Germany's Merle Hauser, Great Britain's Ottilie Robinson-Shaw, and Poland's Zofia Tula. Each of these competitors also has some medals to their name. This is, of course, the start list is, of course, decided by the ranking in the first World Cup, so we know that these are our top competitors and maybe some of the favorites to win. Merle Hauser with the bronze, Ottilie Robinson-Shaw with the silver in the first World Cup, and Zofia Tula taking the win in round 1. But there is still everything to play for, and the levels have changed so much that it is a completely different ball game here. Maybe we'll just do a quick level check, see what the Isar River is giving us, and what we can expect later in the day. We might have time for a quick level check before our next session here in Plattling. We are sitting at 252 on the gauge. That is a very high level, maybe slightly outside of the sweet spots that I've heard most of the locals talking about. I want to say that I have heard them saying that they prefer it between 190 and 220. We're now a full 30 centimeters above their maximum for their favorite levels. But I am enjoying this competition even more because I get to see some wave tricks going down. Will we see some in this fight, in this heat? There could be some incredible wave tricks with some huge amplitude. We're talking blunts, we're talking roundhouses, we're talking air screws and helixes, backstabs. Abby Holcomb has thrown all of those moves in competition before at the Columbus Worlds. Will we see any of them today?
She starts from the top, just not with a entry move. Looking for that plug there, but getting rejected on her first attempt. And there goes a big loop in her colorful Jackson kayak. Nice little roundhouse.
I wonder if she was going for a roundhouse McNasty there. Roundhouse the other side. Now go for the back blunt. That's what I was talking about. Those are the wave moves we want to see. Well, we want to see the whole moves too, but I prefer wave moves. I think they're more fun to throw. Back roundhouse as well. Plugging now for the loop. Rare to see a ride that contains both whole moves and wave moves executed so beautifully. And a McNasty to finish the ride on the buzzer, landing a little bit further back than she would have liked. But the judges will make up the call on that one.
So far sitting at 143 points. Waiting for the judges to finalize. And she stays with 143 points, and our next paddler from Japan, Hitomi Takaku.
Hitomi Takaku has been in the freestyle game for more than 20 years, has won so many medals, and there is every reason to believe she could take one home today as she starts her ride with the biggest loop I have seen her throw so far, with such a snappy rotation. Now going for the McNasty, beautiful initiation on the McNasty, and lovely air.
And
just having to fight to stick the move there, but managing it. Setting up high and plugging for a Space Godzilla to the right.
Nice move so far from Hitomi. Still got some time on the clock. Looking for that Space Godzilla the other direction. And is still on the feature. Nice McNasty the other direction. And just keeps going and going until the buzzer sounds for the finish of her first ride.
So Hitomi Takaku is such a talent. Sorry, go ahead.
No, she's such a powerful paddler. She just kept going, which probably gives us the highest scoring ride in the ladies class so far. But these are the top 5 competitors from the first World
We can
Cup.
see her claiming that ride. She's pleased with it, and she should be, because those tricks were some of the most stylish tricks, not only meeting the rulebook definitions, but just being absolutely huge, so incredibly stylish.
And the first ride comes in with 520 points.
That's maybe a new high scoring ride, and enough to put her into second place after just one ride. Merle Hauser of Germany coming in, plugging immediately for a loop. Merle's signature trick here has been the phonics. Now going for the McNasty. I think we might see a phonics later in the ride though. Going for the McNasty the other way. Lovely initiation. See what the judges say about that rotation. Going for the Space Godzilla to the right. Surfing back onto the shoulder to set up another trick. Looks like a third McNasty.
Looking to the McNasty once again to sell it to the judges to finally make it count. And got a few seconds left for her first ride, but she will save her strength for the second ride. At the moment, 256 points. Quite a strong first ride for Merle, but she wants the points to go up. Judges are still discussing a little bit about Merle's first ride. So Hitomi is in second place, just 8 points behind Anne Somara, but only with one ride so far. Merle's first ride is coming in with 256 points, and our next competitor from Great Britain, Ottilie Robinson-Shaw. Making her way onto the feature. Very strong paddler, just recovered from a shoulder injury. Nice big loop there.
Yep, 6 months ago, the shoulder injury, and she's just back in full form. Beautiful McNasty, one of the nicest ones we have seen so far. McNasty the other way, still getting air, getting a nice rotation, plugging for the
Huge
front loop.
That was really nice and big. Looking for another McNasty there. Going for a Space Godzilla instead. She's just paddling like the injury never happened. Nice back blunt there. Maybe trying to go a little bit over vertical.
Just catching a flusher there. We are almost certainly going to see her later on in this competition with 356 points on the board already.
Yeah, Otti has such a unique style. Very snappy, but still going huge. Linking moves. And enjoying competition together with paddlers from all over the world. Here in Plattling at the 2024 World Cup #2.
Poland's Zofia Tula lining up for her next ride as well, starting from the eddy, making the decision not to go for that entry move. Maybe a last-minute change of plan, but it doesn't matter because we know she's going to go huge.
Sasha won the first World Cup here in Plattling just a few days ago. And she's aiming to do the same now. Snappy loop to start off her ride. Nice Space Godzilla. Looking for that perfect spot. Space Godzilla the other direction. This time with a little bit more of an air.
Possibly the biggest Space Godzilla so far. Nice McNasty. Just keeping things controlled. Such style as she goes for the other McNasty. This is going to be a very high scoring ride, and there's still 10 seconds left.
Nice phonics monkey and retaining on the feature.
Trying to get both phonics in this ride. Not quite having time to get the second one in. Maybe some cartwheels there at the end.
Probably the next high scoring ride here in Plattling. Sitting at 600 points for now, but still climbing. Sasha Tula from Poland, 676, still climbing up. We earlier saw Sasha's partner and trainer Thomas Chaplitsky, who put up quite a good ride.
Yeah, both of them are incredible paddlers to watch on the feature. So much style, just executing all of these moves with so much ease. 680 points for the #1 spot from Zofia Tula. In fact, even getting into the #1 spot overall after a single ride, that is incredible and such a hard thing to pull off. We will be back up to the top of the start list very shortly with the US's Abby Holcomb. 143 points in her first ride. She knows she can go bigger, and she does, because that loop was amazing. Looking for a blunt to the left there, blunt to the right, maybe getting blunts, maybe getting roundhouses. The difference is a roundhouse is an elevated turn less than 45 degrees. A blunt, the boat has to be over 45 degrees. And we saw a nice back blunt, maybe even going for a back Pan Am there, looking very, very vertical. It will score as a Pan Am if it goes over vertical, and I'm not sure whether it did or not. Going for the Space Gazella, up.
Unfortunately, flushes on the whole move after quite a few of those wave moves. And pedals up, she tries to
2 seconds left. Is she going to make it? Just missing out, dropping onto the feature just after the buzzer. She's going to go for a back Pan Am anyway.
Abby Holcomb coming in with 188 points for her second ride.
Thumbs up and a smile from the head judge for our next paddler. It is Hitomi Takaki of Japan.
Hitomi is sitting in third position overall with just one ride.
Yeah,
520 points in her first ride. We will see if she can actually up the score a little bit, starting with a nice entry 3.
That entry McNasty was a staple of her rides in the first World Cup, and it's great to see it back. Another McNasty on the feature this time. Now plugging for the front loop. Scoring it and surfing around to look for a blunt to the left. Surfing around, she's just getting that setup perfect for a Space Godzilla to the right side. You can score tricks on both sides. So for tricks where they throw to one side or the other, there is a chance to score the move both ways in the same ride. Beautiful McNasty there, and plugging on the buzzer for another move. Huge score from Hitomi Takaki.
She is stoked with her second ride. So far looking to even up the score from her first ride a little bit.
Cheering herself on, pumping her fist. She is claiming that ride.
Selling it to the judges. She is stoked, so maybe the judges are as well. They are still counting the moves. And Hitomi's second ride coming in with 563 points.
That makes her our new leader in the #1 spot as Merle Hauser goes onto the wave, going immediately for the McNasty and nailing it.
And into the other direction as well. Just flushing this time, unfortunately. Hop, 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 hop. Come on, Merle. She pedals back up in the eddy. And there she goes. Straight for the loop. Not getting as much air as she wanted, but scoring some points at least. And there's this 10-second bust. A nice McNasty. And plugging once again for another move. And there goes the Phonics Monkey attempt. Just a little bit too far on the shoulder probably, and getting pushed off the feature in. Thank you very much for your second ride, Merle. Still manages to up her score from the first one where she had 256. Judges are still counting. We have got 2 more competitors to go in the K1 women class.
And we know we can expect big things from our last 2 competitors.
Merle's second ride coming in with 383 points,
2
putting her
absolute,
in 3rd position overall so far.
2 freestyle legends still to go on the water though. Otti from the UK, plugging, looking for a move, not getting it, but I know she can find it. Let's see what she's gonna bring out. Nice McNasty, so straight on that landing. The judges love to see that. Another beautiful McNasty. The judges are just going to be adding up points after points after points from this ride. Beautiful, huge air loop. Space Godzilla to the right. This is a very, very textbook ride from the British paddler. Space Godzilla to the left and going for a back blunt and try to finish with the lunar orbit.
What a nice ride from Otti.
It is very close to Zosha's first ride, which was the highest scoring ride of the day. Otti may yet take that record. Can she do it? Let's get that score up.
That was really nice. After the first 2 attempts, she really managed to throw all the moves she wanted.
663 points at massive score from the British paddler. Former world champion. Silver medalist at the last World Cup. Poland's Zofia Tula on the wave. Perfect form in getting that set up exactly where she wanted, but unfortunately not managing to plug in the way she liked. So she's setting up again to try and build up for another trick. Space Godzilla to the right possibly, maybe not getting enough air. Now going for a McNasty.
And she goes again, this time Space Godzilla with a lot of air.
That's what the judges want to see. You have to get the air bonus to get a Space Godzilla. If it doesn't get air, it doesn't score. There is a loop. And
Big
that
air loop. And the McNasty the other direction. She is getting some more points. She wants to stay in the 1st position. She has had the highest scoring ride so far in the ladies competition in her 1st ride, but is sitting in 3rd position so far.
on that last McNasty, we could hear the slap of the boat as she landed. That is how high she... We could hear it all the way up here in the commentator's desk. That was huge, and it is going to put her
in 3rd position overall. So far, Hitomi Takaku with a combined points of 1,083, followed by Ottilie Robinson Shaw, 1,073 points, and in 3rd position, Sofia Tula from Poland with 1,030 points.
It's so tight there at the top. Our top three are so close together in scores, just 10 points separating 1st place and 2nd place. And between 3rd place and 1st place, the difference is only 53.33 points.
This is just one more move, actually, that separates the 1st and 3rd place.
Each of these paddlers could pull it off, and the scoring in finals will be different. It will be only one ride that counts, so it will be people going for the biggest possible tricks. Maybe some of the more risky rides. We have our next start list up on screen now. That will be the OC1 qualifiers, starting at 12:40, or possibly moving up. We need to get some confirmation on that. We are just waiting for confirmation on the schedule so we can announce the start time of the next event, which will be the OC1 men's. Sorry, that's just OC1 in general. Men's and women's are the same category in OC1, of course. There were some super impressive OC1 rides. Looks like 12:40 maybe is our confirmed start time for OC1 qualifiers. Huge rides again in those finals. We saw some amazing OC1 moves. I saw plenty of McNasties. I've seen pretty much all of those competitors throw McNasties in training in those huge OC1s. Some of them have managed to pull it off in competition, and all of them have thrown big, huge loops. But my favorite move to see in the OC1s is the OC1 Luna. And just confirming, once again, we will be kicking off at 12:40 on the dot. OC1 competitors, you need to be up there, making sure your boat is ready. Your boat is ready to go. Your outfitting is ready. I know all of you have custom outfitting, some foam blocks that may not be that well glued into your boat, naming no names. Make sure your outfitting is ready to go. You are ready to go at 12:40 sharp.
we just have a quick announcement. Can we make sure that all athletes are listening? Due to the ongoing prediction of water levels to rise, we've got to cancel the competition after today. So the final results will be established from the last completed rounds. Medal ceremonies will be held tomorrow, and an announcement about this will be made later this afternoon. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome and have been putting down some really cool rides, and we want to see that continuing throughout today.
5 more minutes till we kick off OC1 class here at 2024 Plattling World Cups. So all competitors, please get into your kayaks or canoes. So all competitors for our OC1 heat: Jonas Unterberg, Reimer Stauffenberg, Sebastian Nelle, Paul Harwood, Harvey Harwood, Daniel Cutter, Connor Proud, Zachary Swanenberg, Owen Kelly, Philip Joseph, Len Miller. Get ready. We will commence your heat in 4 minutes. OC1 heat starting at 12:40.
All right, we are about to kick off with the OC1. Jonas is already in the eddy, ready to drop in. Jonas mit dem Zauberstab, dem hölzernen Zauberstab. Kriegt da nochmal Sicherheitsanweisungen von unserem Sicherheitsbeauftragten Fabian Lenz. Und Jonas schaut in Richtung Judges, macht sich bereit für seinen ersten Lauf. Auf geht's, Jonas. He enters the feature, and what can he show us? Surfing across, spinning around. Spin to win, shove it to win. Very challenging category, unfortunately washing off. Can you roll up and get back into the feature in time? Auf geht's, Jonas, streng dich mal an. Solider erster Lauf von Jonas. Solid performance. Score currently sitting around 38. We'll see what the score will be finalized as. And we're keeping our eyes peeled for our second competitor in this heat. That's Reimer from Germany.
Jonas' first ride coming in with 38 points. So sitting on top of the leaderboard for now. Oh, our next paddler from Germany, Reimer Stauffenberg.
And Reimer entering the feature from upstream, aiming to throw down this big entry move. And entering the feature with a nice entry one, unfortunately flushing off.
Now has to paddle back up in the eddy with only one blade and capsizing once again. Oh, and playing around
Can
in
he
the
roll up?
whirlpools.
Make some noise for Reimer, help him roll back up, and he did.
Hop, 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 hop.
Well done, Reimer. Reimer muss sich jetzt wieder ans Ufer kämpfen.
Wird wahrscheinlich nicht mehr hinauffahren in die Walze. Das ist ein bisschen weit für 5 Sekunden.
And what makes this second World Cup so special is that the prelims will actually be our finals, since the event will be called off due to the high water levels over the next few days. So a pretty unique situation, which probably requires a bit of a different strategy than you would normally use in the prelims.
Yeah, you need to get as many points in both of the rides that you possibly can. We've got our next competitor, Sebastian Nelle, on the feature.
He has actually built this boat himself, or modified it himself. Unfortunately not quite getting the spin he was looking for. Struggling there as well with the roll.
Well, you have to know that the boat is now full of water, so the more often you roll, the heavier it actually gets.
And they're already pretty difficult to roll anyway. And once they're full of water, it's like a bathtub.
Yeah, you're sitting in a swimming bathtub. And you actually see them do loops and all kinds of moves. We will probably see once we get to the top competitors in this heat. So that was the first ride for Sebastian Nelle. Our next competitor from Great Britain, Paul Harwood.
And Seppel will also be competing in the C1 category later today, but now we're looking at Paul dropping into the feature. Surfing across, using his hand there for the rotation, but unfortunately not quite getting it.
Has to pedal up in the eddy once again. He's still got 28 seconds, so probably time for 1 or 2 moves. And there he is back on the feature. Looking for the clean spin probably. Oh, and getting flushed once again. Thank you very much, Paul. Unfortunately not scoring any points in the first ride because he did not finish the spin and then flush the feature. You have to retain to actually score some points. So to actually speed this up a little bit, we have only 1 heat for 11 OC1 paddlers. Our next paddler, Harwood, also from Great Britain. And there he goes, looking for the shove it.
And getting that nice rotation, trying to get back on the foam pile. but unfortunately ending up in the eddy, and now he has to charge up. Make sure he's got a few more seconds in the feature. Sitting at 10 points currently. And he managed to get back in time, unfortunately not quite ferrying over into the feature.
But with the 10 points from his first ride, he's momentarily sitting in the top spot.
Well, you can see Harvey has plastered his boats with smiley faces, positive vibes. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, sun's out. It's not raining anymore for now.
Yes, let's hope it stays like this. There'll be more water to come over the next few days. But for now, we can enjoy this beautiful day.
And our next paddler, Daniel Cutter, in the feature.
Also looking for those safe tricks, getting the spins in, getting the shove-its in. Trying a cartwheel there.
Very nice attempt at a cartwheel, rolls up, and now has to make his way back into the eddy. Up, 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 come on.
You have 10 seconds left, Daniel, but you can tell he calls it. Wouldn't have managed to get back in time. But solid first ride by Daniel.
The next paddler, also from Great Britain, Connor Broud. We're waiting for the thumbs up from the judges. Daniel now emptying his boat of the excess water.
Showing his skill there.
And there we got Connor Broud. The thumbs up from the head judge.
You can see quite a few paddlers from Team GB in this OC1 heat. Can we make some noise for Connor from the UK?
Looking for a nice roundhouse and the back roundhouse.
What's quite special about this water level is that you can throw both hole and wave moves, and we've seen different paddlers trying different styles and different routines. So pretty exciting to watch and quite a unique situation to be in.
Yeah, it definitely is. When the water level is rising here in Plattling, you have kind of a wave hole where almost all tricks are possible. The question is only if the judges are really counting them. So Connor at the moment sitting at 16 points for his first ride.
Next one up is Zach from Canada. Zach has been a bit under the weather for the last few days, but he is showing up and he is ready to go. Very seasoned paddler, and I'm sure he's going to throw some really big moves.
Zach seems to be going down into the eddy. Yeah. He's been around traveling Europe for a few weeks now. He competed in Austria at the Salza Rodeo a few weeks ago. Also in OC1 and C1. And there he is on the feature and goes straight for the loop. Nice big air loop.
Wow, that was snappy.
And the shove it, the left side. Nice spin. Looking for the spin shove it combo move. Using the paddle even on the other side in the crossbow stroke. Nice little blunt, looking for the bounce to maybe initiate a wave move. Up, 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 come on. Unfortunately flushes, but so far this has been our highest scoring ride with 120 points.
What an epic ride by Zach. He's showing us how to kick off your first run with a big, massive area loop, and then also ticking off some of the smaller points to up his score, currently sitting at 126 points. We'll see what the final score will be.
Some of these paddlers we will later see in the C1 category again. So Zachary's first ride's coming in with 125 points, which puts him on top of the leaderboard. And we have got Owen Kelly.
The one and only Owen Kelly showing off his Nottingham Forest kit. Make some noise, Team Ireland. You Reds. Come on, Owen.
Going to start with an entry move. Nice.
What an amazing entry move.
Surfing it up. Oh, catching an edge, unfortunately. Has to roll up, 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 up. That was an epic start to the ride, but now he's pushed down into the eddy quite a bit. Has to paddle back up. And I'm not sure. Well, maybe there's time for one big move. And there he is, going straight for the loop. Oh, and getting turned sideways a little bit, getting rejected from the green water. It's quite difficult to pluck your bow here at these water levels. You have to change up your technique to get a nice plug for loops and Space Godzillas, but Owen seems to be stoked with his first ride. The entry move definitely was epic.
Yeah, he's so good at those, and I'm pretty sure we might even see a entry to link to a McNasty in Owen's second ride. We all know he's capable of this, but now we are fired up for Philip to drop in the local. Philip's got the thumbs up, prepping himself, entering the feature from the eddy, playing it safe in his first ride, and looking for the setup for a big McNasty. Nice rotation, nice air on it, and plugging for a loop.
Oh, unfortunately not retaining this time. Bop, 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 Philip.
Now he has to power through the eddy. You can tell his boat is already full with water. What can he show us with his full bathtub?
What is he going to do next? A little shove it. And a spin, unfortunately linked to a flush. This is not going to score any points. But so far sitting at 165, his score.
And you can tell...
Oh, he's emptying his boat the other way. Well, I'm not sure if this is going to work.
Showing us some real skills here, Philip. The gold medalist from the 2022 World in Nottingham.
Well, the score is climbing up gradually.
Is it going to be above the 200-point mark? Team Germany, can you make some noise for Philip's score? Super Leistung, Philip. And next one up is no other than Landon Miller. And if there's one person that can go big, it is for sure Landon, so we'll see. what he's going to throw down.
Nice McNasty to start off his ride.
Incredible technique by Landon, carving around, using the feature, and he knows exactly where he needs to plug for that loop. Unfortunately, not quite managing to get pop on it. Still 20 seconds to go for Landon.
Also got a boat full with water now, but nonetheless making his way back into the feature, surfing over to the sweet spot and going straight for another loop attempt. This time getting nice pop and unfortunately not retaining once again. Still the score is looking quite good. Also close to those 200 points.
Yeah, very close score to Phillips, so I'm pretty sure we'll see a fight for this top spot. And now we're back to the top of the order.
So Philip and Landon sitting in first position now with 198.33 points.
Und Jonas wird uns zeigen, dass sich die Vorbereitung auf dem Bierfest auszahlt. Ein paar gekonnte Paddelschläge, um sich in Richtung Walze zu bewegen.
And there he goes into the feature. Probably starting with an entry move. Has troubles rolling up, but Fabian has to rescue him. Jonas exiting his boat in style.
Yeah, he wants to show us his signature entry Luna. Not quite getting it, unfortunately, but doing a swim for the audience. I think that should score some extra points.
Yeah, definitely. Swims should be extra points. Danke Jonas für deinen zweiten Lauf. Our next competitor, also from Germany, Reimer Stauffenberg.
Reimer wird wieder einen Entry Move versuchen. Surft in die Strömung. Bereitet sich vor auf seinen zweiten Lauf. Auf geht's, Reimer.
Startet mit einem Entry Move. Schöne Entry Rolle und wieder geflasht. Hop, hop, hop.
Unfortunately, flushing again. Reimer, the head coach of the German team. Team Germany, where are you? Can you make some noise and help Reimer get back up the eddy?
Still got 25 seconds left. Time for one more move once he gets back into the feature.
Trying to keep his nose straight when he's entering to ensure, unfortunately not quite getting into the feature there.
And that's the buzzer for Reimer's second ride. Next one up, also from Germany, Sebastian Nelle. And he's in the feature, going straight for the loop, big air loop, Very well executed.
What's he going to show us next? Trying to find that setup.
Looking for that sweet spot to go for one more big move.
Trying to use that shoulder to rotate, spin around.
Unfortunately, spinning a little bit too far onto surface right, where the shoulder just pushes you out of the feature. But the loop was actually really nice, a lot of air. Will probably get him around 90 points for this second ride.
High-fiving his body there. Super stoked for this air loop.
So the second ride from Sebastianelle comes in with 93 points. Very well done. And our next competitor, Paul Harwood from Great Britain, on the feature. Nice spin. Oh, unfortunately catching an edge. And has to roll. Almost rolling up, but getting pushed around a little bit by the wave train behind the feature. Oh, and unfortunately had to exit his boat there. Fabian is already there to rescue him. Fabian Lenz, our safety boater, which you have seen earlier paddling in the K1 class.
And you can tell all of Fabian's strength training is paying off. He's helping people to get back to the riverbank. Fortunately, we have this big eddy that makes it relatively easy to get out of the water.
And Harwood already on the feature, looking for that plug for a loop. And there he goes again, turning the canoe a little bit sideways, but retaining in the feature. And there he goes again, and again a little bit sideways. Has to roll up, but still 20 seconds left. Although that's a long way up the eddy if you only have one paddle blade. Manages to roll up, and we just heard the 10-second buzzer, so he probably is not going to come back up to the feature. Thank you very much, Harvey, for your second ride.
And we keep it going with some other competitors from the UK. We have a whole row of Team GB members competing in this OC1 category.
So Daniel Cutter is on the feature, but unfortunately flashing off.
The camera trying to find him there.
Makes his way back into the eddy. And has to paddle back up. There he comes, almost back on the feature with few seconds to spare. Will he be able to do one more big move? Oh, unfortunately not. Nice little no squirt there in the eddy line. Thank you very much, Daniel. And we have got Connor Proud coming up, also from Great Britain. Daniel stays with his 20 points from the first ride. And our next competitor is on the way to the feature.
Connor from the UK Dropping in, going for a roundhouse attempt, showing us those wave moves, and plugging for a big loop, super aerial.
Manages to retain the feature, at least for the first move. Looks like the judges are going to score the loop and is already back in the eddy, very high up in the eddy, and paddles back to the feature, switches the paddle around to speed up his nice little roundhouse attempt and a little back roundhouse, uses his hands to stabilize in the feature.
Very impressive, very impressive technique by Connor there to make his boat spin around.
Thank you very much, Connor. Nice second ride. Big air loop. And we are back to our Canadian competitor, Zachary Swanenberg. And Zachary just got the thumbs up for his second ride. He's sitting in third position at the moment. 90 points, 70 points behind Landon Miller and Philip Joseph. And there he is on the feature, looking for the setup.
Zach also got to experience some of the Bavarian culture yesterday.
Oh yeah, I've heard. Well, I guess everybody's going to experience it tonight, as there is no more competition tomorrow.
Yes, we're actually using the scores from those preliminary runs to determine the overall winners of the second World Cup.
Yeah, unfortunately the weather is not with us this time. While Zach goes for a nice big loop, retaining in the feature. Oh, he does not, unfortunately. So his second ride will not score any points, so he sticks with the 125 points from his first run. That means we have got Owen Kelly, Philip Joseph and Landon Miller left on our starting list. And to get into the top three, Owen will need at least 125 points. He is starting from the top.
Owen Mary Kelly from Ireland. Not just a pretty face, but also a very distinguished athlete.
There is the entry move, not as snappy and as aerial as the first one, but really well executed. Surfing it up, looking for the point to plug in for the loop, but unfortunately getting flushed off the feature.
Up, 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 Owen.
Come on, Owen. Up, 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 up.
This is Owen's last possibility to add more scores, to add more points to his score and climb into that top three, get a medal.
Nice spin to the left and gets this flushed. Oh, we've got a little disruption with another kayaker who didn't manage to leave the wave in time.
Owen obviously participating in this OC1 category, but I think it's safe to say that his main focus will be his C1 rides.
Yeah, definitely.
Shaking his head there, he knows he can do better. And now we're back to the top of the leaderboard with Philip and Landon fighting for that top spot. Philip's currently in first.
With 198 points, and he wants to up his score to stay on the top position on the podium. And there he goes onto the feature.
Let's see what the former world champion can pull off. Trying to get the McNasty around, but unfortunately not quite getting the edge right.
Another try. Still not what he wanted to show. Loop attempt, a little sideways though. And still on the feature and goes for the loop again. This time it's straight. So he will score some points. What is he going to do next? He's looking for that McNasty once again, I guess.
And Philip knows he needs to add those additional points because he's got Landon in his neck.
Yeah, we've got 2 combined runs for the scores. So you need to try make as many points as you can. Not unlike in a final where you have 3 rides and only the best one counts. This time, unfortunately, due to the weather forecast and the water levels rising tomorrow, we have this prelims as our finals as well.
Terry, we need you in the judges area.
In the meantime, Landon back on the feature. Nice McNasty attempt. A little bit sideways in the landing. Big air loop to follow up. And going for the McNasty once again. Oh, gets flushed off the feature.
Landon really ramping up those points in the first few seconds. Unfortunately then getting bounced off the wave.
Landon, you still got 16 seconds left. I'm not sure if he's going to make it back up towards the feature quick enough. Few more seconds. It's quite a long way in that eddy.
He knows it won't be enough time to get back into the hole.
He's still got a big smile on his face.
Big ride, currently at around 140 points.
Which will probably put him in the lead, but we have to wait till the judges have finished their calculation.
And the judges tallying up Landon's score.
So it looks like he's coming in with 90 points from his second ride, making it 283, and Philip Josef sitting in first position. But I think Owen will have a second attempt at his second ride because of the interruption we had with the kayaker earlier. The judges are still discussing a little bit and counting points from Landon's ride. Terry is making his way over to the judges' tent.
We'll see a bit of a debate going on there between Landon and the judges. Yeah. Okay, so we just got the confirmation that Owen Kelly will have the opportunity for another ride.
Yeah, he had an encounter with another kayaker in his second ride. So the judges are giving him the opportunity to repeat this ride. So Owen actually has the chance to up his score. So his second ride with currently 30 points will be deleted, and he has got another go. There's still a little bit of discussion going on with the judges in the eddy.
And just to make everyone aware of the next heat, that will be the women's C1 with Anna from Germany, Lucy from Great Britain, Sonia from Germany, Tamsin from Great Britain, Lucy from Germany, Yasmin from Austria, Naya from Germany, and Abby from the United States.
They're still going on a little bit of an argument.
I think we're just waiting for Owen to repeat his second ride. There's currently a bit of a discussion going on there amongst the judges, which gives us the opportunity to make all of you aware of an amazing challenge we will have after the last heat. You see the Drachen food stand over there where you can get some currywurst, and basically what we're going to do is we are going to do a bit of a food sampling. So we have different types of currywurst and levels of spiciness. So from soft to ultra fiery, you can test different flavors and see what you're made of, basically.
Yeah, it's 10 euros starting fee. It's limited to 30 people, and it's going to get as hot as you can imagine. So if you are up for spicy currywurst, there is going to be a currywurst contest later on to find out who is the one guy or girl who can eat the spiciest currywurst in Plattling at the Dragon food stand after the competition finishes. And the starting list for the food contest will be up in a few minutes, so you can enter.
And it's not just about being able to cope with spiciness, but we are really looking to find the hottest girl or hottest guy, and there are some prizes to win as well. So the first 3 will be rewarded for their courage, so it'll be exciting to see. And if you want to participate, just go over to the food stand and make them aware.
So we still got a little bit of an argument going on in the judges' tent. Competitors discussing issues with the judges and ICF Freestyle committee. So after the OC1, we will have the women's C1 class, 2 heats of ladies, starting with Anna Führer, Lucy Sutton, Sonja Hacker, Tamsin McConkey, Lucy Hacker, Jasmin Stangelbrachnik, Naya Darubala and Abby Holcomb. So ladies, shortly after this heat, in about 15 minutes latest, your first C1 heat will start. We are probably going to see one more ride from Owen.
And he's got the thumbs up. Is he?
We want to see the signature entry move linked into McNasty.
This is an incredible opportunity for Owen to sneak into that top 3 and get a medal. Owen's currently in 5th place with 100 points. And I'm pretty convinced that Owen will be able to bump up his score.
Sun's coming out as well.
Ferrying out into the main current. Readying himself a few deep breaths.
The Irish team is stoked already.
Nice. And there you go for an amazing entry too. Spinning around, side surfing.
Looking for the McNasty, or maybe it's just a shove it. And a spin the other direction. Hop, 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 hop. Don't flash throw and plugs deep for another loop attempt and getting flashed. Hop, 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 Owen.
Unfortunately not managing to get the nose into the green. It's very difficult at this level.
You have got 15 seconds left, Owen.
You might be able to throw one more trick. 7 seconds left for Owen back in the feature.
And he is looking for the setup. What's he going to do? He's looking for the McNasty.
Not quite getting the momentum to throw the boat around, but he's stoked. Already improved on his first ride of 70 points, if this score will stand. Around 100 points currently, Owen. This will put him straight into 3rd spot.
He might be able to push Zachary off the podium with his 2nd ride.
And the score is just coming in, 168 points combined with 98 points in his 2nd ride.
So the standing are Owen Kelly in 3rd position, Landon Miller currently in 2nd, and Philip Joseph in 1st position. So this was the OC1 class.
Amazing
And
performances by all competitors.
yeah, definitely. I probably won't even be able to roll the OC1 up.
Have you ever tried?
I haven't.
Yeah, it is challenging.
Yeah, here are the official scores. Philip Joseph 288, Landon Miller 283, Owen Kelly 168, Zachary Swanenberg 125, and Connor Proud 116. In a few minutes we will kick off the women's C1 class.
And this actually means that Philip will take the gold for Germany. Landon in 2nd position, getting the silver medal, and Owen Kelly in third for the bronze. Well done, everyone. And we're probably going to have a bit of a break, just a few minutes, before we launch straight into the women's C1 heat number 1.
All right, in a few seconds we will kick off the C1 women's category with a 8 paddler heat. Anna from Germany, Lucy from Great Britain, Sonja from Germany, Tamsin from Great Britain, Lucy from Germany, Yasmin from Austria, Naya from Germany, and Abby from the United States. After that, we will have a second heat of ladies in the C1 class. So our head judge Charlie is getting ready, as are the competitors. We have got a safety kayaker, Max, sitting in the eddy. And we have got our first competitor upstream, sitting in the eddy, Anna from Germany. And there's the thumbs up from Charlie. The judges are ready, and Anna is as well. There she goes, paddling out into the current. Starting with an entry move, not wasting any time on that clock. She's probably going to do an entry roll and manages to roll up, but unfortunately flushes. Hop, 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 hop. And has to make her way back up in the feature. At first she has to get into the eddy through those boils, and
Anna hat noch genug Zeit, wieder in die Walze einzufahren. Kann jetzt noch die letzten 15 Sekunden nutzen, um ein paar Punkte zu fahren.
Hop, 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 Anna.
5 Sekunden. And the last few seconds. One move, Anna.
Leider unterschneidet sie da das Heck und wird aus der Walze hinausgeschoben. Thank you very much, Anna, for your first ride. The next paddler from Great Britain, Lucy Sutton. Is sitting upstream waiting for her go. And she has got the thumbs up, also starting with an entry move. No, she's not. She's just paddling into the feature from the top, but unfortunately flashing. Hop, 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 hop. Come on, Lucy. She has got 15 seconds left. There she goes, crossing over into the feature. Has to keep her boat straight to not get pushed downstream. And there's the buzzer, unfortunately. So this means her first ride is over. Has to roll once again. Oh, is caught in one of the whirlpools there, but manages to roll up. Well done, Lucy. Thank you very much. The next competitor sitting upstream. No, not Sonja Hacker, not sitting upstream. She is in the eddy. Sonja Hacker sitting in the eddy waiting for her first ride. And there she goes. We have seen Sonja earlier in the K1 women class. Unfortunately catching an edge right when paddling in. The time has not started yet because she was not yet in the feature. Sonja, it looks like you have time and another attempt.
Sonja, du darfst noch mal.
Looks like she has a problem with her kayak or canoe. Get some help from Team Germany.
Sonja, du darfst noch mal fahren. Die Zeit wurde noch nicht gestartet. And she's back in the eddy. Thumbs up, and we are ready for Sonja's first ride. She is trying to keep that nose upstream to enter the feature and ferry over. And not quite getting it.
Now the time definitely has started, so she needs to make her way up quickly. Up, 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 Sonja.
Cheer on, Team Germany.
There is enough time for one more go for Sonja.
15 seconds.
And she has one more go and flashes off again. Just getting pushed downstream by the shoulder. So our next paddler, Tamsin McConkey from Great Britain. Upstream, waiting for her go.
And Tamsin in her custom-made, homemade boat.
This looks an awful lot like a gigi. It probably is, isn't it? No, it's not. Nice entry move there.
Come on, Tamsin.
Up, up. Oh, unfortunately flashing.
Now she's got plenty of time left to get up the eddy, re-enter that feature, and throw some big moves, add some points to that score. Tamsin running her own little coaching business back in the UK, and she is showing us a nice spin to the left, plugging for a air loop, not quite getting the height on that.
Oh, and getting too much momentum and just surfing off the wave. If you are too far on surface right, the wave will just push you off. So that's 10 points on the board for Tamsin. Currently in the lead, but we have got a lot of paddlers to come. Next one, Lucy Hacker. We saw her as well in the K1 women's class earlier.
And Lucy competing with her sister Sonia in the same heat.
There she is, nice spin to the left. And a shove it using her hand on the offside, now switching the paddle. And switching it once again to her other side. Still in the feature and now going straight for the loop. Nice big air loop. Trying to keep the boat straight and looking for the McNasty.
Amazing moves here from Lucy in her first ride. Loads of points for her.
Probably looking for the back loop just ahead of the buzzer. And there's another attempt. Thank you very much, Lucy.
I'm sure she'll be pretty pleased with this first ride.
Yeah, scoreboard showing 128 points, but probably going up a little bit higher.
Just to make sure we're running on time, can the second heat of the women's C1 please get ready? Becky, Sasha, Baben, Anna, Hitomi, Annika and Otti. Please be ready for your first rides after this first heat of the women's C1 category.
Oh, our next competitor, Jasmin from Austria. First year in the senior class and first year paddling C1. She is a very strong paddler. Just won the Austrian championships. Nice spin. Oh, catching an edge, but still retaining in the feature. Unfortunately, not long enough. Hop, 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 come on, Jasmin. We still got 27 seconds left.
Jasmin also a really good paddler in the K1 category and looking to bring some of those skills to the C1. Now she's got 15 seconds left. And jumping on that foam pile. Staying composed and looking for her first big trick.
Trying to plug for a loop, but getting rejected by the green water. It's really difficult with this water level to plug the loop like we are used to it from the last few days. You really have to hit the right spot and maybe change your technique up a little bit.
Well, if you can get the nose down, you can really fly. But obviously, since the wave is a bit flatter, it's harder for some of those looping moves.
So Jasmin's first score is 6.67. And the next paddler from Germany, starting from the top, is Naya.
Naya macht sich bereit, fährt auf die Walze zu. Und probiert einen schönen Entry 1, bleibt auch in der Walze. Surft jetzt nach links. Nutzt hier ihr Paddelblatt gekonnt, um das Boot um 180 Grad zu drehen.
Versucht auch einen Loop, Spin in die andere Richtung. Sehr schön. Noch einmal den Shove-It hinten nach. Jetzt wechselt sie das Paddelblatt auf die andere Seite. Und wieder ein Spin und ein Shove-It im Anschluss. Nicht ganz fertig gedreht. 10 Sekunden. Jetzt wollen wir noch einen großen Move sehen und da ist der McNasty. Oh, und bleibt fast in der Walze.
We'll have to see whether the judges will score that McNasty, whether it was landed in the feature or just behind it.
And the typical gesture of a C1 paddler falling over on the other side
Yeah.
with the paddle blade high in the air. Yeah, that's the thing with only one blade. You've got an offside that's always harder to manage.
I'm always wondering whether it makes sense to have a C1 category where you use 2 blades. Well, you call it C2 then, maybe.
Yeah, it sounds like a fun idea.
And Abby from the United States, paddling what I believe Landon's boat. And throwing a nice McNasty to start things off, straight into a loop attempt, not quite getting the nose down, and back on the foam pile.
Another loop attempt, but you can see how the green water is pushing against the kayak, not letting her initiate the loop. She's gonna save her strength for her second run. So at the moment we have got Lucy Hacker in the lead, followed by Naya and Tamsin. But this is only heat number 1, and all of the ladies are going to have a second ride. Now we are starting with Anna from Germany again, and the thumbs up from Charlie. So Anna is going to make her way to the feature. Again, starting from the top.
Anna going for that entry move again. Anna will know you can stick it. And a roll, and retains it. First few points for Anna on the board. Unfortunately, catching an edge at the eddy line at those whirlpools.
Oh, and falling over once again. Well done on that second roll. And still got 20 seconds left. Hop, 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 Anna.
Can she make it back on time? Team Germany, can you make some noise for Anna? Help her get back to the feature. Anna, noch 10 Sekunden. Kann sie noch einen draufsetzen?
Oh, leider nicht. Danke, Anna.
You can see that at this water level, it's sometimes quite challenging for the C1 paddlers to enter the feature due to the green shoulder getting a bit more, getting a bit stronger and a bit harder to control.
So next paddler, Lucy Sutton from Great Britain. Starting from the top. Probably with an entry move. Or just paddling on the wave. Just paddling on the wave. Oh, falls over on the offside. That is really annoying. Up, 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 Lucy! And Max on the rescue. That was Lucy's second ride.
And we're back to Sonja from Germany. Actually, in those 2 heats, we have competitors from Great Britain, from Austria, from the United States, Poland, Ireland, Japan. It's so great to see all of those competitors come from all over the world to Plattling and compete.
Yeah, next year we will have the World Championships here in Plattling. But the same time of the year, a little bit later, so hopefully not as much rain and stable water levels. But for now we have got Lucy back on the feature, spinning it up. Oh, and catching an edge.
Much better ride, much better start to her second ride, Sonia. Now she's got 25 seconds to make her way back up the eddy.
The other Hacker sister, sorry. And
Yeah.
Back up at the feature, 10 points on the scoreboard. Few more seconds left. Is she going to make it back on the feature for one more move? Unfortunately not.
Unfortunately
Thank you very much, Sonia.
struggling with that shoulder there again. It's not easy, but some points for Sonia in her second ride, and we're back to Tamsin. This time dropping in from the eddy, currently sitting at 10 points. We know that Tamsin can score more than that, and she is going to show, I'm pretty sure. Unfortunately, tumbling there a little bit. Hopefully she can make it back on time. 30 seconds, around 30 seconds now for Tamsin left.
There's still plenty of time on the clock. But once you paddle back up there, you're out of breath and you have to go back into the feature, and Plattling is quite strong.
Come on, Tamsin, Team GB, cheer on.
There she's looking for that spin, finishing the spin and going for a little roundhouse there, trying to link it to a McNasty. And that's the time. Thank you very much, Tamsin.
Great to see paddlers throwing both hole and wave moves. I'm always wondering whether it's a wavy hole or holy wave, or something in between.
Something in between, I'd say. But it's fun to paddle. It's definitely really fun to paddle at these levels. It's not optimal for a competition because it's quite hard to actually score wave moves and stick the hole moves, but it is a fun feature. So now it's time for Lucy Hacker. Back on the feature, 135 points at the moment, sitting in the top spot.
Lucy mit einer hervorragenden Leistung in ihrem ersten Lauf. Kann sie noch einen draufsetzen? Und versucht da die Kante reinzubekommen.
Versucht einen Loop, aber nicht ganz gerade. Da ist der McNasty. Schöner McNasty, ein bisschen schief gelandet. Mal schauen, was die Judges dazu sagen. Die Judges sind einverstanden.
Und jetzt kommt noch der Loop, Lucy. Surft er wieder raus, um sich besser zu positionieren für ihren nächsten Trick.
Auf den Buzzer noch den Loop. Mal schauen, ob die Judges den noch zählen.
Phenomenal performance by Lucy. Big smiles. She's super happy. And I think this will be a combined score of over nearly 300 points. 291 for you, Lucy. Hugs in the eddy.
Yeah, close to 300 points. Yasmin back on the feature with her second ride. Looking for that McNasty. Oh, Yasmin's second ride. 20 points, so at the moment sitting in third position. And Naya starting her second ride from the top once again.
Just a quick reminder for everyone, we'll use the preliminary rides from today to determine the winners of the World Cup 2, since the event will be cancelled due to the high water levels, or predicted high water levels, tomorrow and subsequent days. So this will be the only day of competition.
And the place and time for the medal ceremony will be announced later on. The organizers still need to decide where the medal ceremony is going to be held.
And in the meantime, we're looking at Naya with 10 seconds left on the clock, plugging for a McNasty, getting, I think the rotation was nice. It was maybe just the setup.
So we have got Abby left in this ride, in this run. And heat number 2 will kick off shortly after.
And heat 2 we have Becky, Zosha, Baben, Anna, Hitomi, Annika and Otti. And now we're looking at Abby's second ride.
She came away with 0 points in the first run, and she definitely can do better. Up, 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 has rolled, catching her stern and getting pushed out of the feature. Still 20 seconds left. Up, 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 up.
You can see her laughing and smiling. Abby just having a great time, also competing in the K1 category. And 5 seconds left for you, Abby. Not quite making that ferry.
Thank you very much. Abby just hanging out in the whirlpools there, having fun.
And then obviously we will move into the second heat of the women's C1, and then after that we'll have the men's first heat of the C1 category with Daniel from Great Britain, Kevin from Ireland, Harvey from Great Britain, Leon from Germany, Robert from Ireland, Owen from Ireland, and Jonas from Germany. This heat of the men's C1 is set to commence at 14:25.
The ladies for heat number 2 of the C1 women's class already making their way down into the eddy. So we are going to start with Becky, followed by Sosha, Bibin, Anne, Hitomi, Annika and Otti.
So we'll have some of the best paddlers in the world in this heat, and we'll see how they adapt to this changing feature. And Becky currently studying in Nottingham for her first ride. Looking to spin the boat around, looking for that shove it, plugging for a big air loop.
Nicely executed air loop.
Becky, a very powerful paddler, using a lot of force to whip her boat around.
Not a big air loop, probably trying to get some more bonus points and looking for the McNasty. A little bit sideways and probably looking for a Space Godzilla there. 116 points in climbing. Thank you very much, Becky, for your first ride. This will probably put her in second place with only one ride.
And Becky seems to be pretty pleased with her first ride. Becky always smiling anyway, no matter what. And Sasha is in the feature, going her first move, a McNasty attempt.
Oh, looking for the loop. Nice McNasty.
And you can hear Thomas, her coach, giving her immediate advice on what to do next. Sasha, obviously a very experienced paddler.
Another McNasty attempt, switching over the paddle.
Really,
looking for the McNasty the other direction. And looking for the last move on the buzzer. Even up here in the commentator booth, we can hear Thomas shout.
yeah, Sasha has already won World Cup 1 in the K1 women's category. Next one up is Baben from Ireland.
She is going to start with an entry move.
And you can hear Team Ireland in the background cheering her on.
Retaining in the feature and going straight for a loop. Just getting pushed off the wave and has to paddle back up. There she goes. Surfing back onto the sweet spot. Looking for some more high scoring moves. Goes straight back for a loop attempt.
And then a
Still
few seconds left.
Nice McNasty, but unfortunately flushing on the loop. Thank you very much. So next one up we have got Anne Somara.
And just to let everyone know, you can already return your bibs at the bar on the left, where you can buy the drinks. In case you've already finished your runs and already want to return your bib, get the deposit. And our local Anna, currently at around 38 points. Unfortunately flushing off there, so has to charge up the eddy, jump back onto that foam pile.
And she's back in the feature. Going straight for the loop. Again, up, 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 up. A little bit sideways, so she has to go again if she wants to squirt, but she's still sitting high up on the feature. Big smile on her face as always. And she knows she's got a second try. Dankeschön, Anne. So next competitor all the way from Japan. We have already seen her in the K1 women class.
Hitomi, all the way from Japan. Everyone knows her. She's been around for many years. Knows the freestyle scene and the competitive side of freestyle very well. Trying to find a good spot for an air loop. Straight into a McNasty.
Not really getting the elevation she wants from her moves at the moment. And there is a nice McNasty attempt. Not sure if the judges are going to score it. And another loop attempt to finish off the first ride. He just kept moving, but the angles didn't look that good. We'll see what the judges have to say about that first ride. She actually won the women's class early on with a combined ride of 1,083 points and wants to add another medal to her
next
collection.
Next one up is Annika, and she's already shown us in World Cup 1 what it means to throw down, make that light blue gigi fly.
And there she enters the feature. Nice little wing over, but unfortunately flushing. A little bit too much momentum to the surface ride, so getting pushed through.
But she's got plenty of time left. Hopping back on. And plugging for her first big air loop.
Nice and snappy. And looking for the McNasty. A little bit sideways turned. So probably has to go again. And the spin in between and the shove it. And another spin just initiated on the buzzer.
Well done, Annika. Around 145 points. We'll see what the final score will be. But for now, I think she'll be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, if she can pull out another run like this, she might even be in the top.
Team
podium.
Deutschland, eine Runde Applaus für Annika. Top-Leistung.
The next competitor has got the thumbs up from Charlie. Otti from Great Britain, world champion, one of the top kayakers in the women's class, may it be K1 or C1. Otti has been on many podiums and she wants to be on another one today or tomorrow.
She's been dominating this sport for quite some time.
Go straight for the McNasty.
Trying again, this time whipping it around, getting some nice pop on it.
Not sure if the judges are going to count the McNasties. And there she goes. They always turned a little bit to one side. Goes for the loop once again.
But then disappears and pops back up behind the wave. Now with 10 seconds left, she probably won't have enough time to add another move into this ride? Or will she? Not quite, but Otti knows she's got another ride to up her score. In these prelims, we will have 2 rides with both counting to create a combined score. And for this event, we also use the score to determine the final position in World Cup 2.
So the standing after the first round of heat number 2. Annika Schacher in front of Rebecca Green and Ottilie Robinson-Shaw, followed by Hitomi Takaku and Anne Sommerauer. We have finished the first run for the ladies and will kick off the second one with Becky. Already 116 points.
All the way from Great Britain. Becky unfortunately flushing on her loop. And now struggling a little bit with those whirlpools.
Up, come on. Becky. Unfortunately, the safety kayaker is not allowed to help them up in the eddy. He's just there for swimmers and rescues. So Rebecca back on the feature, a few seconds left. Time for one more big move. Looking for a shove it or maybe a nice big loop executed just on the buzzer. I think the judges are going to score that. So that puts her in the second place overall so far. Lucy Hacker still sitting in first. And we've got Sosha Tula from Poland up next.
And Zosha already tried a few McNasties in her first ride. Let's see if she can stick them in the second and final ride. Setting herself up, nice and high, plugging. And surfing across to go back up on the foam pile. Not quite getting it straight on the jump.
Looking for another attempt. And once again.
You can tell it's getting much harder to get the edge to catch at these higher flows.
Oh, still retains in the feature. And a nice air loop to finish off her ride. This is probably not the ride she expected. But this is how it goes here in Plattling. The water levels rising.
Still shaking it off.
Throughout the day.
Sasha shaking it off. Smiling, she knows she can do better. And then later today her focus will shift when she's competing in the K1 category also. Faber now dropping in for a second ride. Currently sitting at 30 points from her first run. And taking aim at the feature. A nice little entry one. Getting into that side surf. Spinning around.
Moving back towards the far left side of the feature, going straight for the loop. Oh, up, come on.
Come on, Baben.
Plenty of time.
Make some noise, Team Ireland.
And there she is back at the feature. Looking for the back loop, but not getting the initiation right. Thank you very much, Babin, for your second ride. Our next competitor, Anne Sommerauer.
You can see those scores being generally a bit lower than what we've seen in World Cup 1, probably due to the higher water level, with hole moves becoming harder.
And there goes Anne starting from the top.
But if one person knows how to handle these higher flows, it's Anna. She knows the feature inside out. Been training here for many years.
Nice entry roll.
Yeah, shows us how to do it with a nice entry 1, maybe an entry 2, surfing across, setting herself up.
Nice big air loop. Looking for that McNasty. Going into the back surf. And again, but not really getting the bow under and to pop out. There she goes. Unfortunately, not finishing the rotation and getting pushed off the back of the feature. Nice ride so far. 158 points. This might put her quite a lot higher up on the scoreboard. We will see what the judges have to say about that. And we have got 3 more competitors to come. Hitomi, Annika and Otti are still to go in this second heat of the ladies. So Anna, second ride, 158 points, which puts her in 3rd place overall.
Amazing performance, Anna, and great to see that she's competing despite her responsibilities for the ICF.
And we have got Hitomi back on the water. Looking for the setup for a McNasty.
And you can see Hitomi wearing gloves. I presume that's for the grip.
It's for the grip and probably for UV protection. Japanese are really conscious about
Oh, that is true, yeah.
about the skin and not getting too much UV radiation. And Hitomi is back up, but unfortunately the time is up now. Thank you very much, Hitomi. Unfortunately not going to up her score and staying with 70 points. The top 3 at the moment, Lucy, followed by Rebecca and Anne. And we still got Annika and Otti to come, who both have the chance to get onto the podium now.
And Annika with a massive first ride of 151 points. Trying to bump up that score in her second ride, starting off with a massive air loop.
Those massive C1 air loops, it's just crazy how snappy the C1 paddlers look.
Yeah, it's the extra leverage you have from the higher Z position or the kneeling.
Nice McNasty there.
And you can tell Annika knows exactly what she's doing, just going for that McNasty, not quite getting the edge to catch.
She's still got a few seconds and needs a few more moves to move up the scoreboard a little bit higher. And there's the time, 130 points, and still climbing a little bit. We will see if this puts her into the top 3. It looks like it might put her on the top space. If
She just knocked off Becky from the second position with a combined score of 290 points.
So Annika in second position now with 1 paddler to go.
What an epic performance by Annika. Can you make some noise, Team Germany? And now we also need Team GB to cheer on Otti, drop it in for her second ride.
And she also wants to be on the podium and is back in the feature. Looking for a McNasty and sticking it this time.
Otti is such an experienced athlete. She knows exactly what she needs to do to get on that podium.
Big air loop to follow up.
Nicely retaining those big moves as well.
McNasty to the other direction. Already 270 points. Doing it once again to make sure it counts. Nice Space Godzilla attempt. Up, come on, Otti.
Up.
Unfortunately flushes, but at the moment the scoreboard sits at 330 points. So if this is going to stay, then Otti is in the lead. But we have to wait till the judges finish the score.
What an amazing ride by Otti. She knew she had to throw down and go big to grab that gold medal.
And Otti's final score in the ride number 2 is 330 points, which puts her in the gold medal position, followed by Annika Schacher, silver, and Rebecca Green. No, sorry, Lucy Hacker in second position, silver medal, and Annika Schacher in third, bronze medal position.
And it's so great to see all of those ladies compete in C1. We've mentioned it before, but actually we have more C1 women than C1 men in this World Cup. It's great to see the progress in this category.
Oh,
a lot of those ladies are also competing in K1.
Yeah, they're definitely progressing quite a bit.
Just a quick reminder, you can return your bibs already and collect your deposit at the bar. The great thing is you can buy some beverages from that deposit. All right, we've already kicked off the men's C1 heats with Daniel and his first ride. Unfortunately, Flushing has to charge up the eddy now, make his way back into the feature. Up, Daniel, you've got around 10 seconds left.
So Daniel's just made it back onto the wave, looking for a Luna, unfortunately just flipping over the side of his kayak. All of these tricks have really strict definitions. A nice cartwheel there. He's looking to get... Oh, and that is time. So 53.33 points on that first ride. Of course, we are in prelim format, so all of these competitors are going to get 2 rides, and both of their scores will add together to give them the final ranking. But that is what is going to give them the final ranking for the whole event. So quite unusual circumstances here today. We're doing prelim format, but for final results. So quite cool, quite exciting. Next up, we should have Kevin O'Connor from Ireland. Do we have the Irish in the crowd? I can hear a few cheers. They're generally some of the loudest spectators. So I want to hear lots of cheering as Kevin drops onto the wave from above. He's just lining himself up. Will we see an entry move? There it is. Oh, he just flushes out, tries to use his hand to get himself back onto the feature, but he's going to sprint his way back up the eddy and back onto the wave. He has plenty of time. I can hear the Irish supporters cheering him up the eddy.
And he's back in the feature with 30 seconds to spare. Surfing across to find the good position for his next move. Going for a big McNasty. Nice and straight.
Nice. That was nice and clean. Dead straight, so there shouldn't be any debating about that one.
And then
just flushing off on that McNasty the other direction. So you can see the score there, 160 points dead on. That means all of the judges were in agreement that that first McNasty was absolutely on point. And that's first ride for Kevin O'Connor from Ireland with 160 points. Next up we have from the UK, Harvey Harwood. Starting off with a whippy little spin, surfing around, looking to set up for his next trick. Plugging for a loop, bringing it around, staying on the feature. Looking for a spin the other direction. So all of the moves they can score both directions, left and right. Looking now for the McNasty, just tumbling over the side slightly. All of these tricks must stay straight as they come through. We've got quite a storm rolling in here. The thunder is rumbling and there is some lightning in the sky. The judges are looking nervous.
We're looking to speed things up as water levels are rising. So this will actually be the last day of competition.
Okay, 110 points there for Harvey. He's looking pretty pleased with that first ride. So 2 rides, both of them are going to add together to give them their final score and final ranking. Okay, next up we have Leon from Germany.
Leon just having a chat there with his coaches, just discussing the ride quickly before he drops in. You can just hear some thunderstorms coming in.
Okay, looks like we are ready then for Leon to take his first ride. Okay, we're stopping play for the storm. So all paddlers need to get off the water, please. We're going to have a pause in proceedings whilst we have this this lightning strike coming through. And everyone off the water, keep yourselves safe, and we will carry on after the storm has finished. So word from the judges is that we expect to be able to restart in probably 10 or 15 minutes. The storm is traveling through quite quickly. So just take shelter for a little while, maybe get yourself a little drink, something to eat, and then we'll restart as soon as we can after the storm has passed.
Okay, so it looks like we are ready to commence with the C1 man class. The thunderstorm has passed through and we will so we should shortly commence with the C1 man class. So please, heat number 1, get back into your canoes. And we will start the heat. We are running a little late because of the thunderstorm, but we will try to catch up and make good on the time.
Yeah, it looks like the storm is passing through. I can see some sunshine in the distance. So if you're spectating, get yourself prime position where you can see the wave. Get ready to watch the action in the C1 men's. We have 2 heats. We've only had first rides from 3 competitors and we'll be carrying on from where we left off. So the first paddler we will see will be Leon from Germany. Each paddler gets 2 rides. Those rides get added together to give them their final score. And that ranking will actually be their final overall ranking for World Cup 2. Because unfortunately, with this unpredictable weather and the rising water levels, we're going to have to end the competition at the end of the day. So that's really quite unusual circumstances. We're doing preliminary format to actually decide the final results.
Yeah, not only the wave needs adjusting, also the format needs adjustment from the paddlers. But that's how it goes. We are dependent on the water levels, and if they rise too much and flood the whole area, then we cannot guarantee a safe competition here in Plattling. That's why we also let the thunderstorm pass through, so that nobody's gonna get struck by lightning. But we are shortly getting back to the action. The kayakers should get back into their kayaks, and the judges are already in their tent, getting ready to keep going with the C1 paddlers.
So in this first heat of the C1 men's, we have Daniel Cutter, Kevin O'Connor, Harvey Howard, Leon, how do I say that one? Go on.
Schacher.
Schacher. Robert Geary, Owen Kelly, and Jonas Unterberg. So everyone who is a fan of one of those people I've just read out, or if you are from Great Britain, Ireland, Germany, oh, it's just those 3 countries. Okay, if you're from those 3 countries, you definitely should be getting yourselves alongside the river, ready to cheer everybody on in this first C1 heat.
We have got 2 more countries coming up in the next heat as well, France and the United States. And we are running in the opposite order from our first World Cup. So the last starters in the second heat are the top contenders or the winners from the first World Cup just a few days ago, where we had nicer weather and different water levels. So
yeah, it's going to be super interesting to see how the paddlers adapt. In the first World Cup, we had more like a hole feature, so the tricks that the paddlers could do, quite different to what's going to be happening this afternoon. So we'll get to see which paddlers are the most well-rounded paddlers, which paddlers are able to adapt their plans. And also, none of these paddlers have been able to have a training ride at the current water level. So the first ride that they take will be sort of feeling out the feature a little bit, trying to figure out what moves are going to be still going to go, which ones are going to work well, which ones are going to stick on the feature. You don't score points for moves that flush. So it's really important at these sorts of water levels to really think tactically.
Yeah, it definitely is, and it might be an advantage for those paddlers who come here more often, because while Plattling is also running quite a long time during the year, but with changing water levels. Now we've got more like a wave feature or a wave hole here, where you can throw moves from the more whole motor side, or you can go for wave moves. We have seen air screws, blunts, and all kind of combinations to hole moves, like the KY combo. It's hard to actually score the wave moves because you have to get clear of the foam pile, which is really hard to do here, but some of the paddlers already managed to. And we have seen some really high scoring rides in the K1 man class, over 1,000 points for a ride, which is really impressive here on this quite flashy feature. And we are excited to see what the C1 paddlers will show here. And we're waiting for everyone to get ready and back on the water.
Yeah, the judges are ready and waiting. We're just waiting for the final thumbs up from the head judge.
And there is Leon Schacher, German paddler, paddling K1 as well as C1. And there he goes, 45 seconds for his first ride. He knows this feature. And going straight for a lunar orbit.
Oh, unfortunately just flushing off. So, as I was saying about those tactics, you've really got to think about what tricks you're going to do. Because if you flush off the wave, then... Yeah, so he's making his way back up the eddy now. Unfortunately, the time is still counting down whilst you're making your way up the eddy. So he's now got 10 seconds left to do as much as he can on this first ride. And he needs to do whatever he can in this last few seconds. Unfortunately, just getting a bit flushed out again. It's really difficult once you've been sprinting up the eddy to like collect yourself, get your breath back and get yourself lined up for a big trick.
Yeah, it's really hard. You're out of breath and you have to go back on the feature, and Plattling is quite strong. You need your strength to actually find the right setup point and go for another big move. Unfortunately, Leon only not scoring a single move.
Yeah, and again, like having this format of both ride scores counting, you don't get to throw away any rides. So if you flush, it really can have a huge impact on your final ranking. Yeah, so dropping in from above them, we have Robert Geary from Ireland.
Nice entry move. Already scoring a few points. Surfing it up on the right shoulder. Going straight for a nice big air loop.
Yeah, that looked great and really straight. Selling it to the judges, making sure he gets all of the judges to put that score down.
Come on.
Oh, unfortunately just flushing off the back there. He's going to try and make his way back up. He has 20 seconds to make his way up the eddy. As I said, it's really tough to sprint your way up the eddy and then do something. So give him a big cheer. Get him back on that wave. Where's Team Ireland? Let's hear you shout.
And with one paddle, it's even more exhausting. And then you have to get the edge right to not flush right on the shoulder, as Robert just did.
But he scored 120 points, it looks like. The final score will be confirmed in a second.
Yeah, 130 points, the final score just came in from the judges. So our next competitor, also from Ireland, Owen Kelly. We have seen Owen in the OC1 class already.
Yeah, he was bronze medal in World Cup 1 and 2 in the OC1 category. But I know that he'd really like to get a medal in this C1 category.
He is probably going to start with an entry move.
Yeah, his entry in the OC1 was really quite impressive. So I should think when he's got a deck on that boat, hopefully, yeah, he should be doing a nice big entry for us and then some other really cool tricks. Maybe he won't be weighed down by the river.
Maybe linking it straight into a McNasty. but we are waiting for him. So the other competitors for this heat, Jonas Unterberg, also please get ready. And heat number 2 of the C1 men's class. Abel from France, Matthew from Great Britain, Philip from Germany, Sebastian from Germany, Tom from France, and Landon from the US. Your heat will follow right after this one.
Yeah, that's a very exciting lineup. Some very talented C1 paddlers coming up. And because we're in reverse order, like whoever's sitting at the top of the leaderboard after this heat is not safe. Like those 6 paddlers that are coming in the second heat, they're all definitely likely to score pretty high rides. So everyone here is going to be thrown down as hard as they can in their 2 rides. Okay, I think we're still just waiting for Owen. The break in proceedings has made things a little bit disjointed. The paddlers were all spread out all over the place whilst we were waiting for the storm to pass.
So after Owen, there's Jonas Unterberg in this heat, and then we will start from the top of the order once again. So every paddler gets a second try to try and make as many points as possible. This is their only chance to get some points, as we have to close this competition after tonight due to rising waters and lots of rain upstream. There has been quite a lot of rain in Munich, and all the water at some point will come down the Isar.
So I can see Owen on his way down, still just putting his deck on. Looks like he's rushed into position. So here he is, dropping into the feature for the first ride. There he is, going for that entry move straight into the McNasty. Unfortunately, flushing out the back on his McNasty. Sitting still quite high up the eddy, so he's going to sprint his way back up onto the feature.
So he already scored the entry move because he flashed on the next move following that. And he's back on the feature, and he wants to rack up some more points, and unfortunately catches an edge just when he surfs back over that shoulder.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. I think the rushing into position to take his ride really won't have helped him there. It's been quite a day for Owen. He got a rerun in the OC one as well, after a kayaker kind of dropped into the feature in the middle of his ride. Just a random kayaker wanting to join in, play a bit of party wave.
Yeah, that's the wrong time for a party wave.
I do love a party wave, though.
Oh yeah, it's amazing. Tomorrow's the day for party wave here.
I think so. How many paddlers do you think we can get on this feature?
That's going to be interesting to see. Get as many paddlers on the wave as possible.
So next up, we have Jonas, who's been pretty fundamental in helping make this event happen. Dropping in for his first ride of the World Cup 2. Looking to go straight in with a loop, whipping it over. Unfortunately got a bounce as he landed, and that just threw him off the back of the feature. It's almost like he whipped it round so hard that he bounced off the green water. Oh, he's going to do some flat water tricks, entertaining the crowd as he's coming up the eddy. Unfortunately, the tricks in the eddy do not count. The judges will only score your tricks if they're on the wave.
Yeah, that's another boat class we will see later today. The squirt boats, they can score tricks in the eddy. but not in a surface boat. And there he goes for a set of spins, straight for that loop again. Oh, unfortunately getting rejected a little bit on the plug. Thank you very much, Jonas.
It's really nice to see that the paddlers that have been so involved in organising this event are still able to make time to take part. As somebody who organises events, I think you have to put so much effort and energy into it. Like, if you get a chance to say thank you to any of the people involved in organising this event, please make sure you do that, because they will have given up a lot of their time and their energy. And they just do it for the love of the sport.
Yeah.
So the fact they get to come and enjoy the fruits of their labour is really nice to see.
And it's quite hard to actually clear your head from all the organization stuff and jump in the boat and do a good competition ride. That's not easy at all. But they actually managed to do. The owners had a nice ride. Anne earlier as well. And we are back to the top of the order with Daniel Cutter. He's rocking a little bit of an almost old school boat. Nice set of cartwheels there. Nice little spin. Oh, has to roll, unfortunately.
And he's flushed off the wave. He still has 20 seconds left, so if he's quick about it, he might make it back up. That boat should go quite quickly up the eddy. If the crowd give him lots of cheers, maybe he can make it back in time for one more trick.
Come on, hop up, Daniel. Oh, this is going to be really close. Will he make it?
It feels like the buzzer really likes to go off just as people are about to enter the feature.
Yeah, it's just such a powerful feature that pushes you far off once you have to roll or flush, and then it's a long way back up in the eddy.
Yeah, flush is really costly on your time. You only have 45 seconds on each of your rides. And flushing generally seems to take about 20 seconds out of your ride. So that's a big proportion of that time that you could be scoring points if you were on the feature.
Yeah, that's almost half of the time you actually get.
So we're on now with Kevin's second ride. Kevin from Ireland, looking for a nice McNasty, whipping it way up into the air. I'm sure that'll be getting air bonus on that one. Looking for the McNasty the other direction, and he stays in the feature. This should be a really nice high-scoring ride for Kevin. Looking now to plug for the loop. Just getting a rejected on the green there. That is a result of this higher water level. Makes the feature more like a wave, which makes it harder to get the end to chop into the green water. Looking for the loop now. Oh, Space Godzilla. I'm not quite sure whether or not he got the release that the judges will be looking for. The Space Godzilla needs to get air. That is in the definition of the trick. So if the boat does not go aerial at some point during that, then the judges cannot give their points for that trick.
Yeah, exactly. We are just calling out the moves as we see them, but the judges actually decide if they score the moves. And they have to be according to the rule book, and there are very narrow.
So 353.33 on that second ride. That's a great second ride from Kevin, giving his total combined score so far 513.33, putting him currently top of the leaderboard. But of course, only two paddlers have had their two rides, and we are now on second ride for Harvey from Great Britain. Harvey's first ride was pretty strong with 110 points. He'll be looking to repeat that, or maybe even better it, getting a loop there. We'll see what the judges say. Was it straight enough? It seems so. The points are there. He's getting a spin both directions, maybe looking for a shove it there. Oh no, he's going for the McNasty. Just about staying on the feature. Great work from Harvey. Keeping the boat moving. Looking set up for his next trick. I think he's looking for another McNasty. He's 10 seconds left. What will he do with that 10 seconds? One more big trick, I think. Oh. Looking for that other McNasty. Not quite managing to engage the rail to make it spin round on its end. And that will be time on his second ride. But it does look like he might have even bettered his first ride score. We'll see what it comes in. You'll notice that at the end of the ride on the scoreboard, if the score is in orange, that means the judges are still deciding on things, and only when the number goes green is that the final score. So 165 on that second ride, which gives him a combined 275 points for Harvey.
So at the moment sitting in second position, but we have got quite a lot of paddlers still to come. And Leon Schacher is already on the feature, little roundhouse to the right, looking for the lunar orbit and actually sticking it and going straight into the back loop. A little bit sideways on the landing. I'm not sure if the judges are going to count that. Looking for that McNasty. Oh, and unfortunately flushing off the back of the wave. Oh, Bob Leon, you've got 12 seconds left. That's a long way up there. But
Leon seeming to take the go big or go home approach.
yeah, definitely.
Looking for some big scoring tricks there.
And on the buzzer, looking for the loop. Dankeschön, Leon. He's definitely going to better his first score. And his second ride is 50 points. So the judges did not award him the lunar orbit, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, as we said, we are not judges, but from my perspective, I think the angle looked a bit flat.
Flat, yeah.
So the ends on it need to be above 45 degrees. And obviously, the judges are watching in real time. So the judges have a super tough job. And that's why we have 3 judges. And the scores are averaged between the judges. So looking from one place, you might see it slightly differently to another place. And obviously, when the boats are being flipped around really quickly and loads of moves connected together, the judges are only human. So that's why we have 3 of them.
And that's why you see this 0.33 scores. If one judge gives a move and the other doesn't, then that's how it turns out on the scoring. We have now Robert Geary on the wave with his second ride, looking for the perfect setup spot to initiate.
Yeah, taking his time, making sure he doesn't flush off the wave, which is pretty smart. But also, whilst you're looking for that setup, unless you're doing tricks, you're not scoring points. So there's always this like tactical dilemma. Like, you know, do you rush around quickly to try and score points? Do you go for the big moves to score the big points, or do you play it safe, stay on the wave, get a few smaller moves in first? Oh, looking for that back loop just after the buzzer, I think, but it got a lot of pop. It was nice to see so much air there. Everybody loves to see the boats flying up into the air. So we do actually have 2 bonuses available on almost every trick. So you can get an air bonus, and there is also actually a huge bonus. So when the paddlers manage to get their boat to go super aerial, then they might get additional huge bonus on that trick.
Yeah, exactly. It's getting harder to get those bonuses, especially the huge bonus if the water level keeps rising. But we will still see a few people trying to go for the huge bonuses. And Robert's second ride comes in with 141.67 points, putting him in the 3rd position at the moment. And our next paddler,
we should be having Owen, I think,
yep,
if he's ready
Owen
for this
Kelly.
ride.
He is upstream.
Hopefully he's managed to get himself a bit more settled. I think he was having to rush himself into position for that first ride, and he just wasn't looking his usual self. He didn't look settled on the feature. So he's got the big thumbs up with a smile from Chief Judge Charlie, and he's ready now for that second ride, looking to improve on his first ride score, dropping in from above. As we said, he has a beautiful entry move, so expecting to see his ride start with that, getting some points on the board immediately as soon as he hits the feature.
Yeah, and maybe trying to go straight into a McNasty, as he does. And this time...
Oh, flushing once again on that McNasty.
I
do wonder whether, you know, with the rising water levels, the feature is changing. And so the ride plans that these paddlers might have had are potentially not working for them.
Yeah, it definitely looks like that. You have to adapt on the way, change up your routine.
But it's really tough because they don't get a practice ride before the competition starts. So they have to drop in there with whatever water level is happening right now and just do the best that they can, feel out the feature, work out what's going to be from their repertoire, the best tricks that they can do within that 45 seconds.
Thank you very much, Owen, for your second ride. Combined score of 100 points. And we have got the last competitor in the first heat.
I think maybe... Oh, here he is. Jonas is coming on from below this time, looking straight for a Luna. Unfortunately, just flushing off.
Up, 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 Jonas.
Okay, I want everybody who is watching to cheer Jonas up the eddy. He is one of the organisers here. Without him, this festival wouldn't be what it is. So cheer him up the eddy, get him back on the wave. And here he is.
We want to see some more moves. Looking for the back loop.
Oh, beautiful back loop there.
And the McNasty, unfortunately, flashing once again. But definitely scoring that back loop. Probably at least with an air bonus. Saying hi to Max, the safety kayaker in the eddy. Looks like he scored around 146 points in his second ride. 160 points final score for Jonas' second ride. So combined, he's sitting at 245 points for now, which puts him in 4th place.
That's right. So we have a total of 13 C1 paddlers. This heat had 7, the next heat has 6, but we are going reverse seeded order from the first World Cup, which means that these next 6 paddlers are definitely going to be ones to watch. We would expect their rides to be quite likely to be challenging that top ride score of Kevin. So currently sitting at the top at the moment from Ireland, we have Kevin O'Connor with a total from his 2 rides of 513.33. In second place, we have Harvey Harwood from Great Britain with 275 points. Third place, Robert Geary from Ireland with 271.67. And then 4th place, we just saw him on the wave with that beautiful back loop, Jonas Unterberg with 205. 5th place, Owen Kelly with 100 points, and Daniel Cutter in 6th with 75 points. And then down at the bottom, we have Leon with 50. So we're about to start now with the first ride in the second heat of the C1 men's, with Abel just dropping into the wave, starting off with a beautiful straight loop to get us started.
Yeah, Abel already tried for an entry move, but unfortunately flushed. He did a really nice entry 3. Catching an edge once again and getting pushed off the feature. So for now, he only has the air loop on the scoreboard.
Unfortunately, the whirlpool's on that eddy line, giving a bit of a rough ride as well.
Yeah, this is actually fun, but not if you try to get back up to the feature and have another go. But
I'm excited to see what the squirt boaters do with those whirlpools later. Next up, from Great Britain, we have Matt Stevenson with his very stylish hat. And he's going to be dropping in from above, so we can hopefully see a nice entry move to start us off. Matt Stevenson dropping in as the sun is shining. Matt is just such a positive, wonderful person to be around. Great person to have as part of our sport. Dropping in, beautiful entry move. Looking for a big loop. Matt always looking for how to enjoy himself on the river and have lots of fun. Big smile on his face generally all of the time. Looking now for a nice big McNasty, whipping it round.
that's a really amazing ride from Matt so far. Looking for a set
some
of cartwheels.
Not seen many of those.
Up, 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 come on, Matt. Earlier I saw him on a surfboard on the other side of the river.
Oh yeah,
So
was he doing a headstand? He
No, no.
sometimes does that.
Yeah, now he just
Oh,
surfed.
last few seconds, maybe enough time for just one more trick as he carves his way onto the feature, looking for a Space Godzilla the other direction. Great first ride from Matt there. Currently, it says 420. I'm not sure if that's a confirmed score just yet, but that is the highest single ride score we've seen so far in this C1 competition. All of his moves were just so straight, so clean. I don't think the judges will have needed to debate any of the moves that he was scoring there. So that is confirmed. 420 points for Matt on his first ride. He should be pretty pleased with that. But remember, we are reverse seeded order. So any of these next guys are certainly capable of such a high score.
And here's the next competitor, Philipp Josef from Germany. Already kicking off his ride with the first few moves.
Yeah, nice McNasty starting things off. He's already won himself a medal at the OC1.
Nice McNasty the other direction. Hop, 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 come on. And flashing, unfortunately.
Yeah, just there's a green tongue that appears, and obviously the river is rising. The green tongue is getting a little bit more prevalent on that surfer's left shoulder.
Yeah, you have to really stick to that sweet spot to retain the... Oh, looking for the pistol flip probably. Another version of the McNasty move. So his first ride's coming in with 106 points. Next up we got another German paddler, Sebastian Nelle. We're still waiting for the judges to get ready.
Sebastian also starting from upstream, looking for the entry move to start his ride. So the entry moves, it's kind of like, again, one of those gamble payoff things. If you stick in the feature, you've put a score on the scoreboard, right, like 0 seconds on your ride. But if you flush out, obviously, then you're starting with a sprint up the eddy and your time is already started. So we'll see. Unfortunately, oh no, I've jinxed him. And he's flushed out on the entry move and he's making his way up the eddy. I hope the crowd are cheering him on.
Come on, Sebastian. And back on the feature, going straight for the plug for a loop, but the green water of the wave rejects him. Nice back loop. And trying to link it straight into a McNasty. Another, there is the front loop, nicely executed, straight, and probably with an air bonus. Now looking for the lunar orbit, and still on the feature, manages to retain. And there is the buzzer. I don't think that the judges are going to score this move. It was a little bit late, and he did not finish the rotation.
So it looks like 130 points on that first ride. I think there's going to be a lot of scores that are very similar here. So there'll be some really close calls, which means that every single move you do really matters here. So dropping in from above, we have Tom Doll from France.
One of the snappiest paddlers around. He is so powerful, but still light, not weighing much, not being very tall.
His K1 rides earlier today were incredible.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Straight from the entry move to the loop. A little bit sideways in the landing of the loop, so I'm not sure if the judges are going to score it. Looking for the setup for another McNasty, really nicely executed. And using this small tongue to set up for a nice back blunt, maybe Pan Am.
Yeah, I think that probably was a Pan Am. That was one of the moves he was throwing this morning in the K1 discipline. We saw him really showing his versatility with a lot of wave moves and hole moves, and giving him like a huge score in the K1. Looking to finish with the Luna there, just flushing off at the end. So unfortunately that Luna won't be scoring, but that still leaves him with a pretty decent 416.67. We know he has more in the tank, but will he be able to access it? That's the thing. I guess in the pressure of the finals, well, prelim/finals,
Yes.
this weird situation we're in where every ride is going to count. So normally when we're deciding the medals, we're in a top 5 situation with 3 rides and only 1 ride would count. So that means the paddlers can really go as big as they like because they know that they've got 3 opportunities to throw down the best ride they possibly can. But here things are slightly different. We're doing 2 rides and they both count. So anytime you flush, anytime you don't score your trick, that could be the difference between you getting a medal or not.
Tom Dahl's ride coming in with 460 points. So he is in 2nd position overall with only 1 ride.
No, I think that takes him into the lead.
Not in overall.
Oh, no, of course, yeah, Kevin O'Connor.
And we have got the winner of World Cup number 1 coming up. Landon Miller from the US, also starting with an entry move. We just saw him earlier in the OC1 category. And there he goes, nice wing over. Straight into a McNasty. And surfing it up. McNasty on the offside, not switching the paddle around. Plugging for a nice loop, sticking out his paddle to get some clean points. Not a big loop. He has got a very unique style of plugging the kayak in.
Yeah, I heard him talking about that actually earlier, talking about how you need to be really aggressive to plug into this more wave-like green face. Oh, looking for Luna there, going straight in, looking for the back loop. He's pulling it round from some really improbable positions where I'm sure most other people would struggle.
What an amazing ride from Landon there. Probably scoring over 1,000 points as it looks now. That
Wow.
was really impressive. Big smile on his face. He knows that he did all the moves possible in 45 seconds.
Well, we can be sure that whatever that finalizes on, that's certainly going to put him up into the top spot with just 1 ride and actually pretty much doubling the nearest competitor.
Oh, he's looking for that Jedi flip to finish his ride off. Just a crowd pleaser for the audience, while the judges are still discussing and counting points. That was a really nice ride, Landon.
So for anybody who's a bit less familiar with freestyle, you might be wondering how on earth the judges come up with these scores. There is a score sheet, and every trick has a score associated with it. The more difficult the trick, the higher the score, but also generally the higher the risk. And we're seeing that today for sure. So there's definitely some people been going for the big moves, but unfortunately finding that they're flushing off. And then we're also seeing people going for the big moves and it really paying off, like Landon just there, laying down an incredible ride, somewhere over 1,000 points. I don't think we have the final score yet from the judges. They're still deliberating. You will find that on some of the more complicated rides, that it takes the judges a little while to make sure that they haven't missed anything out. They're just trying to make sure that they've got all the link bonuses onto there. We've got all the air bonuses, making sure that there was nothing missed.
Yeah, they really try to be as thorough as they can to make it right for all the competitors. And this involves some discussion. And Landon is coming in with 1,063.33 points.
Wow, that is a huge ride.
He has almost doubled the points of Kevin O'Connor with only 1 ride. So the other competitors in this heat will now have a really hard time to keep up with Landon, but they will definitely try. We have seen a few of these paddlers do similar rides, and Abel from France is the first one to actually have a go with his second run. He is starting from the top. He started earlier with a really nice and high entry entry loop move, but unfortunately flushed.
Yeah, and it is all still to play for because both rides count. Landon still needs to do a pretty decent second ride to like confirm his gold medal there. Oh no! Oh, so the entry move there, leaving Abel with his hand not on his paddle, trying to get himself back on the wave with his hand.
He almost did, but just flushed off the feature.
But he's back on the feature with 25 seconds still on the clock. That's plenty enough time to score some good points. Going straight in with a big air loop, switching his paddle from one side to the other to allow himself to set himself up for a nice back loop straight into a McNasty. This is looking really nice here.
Abel being quite a tall paddler, but doing really nice job. He's usually a guy that links up the moves with lots of cartwheels and in between, and looking like he has a score of around 400 points. 416, still climbing up a little bit.
Yeah, for those paddlers used to linking tricks together, this more wave-like feature will make that much more challenging. So again, the tactics are really important here. So if you do manage to link two tricks together, both of the tricks that you've linked together get link bonus points added to them. So it is a really good way to rack up a lot of points very quickly in a ride. But you tend to see that a lot more in the whole features, where you see moves like cartwheels, split wheels, tricky woos, and maybe McNasties all linked together in one swift motion. And maybe some of those, they would not use their paddle for some of the rotation and get clean bonuses on that as well. So within a few seconds, they can really rack up hundreds of points. And that's what makes the judges' job very difficult when that kind of linking section comes in, several tricks all at once. They have to like buffer in their brain what's just happened to make sure they can go back and check that everything has been counted. They can't watch back on video to check what they're doing, to make it fair for everybody. They are doing it all just from live viewing. So that was
second score came in with 453 points, putting him at a total of 443 and in second position so far. But we still got all the paddlers from the second heat coming up, and here goes Matt Stevenson with a nice entry, wing over, straight into a loop, and unfortunately flashing. Up, Matt, come on.
Oh, so once again, that more wave-like green face rejecting if you don't get the bow to plug in a really perfect way at the exact right spot. You've really got to jam it in. It's almost like trying to initiate like a cartwheel and then jumping it into a loop. Like, yeah, Matt's just done a perfect demonstration there for us.
And another one to make sure it counts. Maybe looking for the Space Godzilla. There goes the Space Godzilla. Nice and aerial. And into a McNasty just on the buzzer. I'm not sure if the judges are going to score the McNasty.
So the Space Godzilla is like a loop with a 90-degree twist in it. And in the C1 category, I think this is quite difficult because you either don't have a blade to help you initiate that twist, or you don't have a blade on the side of your kayak that you're landing on. So the C1 paddlers, some of the tricks for them are much more difficult. But then actually some of the tricks I think are easier. You see the C1s often have much straighter, whippier back loops. And that is because they're sitting higher up and they're at a bigger leverage point, but also they don't have 45-degree or whatever feather paddles getting in their way and twisting them as they come round.
Our next competitor, Philipp Josef from Germany, setting up on the feature, going straight for a nice big McNasty, taking his time to find the perfect spot to initiate the moves. Straight into a lunar orbit, not quite that nice on the rotation. Yeah, he does it again to make sure he sticks it and links it into a back loop, but unfortunately flushing. So he was taking a lot more risk on those moves, trying to get up more points on the scoreboard. But unfortunately, the risk was a little bit too high for this water level. He has got a few more seconds left. Time for one big move and looking for the loop there, but going in the feature a little sideways. So the score is sitting at 350 points at the moment.
Yeah, and that's just been confirmed. That gives him a 2-ride combined score of 456, which currently puts him into 6th place. And we have 3 more paddlers left to take their second ride to add to their scores from their first ride. So we can really see the top few places could be shifted, but Landon's looking like he's sitting pretty there with just 1 ride. No one has managed to overtake his score with their 2 rides combined. So really showing how Landon has dominated on that first ride.
And we have got Sebastian Nelle back on the feature. Nice entry, McNasty or entry loop there. Going straight into a back loop, trying to link it to a McNasty. And there goes the McNasty, just a little bit sideways in the landing, so probably not scoring it.
Yeah, all of these tricks, like I said, they have a definition, and most of them will have an angle within which that they need to land. So most tricks, they need to land within 20 degrees of straight to the flow. So when you hear us saying that it wasn't straight enough, or that we don't think it was straight enough, that's what we're talking about.
But we are just calling them out. The judges have to decide if they are executed correctly. Sebastian had a really nice ride. The points are still climbing. Oh yeah, he's throwing kisses to the judges.
To the judges or to the crowd?
To the crowd.
Is
probably.
he bribing the judges with his air kisses? It's a savvy move. I like it.
And the score comes in with 400 points for his second ride. So he is sitting in
4th place, I think.
4th place
Yeah.
overall.
Just outside the medals, but we still have Tom Doll and Landon Miller to take their second rides.
And the junior
Tom
man,
currently sitting in 6th place, so he's definitely going to be wanting to climb his way up that scoreboard with this second ride.
and there he goes. Nice entry, wing over. Straight into a loop, nice and snappy. He's just whipping that boat around. Into a McNasty, up, and retains the feature. It's just amazing how high up on the foam pile he's sitting and still paddling back up, looking for a nice back Pan Am probably.
Yeah, Tom is one of those paddlers that's just real joy to watch him paddle.
He's so quick moving around the feature and throwing his boat around. There he goes for the back loop. Really well executed. And into the offside McNasty. And does he retain the feature?
Oh, so close.
One.
But still, that is looking like it's going to score somewhere around the 490 point mark. We'll just wait and see if that comes in and confirms. If it does, that will place him into the second place spot, and it has. So his combined score is 950, still not beating Landon's first ride score on its own. So Landon is going to take a glory lap right now. He has beaten everybody's 2 rides with his 1 ride. That is really impressive stuff, ladies and gentlemen. So let's see what Landon's going to do for us on this basically just joy lap.
Yeah. This is almost like in the final, when you come into the final in a leading position and you know that after your second ride you're in the top spot, you can do whatever you want. You just go out there and have fun. Sometimes these rides are even crazier than the previous ones. So we'll see
once they're relaxed and then they think I know I can go for these even bigger tricks. Yeah, we might see something quite special right now. But this is a really unusual circumstance. That would normally be in the situation where everybody has their best ride count and everybody's only having 1 ride as a score counting. Here, everybody's had 2 rides to try and beat Landon's single ride, and they've still not managed it.
Oh, it's just a really crazy, amazing ride from Landon. 1,000 points.
Okay, here we go. Let's hear some cheering. What is he going to do for us on this joy lap? He already has the gold medal with 1 ride. So let's see what he's going to do for us.
He just keeps going and going. One move after the other.
Everybody else is having to find an exact spot where they need to throw their tricks, and Landon's just landing one trick and throwing straight into the next.
And again, and into the back loop. And still on the feature. And another one. Probably looking for a linked back loop to loop.
He gave us a smile as he flushed off the feature there. It sort of looked like he wasn't even particularly trying there, and he still scored nearly 700 points.
Thank you very much, Landon. What a show. 1 ride.
Come on, Landon, do something cool for us.
We want to see that Jedi flip once again. And there he goes. And he's almost sticks it. Very nice try. This is a score that's actually not in the score sheet. And Tom also trying to score one or do one in the feature and retain the feature. This would actually score as a trophy 3, I guess.
Yeah, so I said earlier how there's a whole set of moves that are defined. If the paddlers come up with a trick that is not yet on the score sheet, then we have the provision to be able to award points by having trophy moves on the score sheet. There are 3 different trophy moves, so depending on how complex that trophy move is, depends what score it will get. So that was a really exciting round from the C1 men there. And soon we'll be moving on with the junior men K1. We have 4 heats of junior men. Again, the format will remain the same, 2 rides. Both of them added together to give a total score that will give the ranking.
Yeah, exactly. And this will determine who takes home the gold medal of World Cup number 2 here in Plattling. As the water is supposed to keep rising till tomorrow. This will be our final day of competition. So we will commence with the K1 junior men heats shortly. So please, all the judges, scribes, make your way over to the judges' tent. Looks like Charlie is already organizing all the people he needs.
So I'm just going to give you a quick run through the final results there from the C1 men's. So obviously we saw Landon Miller taking home the gold there with a commanding lead. 2nd place, silver medal to Tom Dole of France. 3rd place, bronze medal to Matt Stevensons from Great Britain. 4th place was Abel from France. 5th, Sebastian from Germany. 6th place, Kevin O'Connor from Ireland. 7th place, Philip Joseph from Germany. 8th place, Harvey Howard from Great Britain. 9th place, Robert Geary from Ireland. 10th place, Jonas Unterberg from Germany. 11th place, Owen Kelly from Ireland. 12th place, Daniel Cutter from Great Britain. And 13th place, Leon Shaka?
Shaka.
Shaka.
Shaka. You're getting there.
Close. Leon Shaka from Germany.
Yeah, I take.
Okay, junior men, we are kicking off all the way from the United States. We have Oliver He's dropping in from above. Not looking for an entry move, just looking to start his time immediately as soon as he hits the foam pile. Looking to start things off with a flat spin. Unfortunately, just catching the shoulder and flushing off the back there. He's going to be looking to make his way back up onto the feature as quickly as he can. So we have 4 heats of junior men. Each of them get 2 rides. Both of the rides will be added together to give their final score. And that will be their final ranking for this second World Cup. So unfortunately, he's just flushed off the wave. He has 10 seconds left to get himself in there and score some points. Getting himself settled on the wave, looking for that flat spin once more. Bringing the boat around, staying on the feature. Looking to get the ending for a cartwheel there. And that's the end of the first ride from Oliver, all the way from the United States. Scoring himself 10 points, which will be for that flat spin.
Yeah, exactly. Scoring the flat spin in this competition. Next one up from Norway. Ask Tidemann Foldvik. He is starting from the eddy. Looking for the setup and going for a nice little roundhouse attempt, but not finishing the rotation. Just ending it in a front tap. Nice loop attempt there. Oh, and almost sticking it.
Yeah, unfortunately, just flushing off the back. The judges can only award the tricks for the points for the tricks if they stay on the feature. So that's becoming more and more challenging as the river levels are rising.
In some features, you can pedal up quite far from behind the actual hole, but not in Plattling at this level. If you're flushed, then you're flushed. And there he goes. Nice big air loop just ahead of the buzzer. So 90 points for Ask.
Yeah, here. So just to explain once more, especially for those people watching at home who may not know the ins and outs of freestyle. So that 90 points is made up of 60 points for the front loop, which is, as you have seen, quite like a front somersault with the kayak. And then 30 points of that is for the air bonus. So if the kayak leaves the water and becomes airborne at any point during the trick, it will get an air bonus. And for the bigger tricks, the bonuses are also worth more points. So on a loop, you get 30 points. On the bigger tricks, you would get more.
And
so
our
we
next
have
paddler from Ireland, Fergus Murphy. Spinning it up, spin to the left and to the right on this corbel already, looking for the shove it, which is 180 degrees rotation where the paddle is not taken out of the water. If you link them together, you can get quite a few points. Nice little roundhouse attempt. And again, there is rotation. And a little back roundhouse linked into a cartwheel maybe.
So yeah, Fergus definitely trying to really capitalize on the fact that this feature has turned into more like a wave, getting some wave tricks in there, but now showing that he also can do those hole tricks with a nice front loop there, retaining on the feature. Really nice ride there from Fergus. Some nice blunts or roundhouses and some other wave tricks, and then mixing it up with a nice loop in there too.
Yeah, looks like the lighter paddlers are getting a little bit of an advantage once the water is rising. They seem to be
that tends to happen
moves
on those flushy features.
Yeah. So
that said, though, it does make it harder for the lighter paddlers to actually initiate things like loops, to actually get the bow to go into that powerful green water. They generally will struggle with that a bit more than the heavier, stronger paddlers.
And Fergus' first ride is coming in with 143 points, which puts him in the lead for now. As we have Pirmin from Switzerland on the water.
Starting with a really nice air loop, dead straight. Looking now for the Space Godzilla. That's the front flip with a 90-degree twist. I think that was looking for the Space Godzilla the other direction. Didn't quite get the air and twist that you need for the definition. Spinning the boat around, trying to keep the boat moving.
A quick look at the clock, how much time's left. Probably looking for the McNasty. Oh, catching the bow in the feature. With only 5 seconds left on the clock, he's probably going to
play in the whirlpools, I think.
Nice taily in the whirlpools.
So that looked like 140 points. Another nice strong ride there. That will take him into second so far in this heat.
Yeah, we're waiting for the score to be finalized. And we have got Tim Beck of Germany up next. And there is the final score for Pierman, 140 points. Just 3.33 behind Fergus for now. But next up, Tim from Germany, straight into the loop, but getting rejected by the green water. That's what Laurie just said. It's hard to actually get your bow under if you're lighter. You may retain easier, but if you're lacking the weight, it might be harder to actually initiate the move.
Yeah, but once they do get that bow under, because they're lighter, they generally fly higher. So we might see some huge bonuses, I reckon, in this junior men's category. Looking for a cartwheel. That was pretty cool. You don't see many cartwheels on this feature at this level.
Come on, Tim, up, 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 up. He's trying to plug the loops like he was used to the last few days, but there he goes just after the buzzer. Nice and snappy loop, but unfortunately, once the time's up, the judges are not going to score the moves.
No, but it does now mean he knows where he needs to initiate. So in his next ride, hopefully he can use that knowledge to get him a loop on the board in his second ride. So first ride score confirmed, 10 points, but we've just seen he can definitely improve on that. He'll be looking to improve that in his second ride. So there we have the standings so far after just one run. So at the top, Fergus from Ireland, but only 3.33 points ahead of Pirim from Switzerland.
Followed by Ask from Norway and Oliver from the US and Tim Beck in fifth, or shared fourth position actually. Both did only one move, 10 points, and are sitting on the fourth position. We will start again.
So we're back to the top of the order.
With Oliver from the US. And he goes straight for the loop.
Oh,
nice!
big loop!
Nice air loop.
Really reaching his paddles up into the air to really make sure he gets lots of pop on that move.
And once again, trying to sell it to the judges. And has to paddle up. He's still got 15 seconds left, Oliver. Hop, 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 hop. Keep on paddling. There is still time enough for at least one big move. And goes straight for the plug. Probably looking for a Space Godzilla. Turning it more into an air wheel, probably. Thank you very much. Definitely upping the score of his first ride. Looks like 90 points from that air loop. And coming in with a combined score of 100 points for Oliver from the US.
So that combined score puts him currently in third place. But of course the rest of the paddlers in this heat are yet to take their second ride. So we're going to see now what Ask from Norway has to say about that. He had 90 points from his first ride. We'll see what he can do in this second ride now. Looking again for that loop. Managing to stay on the feature.
Nice and straight loop. Air bonus avoided from the judges. Nice little roundhouse there. Still retaining the feature.
Just adjusting his helmet. He looks cool and calm and collected out there.
Oh, nice cartwheel just in between his other moves. Looking for the spin. He is just retaining the feature. It's just amazing how he stays in there and keeps on going. Few more seconds. Come on, up, up, up. There's still time for one move. Another roundhouse attempt.
Nice. Staying on the feature for the whole 45 seconds, which is no mean feat at this water level. I should think he should be very pleased with that second ride.
Oh yeah, the second ride definitely was nice. Got the points for the loop, and he jumps into first position with 110 points on his second ride, making it a combined 200 points.
You can see him paddling over to the far side of the river. So one of the really nice things here in Plattling is that the wave is really, really wide, and we're only using part of it for the competition. So just off screen, we have paddlers able to paddle on various other sections of the wave, just having fun.
And we have got Fergus from Ireland back on the feature, linking spins and shove-its together to get some points on the board for his second ride. Nice little roundhouse there. And there he goes, trying to link it to a McNasty, also called the KY. And nice loop attempt. And just flashes off the back of the feature. Come on, Fergus, he's still got a few seconds left. And is paddling back into the feature right now. Few seconds left, going for the Phonics monkey. Just a little bit too far on surface ride and getting pushed out of the feature with this strong current that's just moving through there on the surface ride. Oh, Fergus had 143 points in his first ride. We are waiting for the score on his second ride now.
Yeah, another pretty solid ride there, showing that he's a paddler that can do some wave moves and hole moves, and trying to link the two together as well with that kind of roundhouse into McNasty attempt there. So if you manage to link those two tricks together, there's a lot of points available. You get the link bonus added to both of the tricks that you link together. So we have Fergus's second ride, 63.33, which means that his combined total is 206.66, which puts him into the lead currently.
Piermin just showed us a really nice big air loop. Doing another one just to make sure it counts, or maybe trying for Space Godzilla, and flushes unfortunately, so pedals back up and still got 20 seconds left for the rest of his ride, and flushes once again, staying a little bit too far on the right side of the feature. Oh, you can hear the crowd cheering him on, pulling him up in the feature.
Just back on the feature with 1 second left to initiate. So if the buzzer goes as you are doing your trick, as long as you have started doing that trick before the buzzer goes for the end of your ride, it still can count. So it's down to the judges to work out whether you've started your trick before the buzzer goes off. It's one of the many difficult decisions that the judges are trying to make, all in real time.
And you just saw Piermin do 3 loops, but only 1 counts. So you can score each move only once. Tim Beck now back on the feature, already 1 nice big loop on the scoreboard and a spin, looking for that probably Space Godzilla as he tries to plug his bar. Nicely executed Space Godzilla. Yeah, he definitely improves on his first ride. Set of cartwheels to the right. Oh, don't flush. This is really tricky to stick the cartwheels here. You are so high up on the foam pile when initiating a cartwheel. But Tim back in the feature, looking for that McNasty probably. Nice McNasty just on the buzzer.
Yeah,
Really
unfortunately
nice
flushing
technique.
off the back as well. That would have been exactly what I was talking about just before, where the judges needed to work out, was that trick started before the buzzer or after the buzzer?
But he flushed unfortunately, but he definitely upped his score from just 10 points in his first ride to close to 200.
Yeah, I think he's pretty stoked with that second ride.
216.67 points for Tim, which puts him in second position for now. But this was just heat number 1 of the junior men's class, and we will have 3 more heats to come. And this is the reverse order from World Cup number 1, so the top scoring youngsters are still to come. In our next
there's some big names to be coming in the next 3 heats. So in this next heat, we'll be seeing Valentin from France, Luis from Germany, Joshua from Canada, Mathis from Canada, and Fabio from France. And dropping in right now with Valentin, with a really nice entry move, going straight in with the loop as well, getting some solid points on the board straight away in the first few seconds of his ride. Looking to plug once more, looking for a nice big space Godzilla, maybe even going to get the huge bonus on that. He was definitely pretty high in the air at one point there.
Yeah,
looking to add a
space.
McNasty.
Tries for another McNasty, but not really feeling the feature right now. And he goes once again, and unfortunately jumping out of the wave.
Very solid start though. He scored around 260 points in probably the first 15 seconds of that ride.
So this will put him on top of the leaderboard with only 1 ride so far. I'm excited to see what the top 5 kayakers can do.
Yeah, as we said, this is reverse ranking order from the first World Cup we had earlier this week. So 270 points confirmed first ride score, which puts him straight to the top of the leaderboard so far. You'll be really pleased with that one.
Our next competitor from Germany, Luis Gansler. He has got the thumbs up from Charlie, our head judge, and is starting from the top with an entry move.
Oh, he's looking to line up facing downstream, so maybe looking for, big wing over, unfortunately, almost too big, I think. He landed on his rail, which bounced him straight out of the feature. So unfortunately now he's starting his ride with a big sprint up the eddy to make it back onto the wave. The clock does not stop whilst you're in the eddy. So he's made it back onto the wave with 25 seconds to go. Looking to plug straight in for a loop, but getting rejected by that green water.
Doing a little spin for the setup, and there he is, straight on the sweet spot, looking for that loop, turning the kayak a little bit sideways. I'm not sure if the judges are going to score any move. Oh, looking for the Phonics Monkey, the crossbow initiation, and has to roll up in the current downstream. Thank you very much, Luis, for your first ride. He definitely can do better, and he has 1 more chance to do so.
So next up, all the way from Canada, we have Joshua Mendez. I think he's going to start from below. Just saw him sneaking down the edge of the river here to get himself into the eddy. He has the thumbs up from the chief judge, Charlie, and he is making his way, crossing onto the feature of the first ride of his second World Cup competition, starting out with a spin, playing it safe, playing the tactical game, looking for the shove-its and the spins, trying to link them together. Now those moves, the links are almost as valuable or more valuable even in the case of the shove-it. Now he's got some points on the board. He's looking to up what technicality of his tricks. Looking for a nice blunt on the shoulder. Unfortunately, just washing off the shoulder there, but he did get a nice front loop in before he flushed off. So he's currently sitting on somewhere around the 100-point mark.
And
looking for Felix. Stays in the feature. That is essentially an underwater flat spin in simple terms. So yeah, the Felix, you flip the boat upside down as you begin your rotation. You need to continue that rotation for at least 180 degrees whilst you are inverted, and then right the boat as you finish off your 360-degree rotation.
We did see quite a few of those Felixes during the K1 women's class.
I don't think I saw any in the K1 women's class.
They tried a few. Or what is it? Yeah. The move can actually also be executed on the wave, where you can get some air, and it's called a helix. Basically the same move, but looking totally different. But now we have got Matisse from Canada on the feature. Nice air screw to start off his run. Probably a wave boater from Canada with a nice design on his Jackson kayak.
Yeah, we often see the Canadian paddlers are much more at home on a wave, so this might be playing to their advantage that the river level has come up and the feature has become more wave-like. So doing some wave tricks, looking to maybe join it in with them. Nasty, unfortunately, just flush. Oh no, he's retained. That was incredible. Real strength shown there. Fantastic first ride there from Matisse. Definitely over 400 points. So we saw him going for some air screws at the start of his ride, which are really high-scoring wave move tricks. Then also getting a really nice McNasty, which is one of the highest-scoring hole move tricks, especially when you get the air bonuses on there.
Yeah,
so it'll be really interesting to see what the judges say about that one.
Yeah, they're still discussing. In the meantime, we will have a currywurst contest later on to see how hot people can actually eat. It's 10 euros starting fee, and it's limited to 30 persons. So over at the Dragon Food or Drachen Food hut, you can actually sign up for the currywurst contest. Yes, Matisse' first ride comes in with 440 points, so he is sitting in the lead.
Okay, last paddler taking his first ride is Fabio from France. Huge air loop there. Looking to plug again, looking for a big Space Godzilla. He'll be hoping to get some extra bonus points for how high he's managing to make his kayak go.
He actually plugs his moves where others flush off the feature. Really amazing to see how these youngsters move around the wave.
Yeah, again, like we were saying before, I'd say he's one of the lighter paddlers, so sitting higher on the waves are less likely to flush.
Still really nice first ride for Fabio from France, 450 points and counting. Judges are still calculating, discussing. This ride, if it stays at 450 points, might put him in the lead for now. This is only
yeah, so we're already seeing how these junior men are stepping it up. And as we're in the reverse ranking order, I think that's going to be the way things go. We're going to see each round people trying to better the paddlers that have gone before them. So Fabio's first ride, 450 points, just 10 points more than Matisse from France. So we go back to the top of the order, second ride now for Valentin from France. His first ride was 270 points, so he's currently in third place, but he's going to be looking to up that score, especially knowing which paddlers are coming in the next few heats.
He manages to stick his entry move this time and adds a loop and a nice Space Godzilla to his ride. Keeps on looking for that perfect setup, trying to initiate the McNasty next. Little roll in between. Unfortunately, no points for that. And there is the McNasty attempt. Still on the feature, a few more seconds. There is the McNasty, and again, a little bit sideways on the landing, out of the 20 degrees. And that was the buzzer. Thank you very much, Valentin. 300 points as it looks now, which means he ups his total score to 570, putting him in the lead with combined scores. But the 4 paddlers in his heat still to come, so we will see how long he will retain his first position. And there goes Luis Gansler from Germany. Nice, big, clean air loop, sticking the pedal out for the judges to see that he did not use it to get some extra points. You can see it's 120 points, so this is 60 for the loop plus bonus points for clean and air.
Yeah, so he's already bettered his first ride score, so he'll be looking to get as many points on the board as he can, move himself up the leaderboard.
Adds a few spins, but unfortunately playing around the bubbles a little bit too much and flushing off the feature. Nice second ride from Luis, bettering his score quite a lot, tripling his score and moving into 8th position overall. So we have got Joshua Mendes from Canada coming up next. He is sitting in the eddy and just got the thumbs up from Charlie. And there he is. Nice little spin to the right, trying to add a shove it. Nice shove it to the other side. Going for the helix, but catching the stern and getting flushed off the feature. Up, 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 come on Joshua. You still got 20 seconds of time left.
Yeah, sprinting his way back onto the feature with 20 seconds left. Looking again for that Felix, staying on the feature this time and linking it straight in with a spin. Have to see if the judges give him some link bonus points there. I'm going for that front loop, but unfortunately just bobbing off the back. But it looks like his score's going to come in somewhere around the 100 points mark, which is a fairly solid ride.
Yeah, just a little bit shy of his 140 point first ride. So we have got another Canadian competitor up next. Bartosz giving Joshua a high five. Solid ride there from Joshua.
So that has been confirmed at 120 points, which gives him a combined 263.33 from the 2 rides. And now we go on with his Canadian teammate, who was doing some amazing things in his first ride. We saw air screws and McNasties. Here we go with the air screw attempt once more. It did twist a little bit. The air screw does need to stay straight or within 20 degrees of straight, and at least anyway. So see what the judges say about that. Oh, he's going again.
Again, a little bit twisted to one side. It's really hard on these whole wave features to get those air screws correctly
So
executed.
looking for that McNasty. You saw just then some real skillful adaptation as he went for the McNasty. Could tell that the rail was just going to carve him straight onto the shoulders. He managed to recover and have another go. So not quite reaching the score of his first ride. Oh, you see his kayak there. Really cool design with the flames on the front and back. So we have two different main types of constructions of kayaks here. We've got the plastic kayaks and the carbon kayaks. The carbon boats generally are a lot lighter and a lot stiffer than the plastic boats, which does give them the potential to go a lot bigger. But it isn't just a case of like the carbon boats that are better, it's different. So there are some things that are a little bit harder actually in a carbon boat. They're way more responsive. And so that kind of works both in your favor and not in your favor, depending what's happening at the time.
Yeah, exactly. But I found that once you go to carbon, you're not going back. If you actually like the shape of the kayak, then yeah. I really enjoy paddling carbon kayaks.
It's not so good if you live by a shallow river, though.
Yeah, that's true. We have got Fabio still coming up, but the judges are still discussing Matti's second ride.
Yeah, I bet there's some discussion going on about those wave moves and the angles that they were going through. Yeah, as we mentioned, all of the moves have definitions, and it can be really tricky as a judge to be working out in real time whether the boat has met those angle descriptions, especially if it's right on that borderline. So that if it's got to be within 20 degrees and it's landing right within that kind of 20-degree zone, whether or not to give that trick, you can't give half points. They have to either give the trick or not give the trick. So we have a graphic on the live stream for you there, seeing the angles we're talking about. So the water flow being at 0 degrees there, the other angle there that they're referring to. For most tricks, the landing zone is within 20 degrees either side of that 0. So the judges are sat about 45 degrees from the feature on the upstream side, which gives them a good way of seeing the angle straight to the flow, but also the angle on the rotation of some of the tricks. So things like the Space Godzilla, they've got to do that 90-degree angle twist in the air. You need to be able to see that quite clearly as well. So that 45 degrees angle that they're sitting at there gives them the opportunity to see that best from both perspectives.
Matti's second ride just came in with 93 points. And Fabio, the last competitor of this heat, makes his way onto the feature with a nice entry move. Nice big loop. Yes, there it is once again, this time straight and perfectly executed. Trying to stick out his pedal to sell the judges the clean bonus. But on this attempt of a Space Godzilla, unfortunately getting flushed and has to fight the eddy line, but still got some time to make his way back onto the feature and score a few more moves. And there he goes again for the Space Godzilla.
Yeah, from where I was sitting, that looked really nice. Looking for the McNasty there, who's just on the shoulder, which I think is why he flushed out there. So it's really, especially when you're rushing in those last few seconds, you want to do the trick as quickly as you can so that you've definitely initiated it before the buzzer goes. But you might not be in the perfect place, and it kind of looked like that's what just happened there for Fabio. He was on the shoulder after finishing his Space Godzilla, and then initiated straight away to make sure he was doing it in time, but unfortunately it was just a little bit too much on that shoulder, which flushed him off. So he won't be scoring that McNasty, but the Space Godzilla he did from where I was sitting looked pretty beautiful. So looks like we have the score in.
Yeah, his second run is coming in with 283 points. So this puts him in the lead for now with 733 combined points. As we are heading into our next heat, number 3. We have got Malik from France, Math from Great Britain, Lucien from Switzerland, Mats from Germany, and Magnus from the United States. Heat number 3 of the juniors coming up now, and Malik already on the water. Starting with a nice entry move. Nice big entry move. And a nice big loop to follow it up. Looking for the Space Godzilla. Not really getting that twist in the middle. Oh, another one. It just keeps going and going. Still plenty of time. 20 seconds left. Looks for the McNasty. Tries to get his kayak into this back blast and get the bow under to start the loop. So we've got a few more seconds left for Malik's first ride, but I think he's going to save his strength for his second ride. 40 points as it looks. He doesn't seem content with his first ride. Yeah, there is the final score for the first ride, 140 points. He wants more and he knows he can score more points. Our next competitor all the way from Great Britain, Matt Craddock, getting ready for his first ride, starting now with a switch McNasty, trying to link it straight to a loop. Little spin for the setup. Few cartwheels to the left. Again, looking for the initiation for a loop. Nice McNasty. There is the loop, a little bit sideways on the landing. But still in the feature. Another loop attempt.
He's surfing around, keeping that boat moving nicely there. This is actually Matt's first big international competition, as it will be for quite a few of these juniors.
Nice set of cartwheels to end off his ride. This looks like quite a decent score actually. 300 points for a first international competition. Looks very nice, and as we said earlier, he seems to be a light paddler and retains easily in the feature, but has a hard time to actually pluck the bow for the loop or Space Godzilla moves. Waiting for the judges to finalize the score. A little bit of a discussion going on there.
Yeah, so we have just a few paddlers here in the Great British team from Wales. So there's 3 of us. Oh, I got a cheer! Wales! So 306.67 for Matt's first ride. Nice solid start there for Matt. And now we're moving on to Lucien from Switzerland. He's going to be dropping in from upstream. He looks focused as he's dropping down towards the feature, looking for an entry move to start a beautiful wing over move. Spinning to set himself up, getting some points just by setting himself up there. Looking for a loop, just sitting on the top of the pole, but managed to power his way back in. Looking now for a space consider. Oh, straight into the loop. I'm not entirely sure that that was on purpose, but it did happen. So the judges will score it, linking together the Space Godzilla and the loop. And beautiful McNasty there. This is an incredible ride here. Lucian absolutely killing it. Looking for the Space Godzilla the other direction.
This is definitely going to fire him up. That's an amazing combo if you manage to link those two moves together. Set of cartwheels.
And that is time. Big smile on his face. A great first ride there from Lucian. He'll be really pleased with that one. I think little bonus extra there for him on that space to loop combo. So he'll be getting link points on that.
Yeah, definitely. If this happens and you manage to do this out of purpose, then it's crazy. But having this kind of reaction to just throw the move after the loop after the Space Godzilla, that's really nice to see out of such a young paddler in the junior category.
Yeah, great adaptation, taking advantage of the moment. So the score is looking like something around 486 points, but I don't think that's quite confirmed yet. The judges just having a little bit of debate, probably around those linking moves. But either way, that's going to be an excellent start, a really solid first ride. So we are using 2 rides, both count format, so the prelims format, but this is the final round. We're doing a 1 round and done format for the World Cup 2 because the water level is rising and we are expecting more water tomorrow. So we've had to call it. Today is the 1 and done World Cup. So here we go. With the next paddler, we have Mads from Germany. He's dropping down. Also looking for an entry move. Whipping that boat over his head, staying in the feature, doing a really great job there of making sure he stayed in. Unfortunately, just flushing out as he tried to get that McNasty to come through. So he's going to be powering his way back up the eddy and back onto the wave as quickly as he can to score some more points. He's got the 50 points there. It's from his entry move, looking to line himself up and plug for a loop.
Up, Mats, and stays in the feature. Nice big air loop, just to get some more bonus points. Looking for the McNasty, but again, landing a little bit sideways. Few more seconds.
Oh, looking for that phonics initiation there with the crossbow. So that's where you do a pirouette, which then goes into like the front loop, all in one motion. A pretty high scoring move and a very difficult one to do on this kind of wave hole.
Yeah, we saw some paddlers try the wave monkey earlier in the K1 man class. I'm not sure if anyone actually scored it, but they definitely tried to sell the move to the judges. Mats sitting at 148 points for now. Judges still discuss a little bit. And we have got Magnus Monsson coming up in this heat. Heat number 3 out of 4. So the top 5 from the first World Cup is yet to come.
This is an announcement for the paddlers that are paddling on the other side of the wave. Can you make sure you stick to the other side, so river right? Keep yourselves surfing on the river right side of the river, please, because it's distracting for the judges. We can see you're having a lot of fun, and I'm very pleased you're having a lot of fun. It does look great out there, and I can't wait to be surfing that feature tomorrow. But right now, we still have a World Cup on, and we need to make sure it's fair for everybody. So keep yourselves onto the right side, please. Thank you very much. Okay, now that we've hopefully cleared the feature a little bit, made sure there's no distractions for our judges, we'll carry on. And the next paddler is going to be Magnus from the United States. It's great to see so many paddlers have made the journey across the pond from both America and Canada. So this will be the last paddler to take their first ride in this third heat. And then we'll go back to the top of the order. So Matt's first ride score coming in at 151.67.
And Magnus up next, starting from the top in his shiny carbon Rockstar, made in the UK actually. Nice, big entry. That was really nice entry. I'm not sure what the judges even scored entry 3, I think. But unfortunately not getting the plug right for the loop. Up, 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 come on Magnus, you still got plenty of time. 20 seconds left on the clock and he is back on the feature. Straight for a huge air loop.
Yeah, and I don't think he used his paddle there either, so he'll probably be getting a clean bonus from the judges on that one. So he potentially, we've got all of the bonuses available on that front loop.
What he's going to do next, looking for the McNasty, and that's time, a little air screw attempt.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was within the time of his ride, unfortunately.
Please, all the paddlers on the far side, stay on the far side. Don't paddle over into the middle. We need the feature to be clear of other paddlers so the judges can focus on the competition.
I think we have the safety kayaker going over to do the clearing.
Yeah.
Personally, I think he should have just surfed away from this side and cleared them out physically.
Like in an 8-ball race. Just
King of the wave.
Kicking everybody out. So Magnus' first ride coming in with 386 points, putting him in fifth overall so far. And we will start at the top of the order of heat number 3 with Malik from France. Starting with a nice entry move into a nice loop, a little bit sideways in the landing.
Yeah, he just caught the stern a little bit on the way through, and that pushed him off sideways. So now he's gone plugged again. He knew that that loop didn't score well, so he did it again just to make sure the judges knew. And go straight in for a nice big Space Godzilla.
Nice ride so far from Malik. Probably looking for that McNasty. Trying to get the boat into the back surf, or back blast to initiate the, and there he goes, whipping the boat around, but unfortunately has to roll out, and that's time as well.
Yeah,
nice,
but a great second run, yeah. Definitely improving on his first ride score, so he got 140 points in his first ride, and we've just had it confirmed there that that second ride was 353, so his combined two rides makes 493, which currently has him in 5th place. But as we keep saying, we have some incredibly talented kayakers still yet to come, and most of this heat have yet to take their second ride, so it'll be interesting to see how that score holds up with the other paddlers still yet to come. Dropping in now then, we have Matt from the UK doing a nice big loop straight in with a nice McNasty, really selling those moves, making sure they're nice, clean and straight, so the judges can just not have any debate about it and just give the points. Unfortunately, his second McNasty, I think he was trying to go the other direction, has flushed him off the wave, so he's paddling up as quickly as he can, using the last 15 seconds to get himself back into the feature, ready to score. Hopefully another McNasty go the other direction. We'll have to see if that was straight enough on the landing for the judges. Spinning himself around, getting set up for, looking for maybe an air screw there.
Still retaining the feature, but probably not going to score the air screw.
I can hear his fan club.
And going for the back loop.
Does he know that the buzzer has gone?
Yeah,
or is he just having fun?
Yeah, he's just having fun. I find it so amazing that young paddlers, they just don't give a damn. They just try whatever move just comes to their mind and go around, go for the back loop, go for the air screw.
So 260 points for that second ride from Math, which puts him into third place currently with a total of 566.67. So as you can see, as these paddlers are coming down, laying down their rides, those top places are changing all of the time. So we have now Lucien from Switzerland, who had a pretty solid first ride.
And he looks like he wants to improve the score of his first ride even more. And he's still racking up those points. Oh, unfortunately landing on his head, on his Space Godzilla. If you don't finish the 90-degree twist early enough, this tends to happen.
Yeah, I think he was, in his mind, he was thinking about how he was going to connect it to a loop like in his first ride. And unfortunately, when that happens, sometimes you're thinking about one thing whilst trying to do another. Oh, big loop just after the buzzer, but that nasty that he did was definitely within time, and I think it looked good from where we're sitting, so that will improve his score. Currently looking about 300 points on that second ride, but we're not yet confirmed on that. Oh, it's still going up from the judges. They're probably just making sure they've got all the bonuses on there. So it is quite an impressive job that the judges do, making sure that all the moves are scored properly, that all the bonuses available get added to every single paddler, that it's consistent scoring for each paddler through this event. They really do such an incredible job. So we have now second ride coming through. Mads from Germany. He's dropping in from above once more for his second and final ride of this competition. Starting off with a nice whippy entry move. Trying to bobble himself to the top of the pile to line himself up to plug for a big loop. Nice, putting his pinkies in the air, trying to sell to the judges that he was not using his paddle, hoping to get that clean bonus on there. Nice but nasty, but unfortunately just flushing off the back as he did it, so that will not have scored. And now he needs to sprint his way back up the eddy and get himself on the feature in order to do some more tricks and get some more points on the board. So it's looking like he has roughly 150 points with 10 seconds left, looking to get that McNasty to stick in the feature, glancing up, how much time do I have left, as he's thinking, what trick do I do now? Looking to plug for the back loop right on the buzzer.
It does actually land the back loop, but I'm not sure if the judges are going to score it. A little bit sideways in the landing, so
yeah, so the back loop is considerably more difficult than the front loop. So the front loop, technically speaking, in sort of freestyle terms, is relatively simple. Once you've learned how to initiate it, it's big body movements and quite simple movement. The back loop, however, is definitely much more tricky, and because of that, it is actually worth more points. So firstly, you need to be able to initiate and set yourself up facing backwards where you can't see where you're plugging, so the timing is much more difficult. And then stopping the boat from twisting as you do your body movement through is really quite challenging. So we're back round for the second ride here for Magnus from the United States in his red, white and blue carbon boat. Looking for a nice straight air loop there, going straight in for a McNasty, whipping it over his head, but unfortunately not managed to pull the stern through and flushing off of the feature. And he's now going to sprint up the eddy. He does have 20 seconds left though. There should be plenty of time for him to get back into the feature and show us some more tricks. Oh, looking for a little bit of wave action on the shoulder there. Hopping the boat round for a little, little roundhouse, little spin. What's he looking for? I think that's what he was looking for. Looking for the air screw, unfortunately just flushing off.
Nice second ride from Magnus. We see where this puts him, sitting around 170 points. So his second ride, 175 points, putting him in 5th position overall combined scores.
Okay, so far then on the overall, we have sitting currently in first place Lucien from Switzerland, followed by Fabio from France and Valentin from France. And then in 4th place we have Matt Craddock from GB, and Magnus sitting there in 5th place, and Matisse in 6th, Malik from France in 7th, Mads from Germany in 8th, Joshua from Canada in 9th, and Pirin from Switzerland in 10th. So that's the current rankings, but we do still have 2 more heats of junior men. Oh no, one more heat of junior men. So we have 5 more junior men. They are the lads that managed to rank the highest in the previous World Cup. So we should expect some high-scoring rides to come from these next 5 paddlers. And we are starting with Timmy Hill from Great Britain, dropping into the feature in his pink Gigi.
And there he goes, straight into the loop. Nice big loop, and straightly followed up by a Space Godzilla into a McNasty. Up, come on, Timmy. And he manages
just about making his way back onto the feature. He's sitting quite far across on the surface left side, where there is a bit more of a tongue, which means you can do the wave moves a bit more easily, but does make those hole moves a bit more of a risk of flush, which unfortunately has now happened. He has 10 seconds left, making his way up onto the feature.
Maybe time for one more trick, one more move. And another Space Godzilla, but unfortunately flashing. Very solid ride from Timmy, around 300 points for his first ride.
And we saw in the previous World Cup that Timmy's definitely capable of more than we just saw, but the feature has also changed. So it'd be really interesting to watch these last 5 paddlers to see how their rides compare with what they did earlier in the week in World Cup 1, when the feature was more like a hole and more sticky. So the tricks that you can do in the feature when it is a bit stickier and more like a hole are going to change compared to what we're doing now, where the wave is a bit more wavy. Well, the wave is more wavy. Yeah.
So Timmy just coming in with 373 points for his first ride. And next up we will see Onni from Finland.
So this is definitely a paddler that I suspect will be quite happy with this being more like a wave. The Finnish paddlers have some incredible waves to be training on.
He is one of the few paddlers paddling in an Apex Freestyle kayak. And there he goes, looking straight for those wave moves, looking for the air screw there. But unfortunately flashing only 10 seconds into his ride. Come on, Onni. He is paddling back up in the eddy. And there he is on the feature again. Another wave move there, looking for a combo to a McNasty probably. There's the McNasty. And straight to a loop, big aerial loop there. And the Space Godzilla probably getting some huge bonus on the loop. And another Space Godzilla attempt. And another air screw. Turned a little bit to the side, the landing, so probably not scoring the wave move there. Nice, impressive ride from Onni.
So the wave moves, the challenge on a wave like this is that the wave moves generally need to release from the foam pile to be scored, which is quite hard on this style of kind of small wave hole. So you need to drive the boat hard onto the green water to get some release. Oh, he's not looking too pleased with that first ride.
No, he's not.
I think he has more to give. But he has another ride to do that. So hopefully we'll get to see what he has in store.
Points for on his first ride, 303 points. So next up, all the way from Austria, our junior champion. Oh, the crowd is going wild. Jonas Hermann. I've seen Jonas do 1,000 point rides in his local feature in Graz. He is such a strong paddler and amazing to watch. Nice wing over. Going straight for a big loop. Not too much air, but probably enough to get the air bonus. Nice little KY.
Oh, beautiful blunt McNasty there. Linking the two tricks together seamlessly to get some extra bonus points.
Up, Jonas. Unfortunately catching an edge on the surface right shoulder and has to paddle back up now. And there he is back in the feature. He still wants a few more points. Going for the KY, blunt nasty, back nasty combo in the other direction. And looking for the Phonics monkey on the left side. Quite a nice ride.
Yeah, that was a really nice ride. So I think that's going to be one of the highest ride scores, single ride scores we've seen so far in this junior K1, which is unsurprising given that these are the guys that were ranked highest in the previous World Cup. But remember, we are not doing any further rounds, so this is essentially like a finals for everybody right now. Wherever they finish in this ranking is their final ranking for this World Cup. So particularly for these guys who were in the finals of the previous World Cup, they're really looking to fight it out for those medals. And currently sitting in the top, we have Lucien from Switzerland sitting on 803 points with his two rides combined. So these guys are going to be looking at that score thinking that's exactly what they need to beat, but they need to go as high as they can because any of the other paddlers could certainly be pipping them for that top spot.
Jonas is getting some advice from Coach Tomasz in between the rides. Probably telling him a few secrets. Plattling secrets. The judges are still discussing Jonas' first ride, although looks like.
So there's a bit of discussion going on in the judges' tent. I reckon that's about those links between the blunt and the McNasty.
So Jonas' first ride coming in with 636 points. The highest scoring single ride we've seen so far in the junior category.
Yeah, really strong start there from Jonas.
But we still have two more competitors to go. Next one up is James Ward from Great Britain.
Yeah. No. He got a silver medal in the previous one and straight away showing us why with that amazing entry move. Looking for the McNasty there. Moving around really quick on this feature, trying to waste no time. Plugging straight for, huge Space Godzilla there. Looking for the McNasty the other direction, falling over the side a little bit there. Oh, is he looking to do the around the world? That's where you'd link the shivets and the spins together. Looking now for the lunar orbit. We haven't really seen many of those in this round of the World Cup. It was definitely a much more popular trick whilst the wave was more retentive.
And just off the buzzer, another loop.
I think that's going to be another ride of around the 600 point mark.
Yeah,
so it's going to be pretty close between these paddlers.
Yeah,
these are the guys who got the medals from the last one, so it does make sense that they're the ones laying it down.
Yeah, James really got this kayak high out of the water, flying. Huge, probably huge points, bonus points to most of his moves.
He's sitting in the eddy, nervously watching the scoreboard, trying to work out what his ride score is going to finish up at. For those of you at home, we have a giant screen here where you can see the score live going up and down as the judges are deciding exactly what needs to be added to the ride score. There are 3 judges and their scores are averaged. So if one judge gives a trick, then you get a third of the points for that trick. To get all of the points, you need all 3 judges to give the trick. So we have 665 points there for James.
A new high score, single ride high score for the juniors. And we have got the winner from the first World Cup up for his first ride now, Tim Ries from Germany. And he is starting with an entry move as well. I'm excited to see what he is throwing down here in Plattling at this water level. Nice wing over. Looking for the McNasty there. Not too much air, but staying in the wave. Nice air screw. Yeah, I think he even scored the air screw. Really nicely done. Huge clean loop there from Tim.
Putting his pinkies in the air, making sure that the judges give him the clean bonus as well. So that one move, ticking off all of the bonuses, the air, the huge and the clean. Then going McNasty's both directions, just making it super easy for the judges, being like, I'm going to do this left, now I'm going to do it right. Give me some air, please. Looking for that lunar orbit, like I said, we haven't seen many of those since the feature has got a bit more flushy, staying in the feature for the whole 45 seconds, doing loads of really impressive moves there. And already, before the judges have even finished making sure they've added all the bonuses, that is looking like very convincingly the highest ride score we've seen so far.
Oh, yes.
Tim showing us exactly how he got that gold medal and the many others he already has in his trophy cabinet.
Yeah, that Luna linked to back loop at the end was really nice, and even in time, just on the buzzer, initiating the back loop. Yeah, we're close to 900 points now for Tim's first ride.
And if that is the case, then his single ride will put him into the lead. But the game is definitely not over. We have second rides for every one of these 5 paddlers in this last heat. And as we've been saying, both rides count. So you need to do 2 good rides to be earning these medals. So that's quite different to a normal finals. Normal finals is best ride counts out of 3. So normal finals is very much go big or go home kind of style. Here, both your rides count. You do not get a drop ride. So you have to kind of weigh up the balance of playing it safe and also putting in the big moves. So 886.67, one ride from Tim, going straight in to that top spot with 1 ride. So now the other paddlers in this heat know exactly what they need to do to try and even challenge Tim for the gold medal. And the first paddler to be doing that now is Timmy from Great Britain, dropping in from above. Looking to plug straight for a big loop, trying to put his paddle in the air, show the judges he is not using that. He wants the clean bonus, looking for a Space Godzilla, but not quite getting the pop. Looking to set himself up, looking for a McNasty. Unfortunately, just catching the stern of his boat and pushing out of the feature.
And paddling back up, you can see the determination on his face. He wants to get back up there and throw a few more big moves to better his score.
It's worth saying a lot of these paddlers are pretty tired by this stage in the competition, having already done a whole World Cup with all of the rounds that go in with that already this week, to then restart the clock and go again, especially those competing in multiple categories. It really is very demanding.
It is very demanding. Back-to-back World Cups in just 1 week.
Okay, so 100 points on that second ride, which gives him a combined score of 473 points. You can see he's a little bit frustrated with that, but still got a smile on his face, as he always seems to.
We have got Oni next from Finland. And he starts his ride off with an air screw. and one the other direction. Already some points on the scoreboard. Nice air loop, landing it straight. Nice Space Godzilla, clean in the air, twisting that kayak to the side. Nice back
looking
Pan
for that
Am.
back blunt or back Pan Am maybe. So for a Pan Am, it needs to be over the 90 degrees, so over vertical. Now looking to link together a roundhouse into the McNasty, potentially looking for that on the other side as well. Not quite managing the link, but he does then go for the McNasty. Looking now to link together that Space Godzilla and loop. Unfortunately, flushing out on the end of that loop. We'll have to see how that's judged. I think that's going to be one of those where there were quite a few moves there that were close to the borderline on some of the angles. So I'm sure there'll be much discussion with the judges to make sure that they're giving the right moves, making sure it's consistent and fair between all of the paddlers. But at the moment, the score is going up.
Yeah, Oni is stoked with his ride. Yeah.
Oh,
this goes
it's
up
over
and
700
up
points
and
at the moment. If it sticks around there, then he will end up in the lead until we see Tim Rees take his second ride.
Yeah, and Jonas and James have a go.
And anything can
again
happen
as well. Yeah.
And that is the excitement we have here with both rides counting. Nobody is safe.
Nobody's safe. It's not done until it's really done.
So an incredible second ride there from Oni. His first ride, you could see he was disappointed with it. You could see he had more to give. It's really great to see him get himself collected and come back for a great second ride.
And he is definitely stoked with his second ride.
Showing off his Apex kayak there. So that has confirmed 708 for his second ride. So a combined score of over 1,000 points. So 1,011 points combined. Now that sets the bar. The rest of the paddlers now know that is what they need to beat.
And next one up to try and do that is Jonas from Austria. The crowd's going wild once again. Nice entry, nice air loop. Surfing it up on the shoulder. Nice McNasty there. Little blunt McNasty the other direction.
Oh, this is textbook stuff.
Nice Space Godzilla. And in the other direction, he just keeps ticking off those moves one after the other. Phonics Monkey, a little bit too far back on the
Flushing
bubble.
up, and there's only 10 seconds on the clock. Oh, this is exciting.
Hop, 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 Jonas. He knows his time's up. That's not going to make it back in time.
Oh, but I think the judges are once again going to be just going through that ride, making sure they've put all those bonuses on there. Again, showing us those beautiful, really quite clean blunt McNasties. In fact, the first blunt McNasty he did, it looked like he initiated the McNasty clean on its edge without using his paddle, which is really impressive to see.
Yeah.
So the score is just rising and rising. Currently at 700 points.
Up and up and
Whether
up.
or not that's going to move, we'll have to see. Oh, it's still
Yes,
going
yes,
up as
yes,
the judges
yes.
run through the ride in their mind, making sure, has all of the bonuses gone on there? Has he got all the links added on, the link bonus points onto the moves that he linked together? Did he get the air bonuses on his McNasties, on his loops? Has he got any huge bonuses? And maybe clean bonuses as well for those bits of the moves that he wasn't using his paddle. So there's a lot for them to consider. So 718 points is where it's sitting at the moment for that second ride. And incredible. You can see these guys just performing under pressure. It's really impressive to see.
Jonas wants the score to go up higher and higher. The judges are still discussing a few of the moves. This is going to put him in the lead for now, if he stays around that, but we have still 2 competitors to come afterwards. Oh, 750, even going up. 751 for a combined 1,388 points. So at the moment, Jonas Hermann in the lead. But we still have James Ward coming up.
But that does guarantee him a medal. So now we're just seeing who's getting what colour medal is basically the game. So James Ward in straight with a beautiful entry move. We're not seeing anyone else doing that. And a big air loop, trying to go for that Luna, unfortunately tumbling over the side, so unlikely to score. We're going now for the blunt but nasty. He saw what was done in the ride before, and he's saying, I want to show you I can do that too. Going for the McNasty the other direction, switching it from one way to the other, lining himself up, trying to keep that boat moving. James, I would describe him as like quite a busy competitive paddler. Like, he keeps that boat moving the whole time.
Yeah, he just moves around on the wave. Nice Phoenix Monkey there, just
flushing out. You can see the wave went a little bit green just as he pulled the boat around, and it pushed him downstream. So as he pulled the boat over his head, he was no longer in the feature, but still, as I said, he's a busy guy when he's on that wave. So even though he didn't stay on the feature for that whole 45 seconds, the score is currently still saying 745, which is an incredible score. So we'll have to see how that combines, where that settles. Okay, we have a new leader, 1,410 points with the 2 rides combined, and that puts James Ward into the current leading position and tells Tim Rees exactly what he needs to do. So Tim, remember, he got an incredible first ride score of 886 points. So he's maybe, if he's good at maths, he can work out exactly what he needs to do to secure that gold medal in his 2nd World Cup in a row. Tim has just flushed out of the feature, and currently there is only 220 points. When I said anything can happen, I didn't actually think that is what was going to happen. So there's still 20 points for him. And we have seen him score a lot of points in a very short period of time. Huge air loop, going clean as well there. Looking to set himself up. 10 seconds left. What is he going to do with that 10 seconds? Looking for that Luna. What can he do now? Back loop. And one more, maybe back loop, but nasty.
Whoa, what an amazing
What a very
ride.
impressive final 20 seconds. Everyone's heart is in their mouth. No, I don't think anyone was breathing for about 30 seconds there.
This is a ride with about a 10 to 15 second flush, and he still manages to score over 800 points. This is just incredible. He just pulled
I mean,
all
really
his moves.
showing the caliber of paddler that he is. There are very few paddlers in the world that can sprint their way back up an eddy knowing that what they do next matters. It means the difference between a gold medal or not, and come onto the feature and just immediately throw down 4 or 5 huge moves, absolutely textbook, without any hesitation. Very, very impressive paddling there from Tim Rees, but in fact, very impressive paddling from all of these junior men. That final 5 was absolutely incredible to watch, but also Lucien there from Switzerland, still in that top 5. So his 2nd ride really pushing him up the leaderboard there. So the final score for Tim Rees not confirmed yet, but it is certainly looking like he's going to have that gold medal, which will put James Ward into silver medal and Jonas into the bronze medal position, which is the same 1, 2, 3 as we saw in the previous World Cup earlier this week. So those 3 paddlers really showing that they are 3 of the best paddlers in their category.
It's going to be exciting to see these paddlers in the Europeans later this year on Jonas' home spot. where he knows all the in and outs of the wave. And combined score for Tim Rees, 1,770 points, which puts him in first place, 300 points ahead of James Ward with 1,410, ahead of Jonas with 1,388 points. Very well done. Huge rides from the guys here. Juniors still, but they are up in the top spots with the K1 men actually. So exciting future for the sports ahead. Once these guys move up into the K1 men class,
and we've seen that this year with there's been a bunch of the juniors that were sitting at the top of the leaderboards last year who've moved up into the senior classes, and they are there in the finals of the senior K1 men. So I'm sure the seniors will be watching these finals, watching these paddlers here, thinking, well, it's only a ticking time bomb really for the next generation to be arriving and challenging those top spots in the senior categories. But next up we have the junior ladies, so don't you be going anywhere. We have some more action for you here. We'll be starting out with Daniela from Switzerland, Anne from Finland, Anna from Germany, Mia from Ireland, Sophie from Great Britain, and Paula from Germany. They are going to be our first of 2 heats of junior women. After the junior ladies, we are going to have the squirt kayaking competition, which is an incredible spectacle, quite a different thing to what we're watching in these, what we call the float boat categories. So in the squirt boats, they are in a completely different style of kayaks that sit just at kind of neutral buoyancy, and they are designed to sink. Yes, I'm not making that up. It is a kayak that is designed to sink. And they are judged on their freestyle moves in the flat water in the eddy, and then that multiplies with how much they can make the boat sink underwater and how long they stay under there for. So that's coming up after the junior ladies. So we have 12 junior ladies competing here in the World Cup, in the second World Cup. Again, we are going in reverse seeded order. So the first paddlers to go will be Daniela, Anne, Anna, Mia, Sophie and Paula, and they're just waiting for the judges to be ready for them. I'm excited to see what these girls throw down. We saw some great moves in the first of the World Cups from these girls. The finals were an absolute spectacle. Quite a few of these paddlers are quite young as well. We only allow paddlers to compete in these international competitions once they reach the age of 14. And we do have a few of the 14-year-old girls here. So we are now kicked off with Daniela from Switzerland. She's on the wave, spinning around, looking for the spins and shove-its. Now the shove-it is a 180 one way, then the other way directly, using the same paddle. It is only worth 5 points, but let me tell you, the shove-it is quite a difficult trick to actually score. And if you do manage to score it and then link it into a spin, you can actually score quite a lot of points, because the link bonuses are worth 10 points per trick on those lower scoring tricks. So if you link a shove-it to a spin, you get 20 points of link bonuses on a 10-point and a 5-point trick. So more bonuses, more bonus points than actual move points. Okay, we have a 6.67 for that first ride. So what that means is we had 2 judges gave the spin, whilst 1 judge must have thought that the rotation wasn't quite a full 360. Second paddler to take their first ride in this heat is Anne from Finland. She's looking to spin that boat around, going all the way around, trying to link it to that shove-it. Maybe she was listening to me. We're going straight into the spin the other direction. Oh, just trying to get the shove-it the other way, but did end up on the shoulder. Did a good job to make sure she didn't flush off the feature by putting in a couple of paddle strokes backwards. Looking for a roundhouse and maybe a back roundhouse there as well. Keeping the boat moving. Looking nice and comfortable on that feature there. She's flushed off the wave with just 10 seconds left to go, so we'll have to see if she can make it back onto the feature. The crowd, I know, cheering her on up the eddy, onto the feature. Oh, and as it so often seems to, that buzzer went just as she reached the top of the eddy. But she's smiling. That was a nice first ride, looking really comfortable out there. Spinning that boat around, getting some good links on between the spins and the shove-its. And that is looking like 53.33 for that first ride, which is a great first ride score. Big smiles as well. That's what we want to see. It is a funny folly, isn't it?
Yeah.
Doing tricks in plastic boats. It is basically just for fun. We might put these competitions on, and we do care about how we do, but ultimately we are here for a good time.
Yeah, we're definitely here for a good time. And this is what's so amazing about the freestyle community. You go to an event and everybody's cheering you on, everybody's helping you back up in the eddy once you flush. And if you do a ride that's one of your personal bests, everybody's stoked for you and celebrating with you on the water. So we are waiting for Anna's score to come in. And there she goes, 48.33 points. And our next paddler from Germany, Anna Führer. We have seen her in the C1 women's class earlier. She is now in her K1 boat.
And here she is. She's peeling out of the eddy upstream of the feature. I don't know whether that means we're going to see an entry move or whether she's just choosing to drop in from above so that she doesn't waste any time positioning herself onto the feature. We will see. So she's lining up. Looks like she's going to drop straight in there. Oh, no, she is going for an entry move, unfortunately. Oh, no, she has stayed in. Go on.
He's paddling.
Oh, good work staying in the feature there.
Oh, unfortunately, flashing just after. But
she did manage to get some points for that entry move because she did stay in the feature.
She's paddling one of those wave sport boats. I haven't seen those around for some time now.
Yeah, slightly older design. Which also that is quite a heavy kayak. So for such a small framed person, that's quite a heavy boat to be hefting around. So you will see, like, that's what we were talking about earlier with the carbon boats. They're much lighter and stiffer, and it's much easier to move them around. And the plastic boats, they will be heavier. So that's going to make a much bigger difference for these smaller paddlers. The weight differential, the ratio between their weight and the weight of the kayak is a much bigger difference there. So they do notice the difference when you take a couple of kilos off that boat, and it's going to make a huge difference for these paddlers. Oh, nice high fives there. This is exactly what we're talking about. The support you get from your friends and your teammates at these events, it's really what makes it. Such a great community here at the freestyle events. You know, yes, this is a World Cup. It's a, big, important event, but everyone's really here for one another. And now we have Mia from Ireland going for linking together those spins and shove-its, looking to get all those linking extra bonus points onto her ride. It's a really savvy tactic to make sure you stay on the wave and score as many points as possible with relatively safe moves. Now looking to step it up and plug for that loop. But as you see, if you don't quite get it right, it does flush you off. So the tactics are really important here. And because both rides are definitely going to count towards your overall score, it's even more important to think about those tactics and make sure you do get some points on the board.
Very nice score from Mia there, 48 points with just a few spins and shove-its. So those bonus points actually do pay off. And the finalized score, 48.33 for Mia. And we've got our next paddler, Sophie Macken, on the feature.
Yeah, Sophie from Great Britain looking to spin that boat around. She's lining herself up. looking to go the other direction, or bouncing herself up. What's she going to go for? Looking to plug, hoping for a big move. I've seen her been doing some big Space Godzillas in her training, now looking for that shove it spin combo the other direction. Staying on the feature. Sophie's world famous for having the biggest smile, I think, in freestyle. Looking for a clean spin there. That's the first we've seen of those this contest.
Unfortunately, you don't get points for big smiles.
I think that is a shame. I think there
Yeah.
should be a smile bonus.
We tend to do competitions.
There it is, that beautiful smile.
We have competitions in Austria for the rookies, where we actually award points for style.
Nice.
We have all these kind of Harry Potter and all these
Yeah,
moves.
that's
kisses,
exactly-
kisses to the judges.
Yeah,
and
perfect.
it's really fun to
Yeah,
watch.
so what you're seeing here today, especially for those of you on the live stream who might not be so familiar with freestyle, we are using what's called the ICF scoring system, and it is pretty formal because this is obviously a very formal competition. But a lot of the domestic competitions in each of the countries, we have like a two-tier scoring system where the good paddlers will be scoring these kinds of tricks, but you can also score some easier or more fun tricks like paddle spins, waving and kissing at the judges, any kind of fun things really. There's a cosmic donkey. Have you heard of that one?
No, the Cosmic Donkey is new to
Yeah,
me.
so you pretend to ride a donkey, but you have to make the noises.
Oh, that sounds like a good move to add to our score sheet.
So Sophie's ride coming in at 35 points there. And now we have the last paddler in this heat to take their first ride is Paula.
From Germany, Paula Auer. And she is probably going to start with an entry roll. And there she goes. Unfortunately rolling up a little bit too late and has to paddle back up in the eddy.
Oh no, the whirlies have got her.
And
The
us-
eddy line is actually like, especially now that the water level has risen, the eddy line is quite savage. There's some whirlpools there. And you know, I was saying before, the next event is the squirt boat. Now they're going to use those whirlpools to get themselves further underwater. So we could see some quite cool downtime in the squirt boat event. But meanwhile, right now, Paola's trying to make her way back up, but she's only got 5 seconds left. Come on, guys, cheer her up. I think the buzzer's going to do that really cruel thing. Oh, he did.
Once again,
Okay, we've got one more ride for Paula. Hopefully, she'll be able to spend more time on the wave in her second ride, because I'd really like to see what Paola's got to show us.
yeah, she really got pulled down and downstream by the whirlpool there.
So we go back to the top of the order for the second ride from Daniela from Switzerland. Just waiting for the big thumbs up from Big Chief Charlie.
And there it is. Daniela, we're ready for your second ride. And she makes her way onto the feature. Nice little spin there, not really finishing the 360-degree rotation, so I'm not sure if she's going to count the first spin. And getting pushed off the feature on the right-hand shoulder.
We can hear everyone cheering her back up. She's got a good support crew there. The crowd are cheering her on as she's going back onto the feature with 20 seconds left. Oh, can she make it back into the feature? Oh, no, unfortunately, just flushing off the back. So she's going to be really tired now. She's trying to paddle her way back up onto the feature. 10 seconds left. Can she make it back in for one more trick? Let's see if she can make it over there before the buzzer goes. Oh, that buzzer is so cruel.
It's such a long way. Once you hit that curler on the shoulder to move over to the foam pile, it takes you a few seconds. And
it's a very interesting kayak she's got. Do you know what it is? Or has she just painted her kayak?
I think she painted it. It looks like a carbon kayak actually, but I'm not sure which. What is it? It's a Jackson, isn't it?
Is it a Jackson Rockstar?
Yeah.
I think so.
Looks like, yeah.
Answers on a postcard. What kayak is that?
And we have got next competitor Anne from Finland on the feature.
Yeah, spinning the road round. Again, we saw a really comfortable first ride from her, just looking really at home on the wave. In Finland, they have more waves. And so I think the fact that this feature is now more wave than it is a hole will probably really suit her. And it does seem to. It's really looking like it's suiting her style. Just really sort of silky smooth as she's moving the boat around, using the edges really nicely, going for the roundhouse both forwards and backwards, just catching her edge a little bit there and falling out of the feature. With just 3 seconds left, I think that's probably going to be time. But we saw some really nice spins, some great boat control there from Anna. So that's 46.67 for a second ride. So really consistent there, making a total of 95 points.
Currently in the lead, but we have a few more girls to come.
Yeah, and we are in reverse seeded order from that first World Cup. So the second heat of junior ladies were the ones that ranked highest in the first World Cup. So really these ladies in this first heat are going to be wanting to put down the highest possible scores they can, because they know that the girls that are following them are really quite capable of putting down some big scores. So looking for the entry move here, rolling up, still in the feature. Oh, going for another one just for good measure. Unfortunately getting a bounce as she's rolled up, and that has pushed her out of the feature. And she's unfortunately quite far downstream, so we're going to need some support from the crowd. Come on, guys, let's cheer her up. Get her up that eddy and back onto the feature. She has over 20 seconds. That should be enough time. If she speeds her way back up the eddy, we should be able to see a little bit of surfing here from Anna.
Up, Anna, come on.
And she still has 10 seconds on the clock as she makes her way over the eddy line and into the eddy. Looking to get the boat moving around, maybe looking for a spin or a shove it. Oh, and the buzzer has gone. And that is the end of the second ride there from Anna.
And another capsize.
Let's have a big cheer for Anna.
Thank you very much for the effort.
20 points in total there for Anna.
The next one up from Ireland, Mia. She has 48 points from her first ride. But she wants to up the score, and she actually does.
That was a really nice loop there, and real confidence going for that as the first move. Looking to link together the spins, looking up at, I don't know who she was making eye contact with them, but it got a smile. And she's still on the feature. Looking to link together the spins and the shove-its to get all those link bonuses, and maybe using those spins to help move her up the feature to get herself lined up for another plug. Just flushing off the back of the feature, but so far this is a great ride from Mia from Ireland. Remember, both rides add their scores together. Big smiles. Fantastic second ride from Mia there from Ireland. She's stoked with that.
That was a really nice improvement from her first ride.
And that has confirmed. So 126.67 for that second ride from Mia, which is currently the highest single ride score, and does put her up into the lead with a total of 175 points for the two rides combined, which is a fantastic score to be laying down there from Mia. And here we are back on the wave now with Sophie from Great Britain. She's looking to link together all of the spins and the shove-its, surfing around on the wave in the sunshine, smile on her face. I think she's maybe looking for that back roundhouse there.
And there
looking
it is.
to bob the boat so it gets a little bit release away from that foam pile. Remember, those wave moves do need a bit of release. I think she's trying to line up perhaps for her Space Godzilla.
Still a few seconds
She's definitely
left.
loaded up for something. Here she goes, looking for that Space Godzilla. Still on the wave, full 45 seconds on the wave. And she should be pretty pleased with that. Looks like potentially 40 points. We'll just wait for confirmation. But that would be 2 really consistent rides there from Sophie. Oh, the score is still going up a little bit. Maybe I'm speaking too early.
And still smiling.
Always smiling. I've never seen her not smiling. And we'll see Sophie actually later in the squirt boat competition as well. Look at that big smile. So we're just waiting for confirmation of the second ride for Sophie. I think there's a little bit of debate, and here we go. It is 46.67. Great second ride score there from Sophie, giving her a total of 81.67 for the 2 rides combined.
So that leaves us with Paula Auer in this heat. Second ride for Paula.
Yeah, this is the
has
final second ride to be done. So let's see what Paula has to show us. Looking for an entry roll. Unfortunately, just flipping, flushing. Flushing actually flipped.
Flipping, flushing on the far left side.
The flippy floppy flushies.
Yeah, she just moved a little bit too far to the river left where the small current is going through. And it just pushed her out. And she goes straight in for another loop attempt.
Looked like she was going for like an entry blunt there, I reckon.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, just flushing out and struggling with those whirlies on the eddy line. You can see how the water's whirling around. We have got a safety kayaker there just in case she needs it. Looks like she's pretty determined though. If she gets up, let's all give her a massive cheer. In fact, let's just give her a massive cheer regardless. Okay, big cheer then for Paula.
Wow, nice fight there, but you can get really disoriented if you're upside down in these whirlpools.
And you're out of breath after 45 seconds of charging up that eddy and trying to do some tricks. 45 seconds does not sound like a lot until you've tried to do a freestyle ride.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you realize actually 45 seconds is a really long time to be doing something that energetic.
Yeah, it is, and you can't breathe all the time. Your head is underneath the water quite often. You have to roll, you have to stay oriented.
Okay, so after the first rides, we have up at the top of the leaderboard from Ireland, we have Mia with that beautiful second ride, getting her a score of 175 points combined. And then in second place from Finland, we have Anne with 95 points. Currently in third place, we have Sophie Macken from Great Britain. In fourth place, we have Anna Führer from Germany with 20 points. In fifth place, we have Daniela from Switzerland. And in sixth place, we have Paula. But we do have 6 more paddlers still to go. And dropping in for her first ride in the second heat is Pia from Germany?
Pia.
Yes, Germany.
Pia.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And she is already racking up the points. Entry move and spin and looking for some more. Looking for that sweet spot to set up her next move. And a nice spin to the left and adding another one.
Yeah,
and
you can really see these girls being tactical. It's quite smart kayaking going on out there. So they know that if they flush off the wave, that's going to mean at least 20 seconds of paddling up an eddy, not scoring points. So they're making sure they're doing all the moves that are pretty safe, trying to link them together to get all the link bonuses before they try any of the tricks that are likely to cause a flush. And that was pretty much exactly what we just saw there from Pia. I think she scored 85 points, just waiting for confirmation of that. Really solid first ride there.
Yep,
yeah, 85 points confirmed. A solid first ride there. And next up, we have Maya from Poland.
She's a really strong paddler. Got a very fancy looking shiny kayak. And is on the wave.
This is one of my favorite kayaks of the competition. I'm all about the glitter, and this is a very glittery kayak.
He looks for the loop, but not really getting the initiation right. Now it's got a spin on the scoreboard and high up on the foam pile. Up, 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 come on, Maya. And again, looking for the setup, but getting pushed up a little bit too far. And
yeah, you could see her. She was bobbing the boat, which helps you to rise up the foam pile, and it can help you get set up to be able to plug the front of the boat to go for those bigger scoring moves like the loops and the Space Godzillas. But it is quite a risky move, because if you bob yourself too far up, then you will flush off. And you see now Maya going for that front loop just as the buzzer goes, and we'll have to see if the judges give that loop.
I was really close to the end of time, but also a little bit sideways in the landing. So I am not sure if the judge is going to score that. Yeah, the ladies seem to struggle quite a bit with the water level at the moment. It seems to be harder to actually find the perfect setup spot. And every now and then we have a small current going through on the surfer's left side and pushing paddlers out when they try to initiate a move there.
And these paddlers are taking their first rides, remember, and they haven't paddled on this feature whilst it's been at this level yet. So the river has been rising generally, and that means that the practice rides that these guys have been taking either yesterday, maybe super early this morning if they were keen and eager and up with the early birds. The water level has been changing, so the feature is not the same. So that first ride they're taking in the competition, they're kind of feeling it out, working it out. If where's the flushy points, where's the sticky points, where do I need to plug for my tricks? So first ride coming in for Maya at 30 points.
And we have a thumbs up for Jule Sachs from Germany, also starting from the top. Probably looking for an entry move.
So remember, we're going in reverse seeded order from the first World Cup. So these are the girls that were in the finals of the first World Cup. So there we've seen an entry move, really convincingly staying in the feature there, looking nice and relaxed, setting herself up, looking for the first big move of her ride, looking for a big loop. Nice hang time and really straight, so the judges shouldn't be questioning that at all. And you can see that straight away. She's gone quite far over on the other side of the feature. What is she looking for over there? Oh, looking for the spin and bringing it back across. Maybe looking for the spin the other direction, perhaps. There it is.
Still surfing it up on the feature, a few more seconds, and goes for one more big loop, or probably Space Godzilla attempt. Thank you very
so
much.
I think she was looking for that space there.
Yeah, really nice and composed ride from Jule. Ticking off those spins first, then going for the big loop. Trying to clean it up.
133 points for that first ride, which puts us straight into the second position overall with just that first ride. It's a really strong first ride, but we do still have 2 more paddlers to come who haven't even taken 1 ride yet. 3 more paddlers.
So next one up from Great Britain, Izzy Warmore.
So Izzy was bronze medalist in the first World Cup we had earlier the week. Starting her ride with a nice entry move, getting herself composed on the feature, settling in, looking straight for that McNasty, getting big air and landing nice and straight. She's moving the boat around now, trying to look for her next big trick, looking for the McNasty the other direction and sticking it. This is a fantastic first ride, and we've only had half of it so far.
Really nicely executed. Textbook McNasties there. Nice loop. Maybe a little bit sideways, but I think still according to the rule book. What's she going to do next? She's still got a few seconds left. Tries to get on top of the foam pile and look for another loop there.
Yeah, I think she was trying to get herself up to the top of the foam pile for a Space Godzilla, but she's That was an incredible first ride, really setting the bar way higher than we've seen so far in this round. This is definitely going to be putting her into the top spot so far with just that single ride, and very convincingly, probably almost 3 times the score of the other girls that have gone so far. The judges still confirming that score, but it's looking so far of somewhere around 500 points, and it is 503.33. Fantastic first ride. A first ride score that would have done her pretty well in the senior category.
Very well done from Izzy. Solid first ride to put her in the top spot. We have got her coach in the eddy, helping her out of the water.
So next up, we have Siren, unfortunately flushing off of the wave. She's got plenty of time left, but she's going to want to get on that feature so she can try and battle something against what Izzy has just laid down. So setting out with the spin, moving the boat around, spinning the other way. Now it's really interesting having this prelims format, but it's actually being the final round. So 2 rides, both rides count. So everything these girls are doing counts to their overall score, which really puts the pressure on. You don't get any dropped rides. And that's, yeah, it takes a strong mind to be really keeping composed under that kind of pressure. So first ride score for Siren, 110 points, fairly solid, but certainly not going to be worrying Izzy too much with that 500 points. However, we have still another ride for everybody, and they add together, so no one is safe. And we have the final paddler dropping in. So the gold medalist from the first World Cup we had earlier this week here, Leah from Ireland. We saw some incredible rides from her in the previous World Cup. A huge leap there.
And manages to retain in the feature. Still looking for that sweet spot and goes for the loop again. Probably trying for a Space Godzilla. And still has 17 seconds in her ride. Waiting for the perfect moment to initiate a
looking for the
McNasty.
McNasty.
On the buzzer, she initiates the McNasty, and that's the first ride for Leah. I'm not sure if the judges are going to score the last McNasty. It landed a little bit sideways. Leah looked like she was still searching for something on the wave.
Yeah, there was a little while there where she was just surfing, like feeling it out, I think, working out where and when she should go for that McNasty.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier. The girls have not had a chance to paddle on this water level.
So 260 points for that first ride for Leah, which actually does put her into second place just with that one ride. So Izzy with a big commanding lead there with 500 points from one ride. Second place currently Leah with 260 points, and in third place Ireland also there in the bronze medal position currently with Mia. But we do still have one more ride to go for 6 paddlers here, so everything could change. And the first paddler to drop in for that second ride is going to be Pia
Heinrich from Germany. She is sitting at 85 points, and she wants to better her score. Nice entry roll, retaining in the feature, so some points on the scoreboard already. Spinning around for the setup, and there is another spin on the scoreboard, looking for the shove it maybe as well. And spins to the left side, and the shove it to the left, leaving the paddle in the water, so the scores, the judges can actually score the move.
So she has 10 seconds left. She's been looking to plug, looking for the loop, bringing it round. We'll have to see what the judges say. Stayed in the foam pile. And that is time. So she stayed in the feature for the full 45 seconds, kept the boat moving. So we saw some nice links there between the spins and the shove-its. Okay, so that was 75 points for the second ride, giving her a combined total of 160 points. So next up, after this heat, we're going to have the squirt boating competition, starting with the women's squirt. So the first heat should be getting themselves ready. So that means Anna, Lucy, Naya, and Sophie, you need to be getting yourselves ready with your squirt boats, getting checked in at boat check. And meanwhile, on the wave, we have Maya.
She's definitely upping her score from the first ride, already 160 points. Had a huge loop to start the runoff. Unfortunately flushing now and has to paddle back up in the feature. Up, Maya.
You want to see that glittery boat flying in the air one more time. What have you got? She's plugging in, looking for that Space Godzilla just in time. We'll have to see if the judges give it, but from where I was standing, that looked beautiful.
And probably a huge bonus as well. She really jumped out of the water. And the sun's out, which is perfect for the glittery kayak to
okay, 163.33. Quite an improvement on that first ride, giving her a total of 193.33. Which puts her in currently the bronze medal position. However, we still have several paddlers still to take their second ride, so they're going to know now what they need to do to get a medal. So to get into the medals, it's 193.33 combined, and we can see here the Jewel needs just 60 points to be equaling that score, and she already has 30 points on the scoreboard. So what is she going to do for us with the rest of her ride?
There she goes straight for the loop.
And there it is, staying on the feature, moving around, seeing what else she can do, getting herself nice and high on the pile. She's going to initiate another big trick for us, looking for the Space Godzilla, the loop with the 90-degree twist. Have to see if the judge give that. The score is moving up, so I think she has scored that, or at least some of the judges are giving that. When you see the decimal places there, that usually means that some judges have given a trick and some judges haven't. And that's usually to do with the slight difference in the angles that they're seeing, because they're sitting in slightly different positions. So that's a great second ride, and I think that's going to change those medal placings. So we'll have to wait until that's confirmed and come through to see where that puts her. But I think that is going to probably put her up into the second place position for now.
Yeah, it looks like she's moving up the scoreboard a bit, maybe even on the podium. But we still have got 3 ladies to come. They all can mix up the standings.
So I think there's some debate going on in the judges' tent. We haven't got confirmation yet. Oh, there it is. Okay, 166.63, giving her a combined total of 300 points, which puts her in the silver medal position for now. But what will the next few paddlers have to say about that? I mean, the next paddler, she's already sitting pretty at the top. Her first ride was an incredible ride of over 500 points. But she's going to want to make sure she puts that. Okay, we just got a weird noise. I don't know if anyone else could hear that, but it was doing some kind of buzzer in my ear. Anyway, Izzy on the wave, looking to improve her 500 points and increase her lead, because she knows there's still 2 paddlers to come that are very able to challenge her gold medal position. And she's doing a nice nasty.
Looking for.
So we want to see him nasty the other way, and there it is, just landing a little bit off center. So we'll see what the judges say about that.
And still a few seconds left for Izzy's second ride here.
She's plugging in, looking for a big loop. Plenty of air on that one. I don't think that's going to be quite up there with that first ride, but it is still an incredible second ride there. That second ride score still on its own, I think, would put her into the lead.
Yeah.
So both rides on their own would give her enough, and yet they are combined. So that is confirmed, 386.63 for that second ride, giving a huge 890 points combined. Let's hear it for Izzy. There's an incredible 2 rides. And that is the thing with this format. We want to see not just big scores, but we need to see big scores consistently. And now on the wave, we have Siren from Norway looking to challenge. She's going to want to up her first ride score. She wants to get into the medals like she did in the first World Cup. She's spinning around. She's struggling a little bit to get the boat to initiate and get that air under her boat. Looking for the Space Godzilla, unfortunately just flushing off the back of the wave. And that is the 10-second buzzer. She knows she's not going to make it back up, so she's giving us a wave and a smile. Okay, let's hear it for Siren.
Thank you very much, Siren, for your second ride.
Okay, so just one paddler left, who's currently sitting in the bronze medal position, but I know she wants to change the colour. So currently, miles out in front, we have Izzy with 890 points. In second place, we have Jewel with 300 points, and the next paddler currently sitting in third place with 260. So she only needs 40 points to improve it to a silver medal, but can she throw down the ride of her life to get her that second gold medal? Incredible first entry. Oh, just getting a bounce and flushing out. That's not what the start that she wanted. She's charging up the eddy.
Up, 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 up.
And she is back. So we have just under 30 seconds with Leah to see what she can do for us. Going straight in there with a nice big loop. She's looking for that McNasty, but I think she's rushing just a little bit, trying to get those points on the board. She has put down enough to give her the silver medal, but it's looking like it's unlikely that Izzy's domination of this round is going to be challenged. And Leah just dropping in as the buzzer goes, going to show us a nice big trick just for fun. Oh, not quite, but she gives us a nice little saluting anyway. Great paddling from these ladies. Let's hear it for all the junior ladies, as that is confirmed with Leah taking 350 points with both rides combined, which gives her the silver medal. So that's confirmation. In first place, we have Izzy from Great Britain. Second place, Leah from Ireland. And in third place, we have Jewel from Germany. Okay, fantastic. Wow, was an exciting set of, do we call these finals or prelims? What do we call these right now? It's so confusing. So we're having, these are prelims, but they are also finals because we are not going to be able to continue with the competition. So these final rankings are exactly what will be the overall rankings. These are the medal deciders. And we've just had such excitement all afternoon. We've had the C1 men and women. We've had the junior men and women. And next up, we're going to have the squirt boat contest, which is quite a different thing. So we're going to be handing over to some people who are a bit more qualified to tell you about that.
Yeah,
so just like to say thank you very much for an amazing float boat competition. And we're going to round off this World Cup with the squirt boat contest starting soon.
All right, I've got Matt Hamilton here taking over to run the squirt boating. I'm joined by American legend Landon Miller, C1 paddler. He's going to help me fill in a little bit about what's going on this week here in Plattling and how much fun he and the other athletes have been having. It's been an amazing event. We're going to get the squirt boaters on the water here in just a minute. It should be our women's kayak squirt up first. I see Ann Sommer on there, Lucy Sutton, Naya Durawala, Sophie Macon in our first heat of women. They should be getting on the water and ready to go. I see the judges are just taking a quick break and working on a few tech things as we're going to get the squirt boaters on the water for our final heats of the day today. We've got 2 heats of women and then I believe 2 heats of men on the water. Just checking my heat sheets here and confirming that. So we've got the action going here for about another hour or so to get these heats on the water. And these will be our final events here of World Cup number 2. Unfortunately, a little bit of water level issues with a lot of rain. The River Azar is rising and it sounds like we're going to be flooded out sometime tomorrow here in Plattling. So we are going to shut the event down today. So it will be an official World Cup. The standings will stay for the preliminary rounds to award the medals tomorrow for a medal ceremony I've been told is going to happen in town at the accreditation office at noon tomorrow. So make sure you stay tuned to the WhatsApp group to confirm that later on in the day. Plattling's been absolutely amazing place to have freestyle events here this week with an amazing parade last night. They've got the Volksfest Beer Festival in town, which is like a country fair with all kinds of Ferris wheels and games and rides and lots of fun going on there. We've had a few social events. We had a pizza party for opening of World Cup number 1. Thomas Henkel and his group here in the host organizing committee have put an amazing job on here with a great show for all the athletes, so they have some fun to do. We had the King of the Wave happen here earlier in the week, which was a lot of carnage. I think I saw Landon do a McNasty landing on a canoe. So lots of action, lots of fun here all week in Plattling. Unfortunately, we're going to have to cut things a little bit short, but that's okay. So our squirt boaters should be coming up here soon as we see our women's kayak surface juniors scores up there with Izzy Warmall of Great Britain taking top honors with 890 points. Taking the silver medal, Leah Howe with 350 points. And Jules Sachs taking 3rd place with 300 points in the junior women's. Solid effort by all the ladies out here this week. Some amazing paddling. We're definitely seeing the future of freestyle here on the wave this week. I thought it was really interesting that we saw 2 different features at each World Cup. It was a real hole feature for World Cup number 1, and then World Cup number 2, we saw on a hole or wavy hole feature would be the best way to describe it. We saw a lot of wave moves, a lot of different style here. That's right. I got Landon beside me trying to figure out the live score results as he scrolls through it, but we'll have it up on the screen and do our best to keep you informed with the way results are going. So just a few minutes delay here. We're running a couple minutes behind schedule. It looked like we were supposed to start the squirt women's at about 5 after 6 here, or 18:05. It's now 18:12, so as soon as we see the judges back on there, we'll get things going for our women's squirt category here at World Cup number 2 in Plattling, Germany. The sun is shining now. It looks like the storms have blown over. We had a pretty crazy electric storm blow through here earlier and had to have a little bit of a storm delay to get the paddlers off the water because we had danger from lightning. That was about a half an hour, 40-minute delay. So that's why we're a few minutes behind, but that's okay. We're going to catch up here with our last couple of events. All right, we would like to see our judges, scribes, and chief judge make their way back to the tent. Looks like we'd like to keep things rolling here in Plattling. get them on the water and having fun. Our squirt boaters are a great group of people, all individuals. I always love the graphics on the squirt boats. And of course, a lot of the freestyle boats you're seeing here are custom graphics as well. You're definitely seeing some artistic style on the water and on their boats, which is pretty amazing to see as these young athletes set up to get ready to go. Squirt boaters should be on the water with our ladies squirt boat. I see head judge Charlie making his way back to the judges stand. We've got Alex from the ICF herding the judges back in there. I see Nina. Looks like she's going to be one of our judges from Slovakia. I see Dan Daly over there as well. So an amazing international judge panel getting ready to judge squirt boat. For those of you who've never seen squirt boat before, there's two different aspects of the sport. There's the mystery move aspect where they get a mystery multiplier for dropping under the water. And you see these boats are very low volume, and you're going to see them trying to work their way under the water. The eddy line seems to be a lot more powered up here at World Cup number 2, so I think we might see some bigger mystery moves from these guys as well. We've got some really good flat water paddlers, which is the other half of the freestyle, or the squirt boat freestyle. So you're going to see a flat water freestyle, some people might call it, where they're doing lots of linking ends, twirls. You're also going to see them, a lot of the athletes, not using their paddles and maybe twirling their paddles, and they actually get a bonus for that. It's called an artistic bonus, which it can double the score's move. All right, so if a move is worth 80 points, and while they're doing the move, they do it with a paddle twirl in the air, not using their paddle to execute the move, they can double the points of that move. So you can really see things add up quickly here in squirt boating. All right, so, and then there's the mystery multiplier. So the further under they go, they get a multiplier. Once they're under the water, head under, they get 2 times their score if they sustain that underwater for 2 seconds.
Throughout the whole event, but overall, Plattling has been a great feature, great event.
Awesome. What did you think of all the town of Plattling? And you know, they really came out last night and showed us the enthusiasm they have to have us here with an amazing parade.
I think looking at the Bolts Fest, it kind of put a full circle on the town, the community.
Looks like we've got Anne on the water here. She's choosing to paddle a surface boat, doing a clean spin.
That was awesome.
With a paddle twirl, absolutely. Showing some style, looking for those artistic bonuses. These athletes are allowed to paddle a surface boat in the squirt boat class as she does a loop. As she sets up on the foam pile, looking for a cartwheel. Not quite getting the ends around. Let's see if she's going for it again. There it is. Nice big tall ends. She also can get a feature bonus in squirt boating where she's trying for a split wheel there, maybe looking for a tricky woo. She sets up high in the foam pile, going for that cartwheel again, maybe trying to clean it up, get a clean bonus on that. And spinning around on the feature, working her way up to the top of the foam pile, getting a cartwheel in the other direction, a little bit of a face surf there, really retentive as she goes for a loop, and that'll be it for Anne Sommerer's first ride here in the women's K1 Squirt.
That was an awesome first ride from Anne. Scores are coming in.
All right, we're waiting for Anne's score to come up on the screen as I've got Landon here beside me, checking things out here. Brought him in to see if he likes doing it as Anne's first score comes in at 123.33. Awesome first ride. Interested to see Anne out there. She's helping with the host organizing committee. She's also an ICF committee member. Helping keep the show going here, working tirelessly all week. Meetings early in the morning, right into late at night to make sure things are going. And it's also great to see her get on the water with these ladies. Looks like we've got the thumbs up from Charlie Brackpool of Great Britain as our head judge. As we're going to move down, looks like we've got on deck, we've got Lucy Sutton of Great Britain. These women are seated in reverse order from who won or how they placed in the first World Cup earlier this week. As we see Lucy Sutton doing a spin, which is a 360-degree rotation on the water. her on the wave. We're going to see her flip over right away, trying to get a party trick going, where she rolls up and into a vertical bow stall. And we're seeing that there's that bow stall there. Try to hold her paddle up, maybe to try and get a clean on her bow stall. She works her way up to the eddy line. I think she's going to try and get a mystery move. She's going to drop her bow in, trying to then get the boat flat. Unfortunately, flipping over as she gets into the whirlies down there. And one of them might just actually suck her down or flip her over there. All right, Lucy making her way back into the eddy. I think she's got 3 seconds left on the clock, 25 points on the scoreboard. All right, solid first ride for Lucy with some big smiles. We have paddlers from all over the world here in Plattling, 18 different nations. Tell me what it's like to hang out with different people from different nations here in Plattling.
Oh, it's awesome, man. It's so fun to see the different paddling communities and how the different cultures come together. I think that's one of the greatest parts of these World Cups, is seeing all the people come from different places and all combine in one event.
Absolutely. That paddling community, or the freestyle community as we like to say it, is quite a welcoming and electric group of people. We've seen some fires and stuff, and people having great social events in the evenings on their own down here. Plattling is amazing because a lot of the athletes camp right here at the feature, as we see Naya making her way out onto the water to get ready. I love this beautiful new boat that she's got. The graphic, the sunburst graphic on the bottom of the purple metal flake boat is definitely beautiful. As she sets up, looks like she's getting ready to go. The clock starts when the athlete initiates their first move, as she does with a party trick, as she spins around on her bow, slamming it down to a nice vertical cartwheel, as she does cartwheels to the right, and then a change of direction into cartwheels, to the right that time. She was going left earlier, looking like she was trying to split it up there, still keeping them going, as you see the points going up on the board, as she's going past vertical there into a nice bow screw, sets up, and she's dropping her stern down, looking for that split wheel, which is the two ends with a little bit of rotation in the middle, as she works her way up into the eddy. Here, look, oh, she's headed for the eddy line. She wants that mystery move. Let's cheer her on as she tries to disappear under the water. Not quite getting the boat down as she's working the eddy line here, trying to spin it around into the whirlpool, getting nice and vertical. There it is, just at the buzzer, maybe getting down to about her belly button there. Solid first ride for Naya, coming in so far 65 points and maybe rising. These ladies have 2 rides. They're going to be added together. All right, some great squirt action from our ladies here in Plattling. If you're the safety boater, can you make your way back over to this side of the river? If you're safety boating today, can you make yourself back over to the other side of the river? Thank you. Awesome. Landon, you were out last night for a little bit of the Bavarian hospitality after the parade. What did you think of that beer festival?
Oh, I thought it was great. It was a lovely experience. I've never been anything like that.
Yeah, when they bring out liter steins of beer for you. And great food. Did you get a chance to try any of the Bavarian cuisine last evening at the fair?
I did not, but I got to try a chocolate-covered apple, and I thought that was delightful.
All right. I've been trying the currywurst here at the stands here. It's quite good. The Bavarian food, it's a lot of meat and potatoes, but right. I find it really, really good. Yeah, but it's a lot of fun here with all of the athletes coming around the community, getting to try a little bit of different cuisine, as well as a few of the beverages that they have. Naya's score coming in there at
98.67. That was a great first ride for Naya.
As we've got Sophie Mackin on the water, starting off right away with a great ride. Let's see what she's got for us. A party trick there. Into some nice cartwheels. I've seen her get a few mystery moves, and I think she's going to make her way up there soon as she goes for a bow screw, trying to clean it up into a washout.
Sophie
Sets
is
up.
absolutely just throwing down on this first ride.
There you go. Nice vertical ends going for that bow screw to wash out in the other direction. 120 points so far on the board. She's looking to multiply that with the mystery multiplier as she drops into the eddy line, getting right down to about shoulders deep there for a second. She'll definitely get maybe a 1.75 multiplier to add to the score. She's got 12 seconds left, so she's going to do a few more surface moves here with her flat water freestyle, doing a couple of cartwheels, a change of direction. Nice vertical ends there. Looking to get above 75 degrees here in the squirt boat class to score those. 143.33. Now up to 146.67.
Sophie just had a fantastic first ride.
She's going to look to capitalize that on her second ride with another solid ride. These are our preliminary rounds, which have turned into medal rounds because unfortunately the event is not going to be able to continue due to the rising water levels here in Plattling that were unfortunately unexpected, but we've had some pretty crazy weather here in the campground. We saw a lot of tents being thrown around the one night from a lot of wind. So pretty crazy weather here. The water is rising. We've been told it's going to rise a bunch more as we're looking at Sophie's score coming in. Big smiles as she gets some help from some of the athletes, other athletes get pulled up on shore here in Plattling.
It's definitely a weird situation having two rides, best rides count, both rides count, compared to whereas in finals you get three rides with the best one counting. It's definitely the athletes have a different strategic approach to it when it comes to how they will throw their tricks during the rides.
Absolutely. You know, it is great, though, that we've been able to get in a full event here. Even though we have had to cut it off after the prelims, it is still an official event because we've been able to get every class out on the water and through one round. And then the event is officially going to be canceled after the preliminary rounds, which makes it an official World Cup event, which means we've had two events. So then it is a World Cup series. So both of these going on. We're moving back to the top of the order right now with Anne Somerall. Sophie's score coming in as
a 180, which will put her into first place.
All right, current leader Sophie Macon of Great Britain with a solid ride there. Next up, we see Anne Somerall of Germany. She's going to be entering into the hole. She's paddling a surface boat, which is a little bit different tactic here in the squirt boat class. She was able to score quite a few good points there in her first ride, so let's see what she has for us in just a moment here in her second ride. If you're in the second heat of the women's squirt boat, you guys should be starting to gather on shore here as we have one more ride to go through for the first heat. All right. Run one of Sophie Mackin, 246 points there, which is a solid ride for her. As Anne Somerall throwing a nice big loop there, maybe not even using her paddles, looking maybe for a clean bonus on that loop, looking to double the score of that move as she gets some spins to the left, looking for a McNasty, which would be a trophy move in the squirt boat category. So should be getting some solid points from that as she drops in for a nice cartwheel to the right. Sets up high again on the foam pile, right into some beautiful cartwheels. Let's see what else she's got for us here. Having a great ride. I think she would have liked this ride in the surface category. As she's setting up, she is the hometown paddler, as well as on the host organizing committee. His 15-second buzzer just went as she's getting a little bit of a swirlogram there in the whirlpool. Maybe getting an upside-down 360. I'm not sure that that actually counts for anything, but that's great. She's got 1 second left as she goes. Oh, I think she was trying for a flat water loop maybe there. Definitely, look at that. Big smile from Anne. She's having fun out there. 136.67 points on the board. Have you ever tried squirt boating, Landon?
I've tried it once. I was not very good at it.
No, why not?
It's just a different feeling going from a surface kayak to trying to make a mystery move happen. A very different aspect of kayaking going on there.
Absolutely. You've got long legs too, so you might struggle to get into some of these boats, although they do make them for bigger guys like you. A lot of these boats are custom cut to the athlete, where the manufacturer actually has them come to where they manufacture the boat. They get in the boat, they do what's called a float test to see that the boat is floating neutral, front to back, and also that they physically fit in the boat. And they try and cut it down to pretty much as low as they possibly can on the athlete, but still be balanced from end to end. All right, we're just adjusting Landon's mic there. Looking good. You see the beautiful feature here at the Azar as we look upstream there. We can see the surfers over on the other side enjoying the beautiful weather as well. As we're looking for our squirt boat athletes to get ready and on the water here.
Plattling is a lovely feature. There's kayakers and there's always surfers surfing this wave constantly. I don't think I've been here a day where there hasn't been a single surfer on the wave.
Which is great to see the multi-sport communities somewhat getting along.
Right.
I think everybody's been pretty good here in Plattling with that. The surfers getting along with the paddlers.
Anne's ride coming in at a 210, making her combined a 333.33.
As we move back to Lucy Sutton of Great Britain. Looks like she's all smiles. I saw her working as a raft guide last summer on the Ottawa River. As Lucy's throwing a spin, and she's going for a spin in the other direction. I think I hear a helicopter coming in above. Haven't seen that this week. She got spins in both directions with 20 points on the board. Nice vertical bow stall there as she's trying to spin around on her bow, maybe doing a bow pirouette. And a bow pirouette in the other direction. Oh, she's rolling over. She's going to try for that party trick. Maybe there it is, getting nice and vertical into the bow stall. All right, she's on the eddy line. I think she's going to try and go for the mystery move as she sets up to try and drop into the feature. Trying to get her boat to squish under the water. Catching a bit of a flip there as she rolls up right in the whirlpools. She's going to try and drop that boat in, getting nice and vertical. Another bow pirouette as she sets up with 2 seconds left. Let's see if she initiates anything just before the buzzer. And that'll be it for Lucy Sutton's second ride here. I see 25 points on the board. Let's see where she sets her up. Her current leader is Anne Sommerl with 2 rides and 333.33 points. Saw her taking a little bit different routes to get to those points, paddling a surface boat. As we see Lucy making her way into the shore, we wait for her final score to come up on the board. On deck is Nea Durawala from Great Britain. So Lucy's score coming in as a 55.34 total with a 26.67 in her second run. Definitely having some fun as Nea makes her way out onto the water. So these athletes, their run time doesn't start until they initiate their first move on the water here as Nea is set up and ready to go. I see the clock has started. They reset the clock there. She smiles and nods to say thank you, because she hadn't started her move yet as she's getting ready to go here. Let's see what she's got for us as she's finding her sweet spot that she likes to start. A lot of these athletes start in a certain spot so that the eddy moves them up as they're doing the ride, so they're set up at a certain time to get ready to do the mystery move. As Nea does a beautiful party trick and spins it around on her bow for a bow pirouette. She's going for a bow screw to the right into a nice cartwheel, getting good vertical ends, maybe trying to clean it up a little bit there. Going for a split wheel as she goes for a cartwheel in the other direction, getting her ends nice and tall as she moves her way up the eddy line. A nice cartwheels in the other direction, going for a bow screw. Let's see, she's setting up. She's trying to move away from the top of the eddy to get some more points on the board before maybe she goes for that mystery move. Looking for the bow pirouette to the right as she lowers down. She's got 15 seconds left. She's going for that mystery move. Landon, do you think she's going to disappear this time?
I guess we'll see.
Here it is. Working away. Oh, getting into the whirlpool.
Yeah.
Getting her head just under the water. Awesome. That's the first mystery where we've seen head under so far in the women's squirt boat here today. Awesome ride from Nea of Germany. 116.67 points on the board as we wait for her final score to come in from the judges. Great second ride here from Nea of Germany. Landon, you had some success here at this event as an athlete. You ended up with a couple of medals. You paddle in C1, so you're kneeling, and OC1 as well. So both you're kneeling using a second blade. How does it feel to represent your country and bring home a medal?
Oh, it's an amazing feeling. There's honestly nothing like it. Going back home with a couple pieces of hardware is an incredible feeling. You know, you get to represent your country on top of winning a little bit, getting some hardware, and that's a great feeling to have.
Absolutely. And you got to be proud of that. You know, your family, your dad was actually texting me this afternoon, congratulating and, saying we're doing a great job here. I'm guessing he's probably watching again, maybe
Right.
not Squirt Boat, but he was definitely watching the Sea Boat and the others. As looks like we're still waiting on Nea's score to come in. Currently looks like 113.33 up there. And on deck, we've got our second heat of ladies, I believe. Oh, sorry, we have one more ride from Sophie Mackin of Great Britain.
I think Sophie might be our youngest squirt boat competitor. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. It's lovely to see people coming in at such a young age and trying to get that competition experience in while they're still young. I can predict she has many years ahead of her.
Absolutely. And Sophie doing great here. She's currently sitting in third place, and she still has another ride to go. As you see Sophie making her way out onto the water here. Her first ride was one of the highest scoring rides we've seen so far here at the event. So let's see what she's got for us. As you can see, 246 on the screen as she goes for the one-arm bandit to the left, one-arm bandit to the right. Starting off into a party trick as she rolls up. Nice bow stall, holding that bow stall into a stern screw, into a washout, which is the clean, kind of faster bow screw as she does the bow screw in the other direction, and then right into the washout, looking to go way past vertical on that as she gets nice and vertical, already 113 points on the board. She says, you know what? I'm going for that mystery move. And she drops in, not quite getting the stern flat as she does what we like to call the chark or charging arc into the eddy line. Let's see if she's got a bit of a mush move maybe coming into the eddy. And nope, she's going to drop her bow into some cartwheels, slinging those cartwheels into maybe a change of direction or a split wheel, into cartwheels in the other direction. Nice big tall vertical ends right at the buzzer. She's going for another mystery move. Unfortunately, initiating after the buzzer. And a great second ride from Sophie Mackin of Great Britain here in our preliminary / final rounds of the women's squirt boat category here from Plattling, Germany. What do you think of that ride, Landon?
Oh, I think that ride was great. I think that ride will for sure put her into first place, which is a great position to be in with one more heat coming in.
That's right. We've got 5 more ladies that might have something to say about that, as we have Nellie Barwich, Alex McClure, Valerie Bertrand, Tamsin McConchy, and Audie Robinson-Shaw still to come here in the women's squirt boat second heat, as we're waiting for Sophie's score to come in here in Plattling, Germany. The sun is shining. The storm seemed to have blown over. It's no longer raining as we get things ready to go here for our final heat in the women's K1 squirt.
I think it's a great thing to see. Sophie had a smile on her face that whole ride.
It is great to see, Landon. You are right. As we keep things going here for our women's squirt boat category. Just having a little technical difficulty here as we try and get to our tablet with the scores plugged in so we can keep that live scoring going for us here in Plattling as we get ready for our second heat of the women's K1 squirt. Looks like the judges are still all ready to go. And our second score for Sophie Mackin is putting her solidly into the lead with 496.66 with a 213.33 on her second ride. Definitely some solid rides as we move forward to our next heat. She's currently in the lead, but we've got 5 ladies that might have something to say about it.
I think Sophie has to be thrilled with that ride, putting her in a first. I would not complain with that at all.
No, she definitely had some strong moves there, getting some great verticality, keeping her boat moving through the whole time, which is great to see. An excellent athlete here in our women's squirt boat category. We are almost done with our last heat of athletes for the women's K1 squirt boat coming up here, women's kayak squirt heats. This is the 2024 ICF Canoe Freestyle World Cup #2, which is a mouthful. But guess next year we're coming back here to Plattling for the World Championships. I always find World Championships catch a little bit more energy than the World Cups. Hopefully we'll have as many people here. We have 180 starts. I think it's 140 athletes. Some of them are competing in 2 different categories. And we have 18 different nations represented as our German athlete makes her way out there, which is Nelly Barwich. I love the Nemo-themed boat. It's made its way through a few different squirt boaters. Hopefully she'll find Nemo on a big mystery move as she starts off right away into a tricky woo, into a cartwheel. That was a really well executed tricky woo as she's going to try go for some cartwheels to the right. Sets up again, going for cartwheels to the left. Nice tall vertical ends. Let's see what she's got for us as she's going for a bow screw into a washout. You see a lot of these athletes linking those 2 moves together because they really do flow into each other well. She does the bow screw in the other direction. Sets up, looking for a split wheel. Definitely selling her moves to the judges with nice vertical ends, good rotation on those ends. As she's charging her way up into the eddy line and dropping down, getting about shoulder deep, trying to work into that whirlpool, maybe try and get her head under the water. Solid ride for Nelly Barwich with 160 points currently on the board. We're hoping to see that increase as she makes her way back into the eddy here in Plattling.
That was a great first ride.
Yeah, definitely getting off to a good start. Some nice vertical ends. These athletes are looking to get their boats nice and vertical to sell it to the judges. You can see the scores on the left there of the screen with Sophie Mackin, our current leader. Nelly Barwich just put down her first ride. Let's see what she's got for us. Her first of 2 rides here. They're both added together to see what our final score is. Big shout out to our safety boater hanging out down there, making sure everybody's safe on the water. Lots of athletes playing. We got a surfer out in the middle of the wave there. They've been out all day. So pretty cool scene here in Plattling, Germany. We'll have our medal ceremony tomorrow, which is great to see. I got Ann waving at us. She was just out there on the water a few minutes ago in the squirt boat category, putting down some pretty solid rides. Looks like we've got Nelly Barwich with a 305.33 with one of our best rides we've seen so far. Let's see what Alex McClure of Ireland has to say about that. She really likes the mystery moves. She's paddling a low volume mega slipped. These boats, most of the boats that we see are designed by a guy named Jim Snyder out of the States. He's a little bit of a mad scientist when he comes to the boat designs of these squirt boats. As Alex drops in, getting her head under the water with a nice little exit move there. She's going to charge back into the eddy, and she'll have a solid freestyle routine for us here. I saw her doing some watercolors earlier. She gets some nice, beautiful cartwheel ends, splitting it up, going in the other direction, into some cartwheels to the left. And I think she's going to try and do a split wheel, make things go back in the other direction. Nice, beautiful, tall ends here as she's trying for that tricky woo, pulling it around. Really, unfortunately touching that other blade, but she's smiling. She knows she's got a chance to do that again. And I think we're going to see it right here. She goes for a bow screw into a washout. Really throwing around. She's got 15 seconds left as she goes for the bow screw in the other direction. Alex having a really good ride here. Nice vertical ends. She's got 5 seconds left on the clock, just a few more ends. See what she's got for us as she rolls up into a party trick on the bow stall right at the buzzer. A great ride for Alex McClure of Ireland.
Fantastic first ride for Alex.
Yeah, she's definitely selling it to the judges, getting those ends really nice and vertical. You can see she's been focusing on this squirt boating for a little while. She's going to make her way up to the top of the eddy. I think she's going to try and disappear again for us as she makes her way out of the squirt arena and back on shore. All right, you can see her come up, try that back cut, really try and push the boat under. Oh, unfortunately not quite getting it there. And she's going to float down, all smiles as she heads into the eddy. A lovely lady, always smiling, always cheering on her fellow Irish teammates. Next up, we've got Valerie Bertrand of Norway. She's been our development camp coach all week, where she's been seeing some of her athletes have some great successes here. Val's always got a smile on her face. A former Canadian, moved to Norway with her husband. They now have 2 children who are up and coming amazing paddlers. I think we're going to see them here at the Worlds potentially next year. Once they're old enough, you have to be over 14 years old to paddle in these international competitions. Here's, we're still waiting for Alex's score to come up on the scoreboard.
So Alex opted to do a mystery move at the beginning of her ride. What advantage would that give her?
Well, it gives you the advantage. A lot of these athletes, because the mystery moves are weighted heavily, and you can do more than one. So they'll do a mystery move, which bring them down in the eddy, and then as they work their way back up the eddy, they'll do all their flat water tricks with the